welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Online Olympiad 2021, brought to you by Chess.com and FIDE Chess. My name is Wouter Big, also known as Bigfoot. I'm the Chess.com esports producer, and with me is Grandmaster Anna Musichuk. Anna, we're back again, you and me. We're gonna crush this event, right?
I am sure we'll do it. Welcome everybody. Good morning, Europe. Walter and myself, we are covering the stream from European countries, and we realized that both of us woke up not so long ago, but we are ready to see some interesting games, which will start very, very soon.
Exactly.
And first we will check Pool A. Let me remind you that today is the last day, the last games in all the pools, and we will know the names of 15 teams, 3 from each pool, which will qualify to the top division.
Absolutely. Today is the big day, as they would say, since we have a conclusion in every pool. First of all, let's look at the standings. Let's look real quick, like what we're looking at. Indonesia, they're through. I mean, it's going to be really difficult for them not to go through, but, you know, anything is possible. Philippines and Shenzhen, China are the ones in contention, but also Australia. It's about those 4 are in the run to go to the next round, and I'm very excited to see who gets there. I think the top 3, as they are right now, will be the top 3 that will go through. What do you think?
As for me, I'm not surprised that Indonesia is leading in this pool, but I am a bit surprised that Philippines is on the 2nd position right now, because if I am not mistaken, they were ranked as number 6 in the starting position, and now we can see them on the 2nd place. So very good play shown by Philippines players. Shenzhen, China, not a surprise, they are the highest rated team. By the way, I think they are playing not for the Chinese team. I believe that China is qualified to the top division, but correct, there is additional Shenzhen China team. Maybe it's connected to the fact that Shenzhen is one of the sponsors of the event.
Yeah, I think that's it. You also have Chinese Taipei, which is the province or the country, Taiwan, whatever we call it. So that's why there's so many Chinese invading Pool A and invading the top division. But we will see. For sure, we'll see them in the top division with their full strength. So here's an interesting question, Anna. How many points does the leader in Pool A have?
How many points the
Yes.
leader, but we can see it from the standings.
Yes.
Or do you mean
no, the match points. Just read out how many match points.
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Indonesia with 11 points, Philippines 10 points.
No, just the top player. That's 11, correct? What about Pool C?
12.
What about Pool D?
12.
What about Pool E?
12.
And what about Pool B?
In Pool B, there is a very big fight, because there is a very big tie of the first place. There are 3 teams who are leading right now, and we have Latvia, Italy, and Uzbekistan with 9 points each.
Yeah, we can see that doesn't really have a clear favorite, where we see like a top team gap after the first 4. In Pool B, pretty much everyone's still in contention, like Austria, Malaysia, Estonia, Moldova, Uzbekistan, Italy, Latvia. They're all 3 points within each other, which is really close. So we'll see how that works. But let's look at what we will see today. It's round 7 for Pool A. This is the top of the top. The creme de la creme will be playing. We have Singapore versus Chinese Taipei, which isn't too much of a matchup we should be interested in. Indonesia and Lebanon is very interesting. Indonesia, the top player, Lebanon is 2nd to last, so I think Indonesia will claim that. Ireland, Australia. Ireland, I think they beat... who did they beat? Yeah, they beat Bangladesh, which was a huge upset, because Bangladesh, one of the better countries to play as well. I think they have 2 GMs, and Ireland doesn't have a single one. So that was very interesting. They'll be playing Australia to see if they can also upset Australia. Well, it's definitely possible. Very strong players. Kyrgyzstan and Philippines will be filling it out as well. The 2nd place versus the 5th place, and then we have Shenzhen, China against Bangladesh, the 3rd against the number 6. Going to be quite the right. You know what's also going to be quite the right?
Yeah, I believe all the matches will be very interesting. I will try to cover as many games as possible because I believe that in the chat we have supporters and people from all over the world. So I believe you're really looking forward to see your favorite team and the team you are supporting. So I'll try to do our best to cover all the games.
Absolutely. All right, are you ready for crazy games?
Of course, let's
Okay,
start.
I already have
Let's
a
check.
really weird one. Look at this.
Wonderful, wonderful.
What is going on here? Let's start from the start. Let's start at the beginning, and
Let's go.
let's walk through it. So it was a French, an early bishop sacrifice. So why does Black sacrifice the bishop in this opening?
They just want to take the central pawn, and I think that's what they did on the next move. If I think we saw this opening in our previous coverage we did 2 days ago, exactly the same line. So very sharp and very interesting one, very unbalanced position, and exactly the same line with c5, knight c6, b5. Maybe it's even played by the same player.
Played by the same people. Yeah, but we don't remember this line.
Happening?
I have no idea. Let's look at this one here. So after bishop d7, the knight goes to b5. Obviously, c7 is a weakness. d6 is a weakness that Black really cannot contest. So Black castles long. Knight d6 makes sense. And instead of taking the free pawn, White decides to go to double up. Look at here. And bishop c8 is played. Now, is this a free pawn, is what I'm asking. I think it was, because one, there aren't any bishop retreat moves to attack the queen, because we can just take it. But now...
It's possible. Yeah, but maybe White just wanted to activate the rook and then also queen f4, I think after... now the pawn can't be taken, because now there is a pin.
Yeah. We could take it at this moment. The book has to go... I don't know, let's go here. Or at least attack the knight.
Rook f8, queen d6.
Queen d6, yeah, good point. We
sorry,
can do that.
sorry, I'm still sleeping, but we are
no, but you got it already. So yeah, I'm surprised why there wasn't an f7, but maybe that's a... Let me check the opening now. That's not an opening thing. Okay, I think maybe Black misses. The EVA ball definitely liked knight h7 more, but we'll see how this goes. White still has a terrific position. And after king b8, rook b1, bishop c8, trying to defend rook b5, queen f4, e5, queen h4, knight d5, and this is the current position. Pretty bonkers. How do you feel about this position, Anna?
Just, I really like the fluctuation of the evil board, because it was like very much to White's favor, and now it's like computer prefers Black. I don't know what to say about this position. I think now Black gets some initiative, knight d5, knight c3 is the threat. Maybe even some idea of sacrificing on d6, like a positional sacrifice, because look at this king in the center, the king on e1. It may be in danger. Also, we can develop the f1 bishop, because there are some problems with the g2 pawn. So I think now it's much more comfortable to play this position from Black's side.
Absolutely. Yeah, Black is... I think Black's next move is White doesn't do anything. Is just e3. And knight c3 is also a big threat, so we gotta make sure we defend that. Let's say we go bishop d... I'm just gonna play a random move, bishop d2. I think e3 is a really, really big contestant, but maybe we should also prepare it a little bit more. I'm also thinking, like, do we ever take on d6 here as Black?
Yeah, I mentioned this idea was taken on d6. We can even wait with this, for example, after bishop d2, maybe Black can play something like f5, guarding both of the pawns on e4 and h7. And then some, plan maybe with f4, e3 later on, or taking d6. So rook g8 is also possible. Looks quite good for Black.
Really good for Black. All right, we're gonna see what happens. Bishop d2 has been played. f5, really good move. Obviously, I just want to start jamming it down. But okay, never mind. The engine aces. I don't know. I feel like this is a decent approach, but we'll see.
Maybe if you want to do the same idea, maybe try to take it with the rook from g6. Because then rook takes g6, you take, oh, you see, the computer is less
look at that.
angry about it, because after queen d6, you had the idea of knight c3. I think this is a very nice tactics. For example, bishop c4 would run to, or queen e4. I think this is even a better line.
Yeah, I think this will...
A very typical tactic, knight c3, bishop c3, queen d1. Right?
Checkmate, schaakmat. And it is over. Let's see what happens. Bishop 2 has been played. We have a bunch more games to look at, so we'll try to cover as many teams as possible. I also need to sneeze probably at some point, so we'll try to do that as well. That one we'll get for free. Let's look at this position. The queens are traded off. It says it was a King's Indian defense, so let's start from the start. d4, knight f6, c4. Here we go. The Austria attack. Is this Austria attack called with 4 pawns?
No, Austrian attack, I believe it's in Perk when the pawn is on c2, not on.
Okay.
I think this one, this setup is just called 4 pawns. 4 pawns.
Yeah. Everything was traded. Took with the knight, and we don't have the usual taking with e4 if the pawn is there. In a lot of King's Indians, you'll see this kind of trade, and then you win the piece back. But because the 4 is here, that is not an option. So black plays b6, knight a6. Okay, we gotta break this down a little bit. So I like b6 with the idea of going here and going for this pawn. Bishop b3, knight a6 with the idea to jump to c5. Why not bishop b7 here?
I think knight b4 may be a more dangerous right now. So knight a6 is just a very useful move because the knight can go to c6 or d7. So I like actually knight a6. Bishop b7 is also possible, but it's just like, you know, from which move to start. If black started with bishop b7, maybe knight d5 could be an option. Though after knight d5, knight a6 is possible.
Yeah, no, you can take any. Can you take any forward? No. Okay, we have this. So we could.
And knight a6 now.
Sorry, knight e6?
Not knight a6, the same idea.
a6, yeah.
But maybe with this move order, there is bishop d3. And that's why maybe actually black started with knight e6, and that was
very interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we can also just sacrifice a pawn again to go for c4. Now we're talking. Anyway, let's pull back. So knight is6, knight c6. That's the dark side. 5 has been played. The knight jumps. Bishop d here. f6 has not been taken because obviously there's a pin. After trade, material quantity is equal, and black is a little bit better. So a very nice King's Indian defense and a very instructional one for sure. Because I played King's Indian defense, I'm always like, why do I play this? So this is like the dream position for black.
Yeah, indeed, black's pieces are much more active. The bishop on b7 is stopping white's development, and also the pawn on c4 is weakening like a lot of squares. So black has a very easy play. The rook on a8 will soon join to maybe rook e8 or f8 is the next move. The knight will come to c5. So very comfortable.
Yeah, I love rook f8. Trying to go here. This knight will go to c5. You cannot move this rook off the file because you'll lose your bishop. Yeah, this is pretty good for black. So good stuff. Really good stuff. Rook f8 has been played, and now we will move forward to the next. I'm not like Irene. I'm not like Irina. We will jump through the games like crazy, so we get to see as much as possible. All right, Albert Wink. So Winkel is Dutch for shop. He's Albert Shopping Man. I love that. What a name. Albert is playing Tarun. I think that's the first board. No, it's not the first board of Ireland. Is it the first board of Ireland? Do you have chess results up, Anna?
I haven't opened, but just a second.
Okay, yeah, no rush.
Very quickly. So for Ireland, on the first board, we have O'Donnell, Connor, and Kanya Marala. We have a brother and sister playing on board 4 and board 5. So here we have Tarun. So this is the juniors board.
The juniors board. All right. Yes. Cool. Let's bring it from the start. It was an Italian game. Knight f3, bishop c4, knight g5. Come on, give me the fried liver. Oh, unlucky. Knight c3, pretty decent stuff. Early g5. I mean, white already castled, so why not? I do be liking that. Saw a trade. The queen quickly went to h4, and now white pushes f5, and now we're at the quick. What do we do here? Let's see. So
knight c4, also a reasonable try.
Knight c4 is also a good idea. I was thinking maybe take, push c6, but completely lock this bishop out, and then we'll go knight c4. We don't have a b5 anymore.
But you close the position and you gave the bishop. That makes sense, but do you really need to take on c6 right away? I really like knight c4 before f5. So black couldn't take on d5. Maybe you can go a few moves back. If we play knight c4 here, if black takes on d5, we take with the pawn and then we take on e5. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and just look at this structure and the king in the center. When the king is in the center, it's very dangerous for this side to open the position, because then the fronts are opened and there are more possibilities to attack. And if knight c4, e takes f4, then we just develop the bishop comfortably. Bishop takes f4. And once again, look at all these weaknesses. Pawn on f7, pawn on g4. Then the next moves maybe something like bishop g3, knight e3, knight f5. I think it's a very dangerous position for...
There we go. Yeah, let me just give a few ideas to fruition. Okay, now I would take, but let's disregard this. I just wanted to show... some ideas. Yeah, this is beautiful for white. Just hammering it in and really taking advantage of the critical weaknesses of black structure. White played f5, however, and now we have this. I'll expect knight e7, but maybe, I don't know, we'll push f6 first. No, I feel like I give, no, I don't want to push f6. That gives him that 4 square. Let's not do that. Knight e4 is very strong. Yeah. We just c4 first, and then we go knight e4.
And then d4.
Are you proud of me, Anne?
A lot of space.
And are you proud of me? I wanted to jam it in, you know, it just feels good. But I thought, what would Anna do? And I thought she will be mad at me for placing this and giving this square. Correct?
No, I will not be mad on you, but I will still try to make your idea work.
I will, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I'm growing as a person under you. Let's go. I've had a lot of different games. Obviously, this is still pool A round 7. A lot of games, a lot of intricacies in every game. And let's jump to this one. We have Young Hazel versus Chichen, which is, I think, Indonesia versus, or is Singapore? It's Singapore. Okay, Singapore versus Chinese Taipei. And white is definitely dominating. Black cannot castle short, cannot castle long because the rook already moved. Why is there rook on b7? Nobody knows. And yeah, how do you push here with white? Obviously, the next idea is knight c6. How do you combat that? Let's say I play knight b8. What's white going to do?
Let's say b1. What did you bring?
Yeah, I'm getting I got my sparkling water, because you know when I look at you, Anna, you're so sparkling. I need to feel the same, so I'm trying to get some water. Anyway.
Good idea.
Yeah, I think rook. I'm gonna answer my own question. Rook f2 is very strong. If you try to run away with the queen, maybe I can even go queen f3. We're looking at this rook, looking at f7. Knight's gonna jump in. This is horrible.
The Problem is that black cannot castle the bishop on a6 is very strong.
Yeah.
We may even try to play bishop g7 to force black move the rook, and then the option of the castle will be left forever. But we can also just keep the bishop on h6 and enjoy.
Yeah, I think the bishop is
the opponent.
pretty solid bishop. Yeah, you don't really want to play bishop f8 as well, because that's just no bueno. And if black plays bishop f8 at some point, you can actually just pull it back, and now I'm gonna go to f6 and feel good about myself. A lot to look into, a lot to do. So this is not gonna be a sweet victory for Chinese Taipei, who I think, because they lost all chances to win, put up some lower boards on the junior female.
I think it's the female board. It's not the junior female board, so it's the first female board. But the player who's playing with the white pieces is higher rated, and also we assume white is better. So what about the next board?
Let's see. We have Alexandra Samaganova, which is obviously a Chess.com streamer, so might as well have a quick look at her game. She's playing from the Philippines. Jodeline Fronda, and it seems that this is an ugly pawn structure. White has a bishop pair, and I think white, for these reasons, is better. Also, we're just winning a pawn.
And it's white to move. Yeah, we have time to take on e5 and white has
e5.
Nothing to worry about.
Probably bishop 6, and yeah, I think or even bishop c5 here. Look at that, we're really jamming it in. Now, I think white here is definitely better, but is it a lot better, or would you say like black has a lot of chances?
Difficult to say, but I think my opinion is that white has quite a serious advantage.
I agree. Just these bishops are so powerful with a pawn island, and we still have difficulties in development that we need to look at. So black just has to be very careful. White can just move very easily, and I'm not sure how black is going to get out of it. Very sad. Very sad. Oh, this looks crazy. You know I love crazy. I'm a bit crazy myself, so see what it is. This is Trisha versus Gillen. This is Ireland versus Australia. Oi, mate. That's a gator, isn't it? Oh no, that's British. Do you do an Australian accent, Anna?
No, I believe I don't have. I have a Ukrainian accent. I am pretty sure about that. So I think this came up from a classical variation, then bishop g5 line or Richter Rosa. And at this position, it looks better for white, but white has to be careful with queen d4 ideas. Queen e3, big question, because this square was actually prepared for the knight, so that it later on comes to d5. Maybe queen e3. Okay, it's possible, but after trading the queens, usually in the Sicilians, black are comfortable after trading the queens, because then the king is not weak, and to take with the rook or to take with the knight here.
Well, here's my problem. If you take with the knight, can we take here on e4? And then say, I'll take c2, I take c4. My next move will be bishop f8. Trying to go in. Or this way.
Yeah, very good.
I think the engine agrees with me. This is a very annoying idea to have on the queen side. So you play queen c7. Well, let's explore this a little bit more. So here, knight takes, rook takes. You don't have to take back, but I'm also
Rook d4, you will save the rook otherwise.
Yeah, rook d4 is a very nice place, and now we have the central pawns trying to jump in. I think this is really, really strong, so we gotta take. And now we have a pretty decent attack where my bishop is going to either go here or here, trying to put pressure, but first we play d5 to make sure the bishop is all set for life. This is pretty strong.
Yeah, d5 is common, and this is very common sacrifice in this line. So white has to be careful with such a kind of sacrifice because potentially the bishops will be very, very strong.
Yeah.
And what white has to do, maybe to play something like rook d2 and then try to put the knight on d5 and some kind of...
Yeah, because we can play d5 immediately. Obviously, we can just take. We don't want to trade these things for sure. So that's definitely an option. We can also play rook d5 and say, you're not getting d5 in because I'll place my rook there. And if you're going to take, we're equally amazing again with my knight on d5. But I don't think that's necessary. Interesting. All right, so what happens if the rook takes? Again, we have a lot of options. My first option would be bishop f8, bishop h6, but maybe it's a little bit too slow. d5 is an option, but I don't know. Is d5 good here?
d5, maybe knight b6.
Right here, knight b6. Ah, yes.
Maybe after e takes d5. I think after e takes d5 it's better.
Yeah, this is very strong. And we're opening up the d-file, so we don't want that. Okay, so what about h4? I'm going to say, I'm just going to break through here. I'm going to play king d7 once. I'm going to get the rook.
Do you play this line with black pieces?
Sorry?
Do you play this line with black pieces?
No, I just play g3, so I get this a lot against me. I play g3, g6.
I don't know, but you know all the plans, like all the main ideas, and I thought that maybe you play this line from one of the sides.
Every game that I play starts with either g3 or g6, then I'll transpose to whatever, but it's usually like King's Indian Defense, Perch, Modern with black, and then King's Indian Attack, English, Catalan with white. Those are my weapons. For everyone that wants to prepare against me, those are my weapons. But yeah, it makes sense because the queen side is completely locked off. I cannot push d5 because of knight b6 ideas. And we're actually helping him opening the file here that we don't really want. Even though I do get a bishop on c5, which is... so, there's only one other option in my idea. But let's see what happens. It went queen c7, queen d2, rook b8, and queen to h6. That is a very annoying move, if I must say. This is a very good move. Let's see how we're going to defend h5. I definitely don't want to play rook g5. Well, maybe we can trap 5. Oh. Alright, so here's my problem. Rook g5, I'm going to queen h7. I'm going to look at f7 here. So at some point I'll play bishop c4 and really start annoying you. And maybe rook e3 and then h4, or like you said, I want to get the knight at d5. I don't know. What do you think about this position?
I think it was a mistake from black's side not to trade the queens because black's king is in the center. So when you have the king in the center, you would better think how to trade the queens. When the queens are on the board, obviously the king is in trouble.
Yeah.
So right here, I definitely prefer white. The pawn on h5 is hanging. So if h4 now, I think we have queen h5.
Queen h5, looking at that rook, yeah, and there's no way to defend it. I have to pull out, and you just grab a free pawn. Very nice.
Or we could play queen h8 instead of queen h5. Yeah. No.
But right now, or instead, like here?
Yeah, like here, queen h8. If bishop f8, we take on f6, and if king d7, we play queen h5 now, attacking
h5 now with the double unit attack. Love it. Love it. Yeah, that's really strong. Then let's go all the way to g7. And we're still going to lose this pawn. Wow. White is can pick their poison. Very decent problem. And you have to be very careful for sacrifices on e5 now with open files like this. This is very, very scary. I'm just trying to... Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to make this work. Do this and this. And this. Do I have knight takes e5 here? This is what I was trying to make work. Because knight takes here s6.
Yeah, if bishop d8, you check on h3.
Exactly. Boom! And actually, this is mate, I think. Wow. Anyway, a lot of good ideas, and it all starts with the queen h8 to h5 if h4 is played. But black doesn't have to play h4. They can also just say, okay, I'm going to play rook g5. I'll defend. If h4, I'll take g3. Your move.
You know, I'm even sacrifice some h4, rook g3, rook g1 because we get the open file and we may try to attack the king. Though, of course, the sacrifice was not necessary. It's just to give the idea that sometimes this works. We could also prepare it. You mentioned about rook e3 and then trying to push h4. Or what else?
I like rook e3 here, for sure. I think that's probably my favorite move. What else?
You know, rook e3 is a very nice move. You know why? Because we are threatening not only h4, but we're also preparing bishop e2, and our pawn on e4 is protected now.
Yes, point. Yeah. Yeah. Very good point. Yeah, a lot of nice ideas. You can also maybe go for knight d2, but I think that's too slow to go to c6 for just a pawn. I'd rather just keep the knight on c4 because I want to go e3, d5. I don't want to do it like this. I feel like once the knight is on the 3, it has a lot less potential than here on c4.
We have to be very careful when I move the knight because then some sacrifice, like just imagine you make two moves, knight e2, knight f3, and I can think about taking on e4, followed by queen to c3, what may be
this kind of idea.
A bit dangerous, yeah. Maybe here you have king c1 and you are winning, but sometimes, you know, missing side, I think, may lead to losing the game.
That's a very good point. You always has to be very careful. King d7 has been played, and we will jump into some next games. First of all, some results. This game is now this game. Black checkmated. You hate to see it. We have this game where black is just getting in, jumping in, making sure to make it work. And we have this game where black is saying, I have many more pawns. You're going to lose. Get out of my house. Well, I didn't say that. Wow, we're already 33 minutes into the part. That's actually crazy. Nice endgame. 3 pawns. Opposite color bishops against 2 pawns. Can white push for a win here, or is it draw?
That looks like a draw. Black will just stay when the king comes to f7. We put the bishop on c3, and that's it.
Yeah, there should be a draw, and the bishop can just always stay on this file and just move on these 2 squares and blacks. Nothing black can do there, so that's going to be a draw. This one is pretty spicy. Steven Jessel against Molten Lee. We have some attack on the king side. There's a rook in on f6. What is going on?
The rook is trapped.
Yeah?
Yeah, no move.
Oh. That sucks. Let's see how that happened the last few moves. Alright, so we went a rook to c3. Alright, h4. Bishop to a3, making sure there's no rook c1. I'm still down with this. A rook to f6. Knight to e5. Bishop went back, and now, uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. You are trapped. So what else after knight e5 do we do to save the rook? Is the real question.
We have many possibilities. Maybe some tactical ones like bishop to d6.
Oh, that was good. I was just gonna take. I was gonna take a move back and say like, well, I did my job. But yeah, bishop d6. Very, very juicy. Okay.
If knight d7, we take on f4 with the rook. If knight f7, we take on the bishop.
Yeah. Now 7 bishop. So we gotta make sure to play. I don't want to play g3. Maybe bishop g3 back.
Yeah, prefer white because white has a very nice domination on the dark squares and these knights are really beautiful. So
Yeah.
all I need is maybe a rook on e1 or rook e3. And black has to do something quickly about maybe black has to start attacking these knights, but I don't see how exactly black can do that. Maybe black should take on e5 and then take on d3. White would definitely have compensation for that. But the question is like, can white try to develop the initiative and play for a win, or it's just, you know, to keep this blockade? So maybe some ideas like rook c1, maybe even a rook d to c1 to keep more pieces on the board.
That's good.
Yeah, rook d to c1, maybe not here, queen d6, yeah?
Or queen d6?
Queen d6.
Yeah. Well, black cannot play queen d6, right? Oh, queen d6.
d6.
Okay. Alright, yeah, that's a very good point. We have a lot. I think the game is already over, but let's move through it. I went to g4 because black only had 7 seconds. We saw a trade. So the e6 pawn losing. The rook went in. There was a little bit of a shuffle, and spaghetti-o. Checkmate in one. But we are gonna do it swag. We're gonna give a check first. Then we checkmate. Yeah. Gotta assert your dominance, right, Anna?
Yeah. Full dominance, I would say.
Full dominance. Alpha male status only. We have 3 pawns against 3 pawns. The king is completely locked off, which is very annoying. Are there winning chances from either side, or would you say like this is a dead draw?
I wouldn't say it's a dead draw. I think there will be a lot of fight. For example, rook g4 is a threat, yeah? As far as I can see.
Yeah.
Black has an opportunity to play rook f8, pinning the knight. Then white takes the bishop and black takes the rook on f7. How about that? King h5, I think. So rook f7, let's say king e4, king h6, king e5. I prefer white, but maybe objectively it should be equal. But the white has more chances to win this game.
Maybe even this. I thought I would be fast enough, but the engine does not agree. So I'll just keep it safe. Go rook f1. We'll start harassing from the backside.
By the way, there was a very instructive line because rook f4. Why this was a mistake? I think we can take on f4 takes before h5. C5, b takes c5, and if we play b takes c5, then the queens will be, then the promotion will be at the same time. But we can start with b5, and this will come with a check. And I think this is the point where rook f4 was active.
Very nice. Yes. We can also he also play king. No, you cannot play. I thought king f6, but b4 is your own move. Nice. Very instructive. Very instructive. Bishop 6 was been played. Rook b5, and we see. Oh, what? Oh, you trapped the knight this way. Interesting. So you have to go like rook g1, trying to mate. Wait, isn't this really strong for white?
Now it's not the main because now it's.
That's not the main. Okay, so I can do.
Now okay, it's possible.
Now I can also jump out.
Yeah, could even try to play knight d6 or one move earlier.
True. Here.
And yeah, here.
Okay, so why isn't? I'm confused. Okay, so here, check. We went here. The knight d6 here is impossible because of
bishop e7 or bishop e5.
7, yeah, and then you're going to lose everything you ever loved. But you do get 2 pawns for this. Play this, maybe you get a c5 in, or c5. It's not the worst, but anyway. We are now in this position, and white is trying to nurture the pawn to victory. So we're now in this position with Grandmaster Rubian from Chess in China against Bin Sattar from Bangladesh. Who has the better winning chances? I think it will be a draw. I don't know. What do you think?
If any of the side will win, then it will be black.
Yeah.
But it's quite questionable if black's position is objectively winning, or white can save this.
Rook b5 here, king d7. I don't know, it gets very close, but you're gonna sacrifice the bishop for this pawn. And this pawn is going to run, but that should be a clear-cut draw because it is a outside pawn. Even though the king is very far away. I mean, king d7, bishop here. You go rook c5 first.
Rook d1.
Rook d1. I'll start running to e6.
King g6.
6, 7.
Take, then rook e1, and no, maybe rook e1 first to cut the king.
Ah, yeah, the cut off. Then h5.
I think this is losing.
That would be sad. Yeah, the king is completely cut off. Can we go? No, we cannot go like check in here. That's losing. Or just shouldering the king. Interesting. Wow. Okay. So let's see what happens. Rook c5, rook d1, king e8, bishop back. And now we're in this position. I think this is even worse. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Wow. I only have a few games left, by the way. This is one of them. White is completely dominating here, so this should be easy. We're going to take an f7 first. White a hassle. Yeah, this is pretty dead. And that's one game. We have another game. Oh, this one is more interesting. We have 3 pawns against 2 pawns with 2 queens. Sorry. We have 3 pawns against 1 pawn with 2 queens. But we're going to take queen. Probably. Winning chances for white. How do you play this with black? How do you create drawing chances here with black?
You have to take on g2. That's definitely the right approach, the right thing to do. And now is the question what white should do, because if white takes on h7, oh, this check. Why do you need this check?
I don't like it because you're bringing the king closer.
Because, yeah, you just better that the king is more far away, and the queen on d2 was well placed in my opinion.
I like the queen. Oh, maybe there's something that we're missing. Maybe it really wants to defend h7. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe king g2 here. Now you have check here. You're gonna pick up this pawn as well.
But you could do the same from.
I don't know what I'm saying. I'm trying to justify white's moves. Yeah, why did he? Yeah, it's the same thing here. Very, very peculiar. Alright. Yeah, black is just trying to get a perpetual in from this position.
But the king is very close now. I think white's chances has increased a lot. So something like king f7, king g7.
7. Maybe after king g7 you have king f3. Because if you take now, this should be a draw.
You could take
but
yeah,
there's like intermediate
moves.
Oh, see what happens. This is now the current position. Black has to run away. And white is...
I don't believe black would say this.
Yeah, this is getting really... I think black completely played this wrong. Keep the king on the other side. This is not the place where you wanted it. Yeah, this is not good, unfortunately. White should be able to win as well. I mean, queen h5 here. You win, right?
Yeah,
very h5, take. King here, we just start running. Alright, so that's over as well. Oh, white played f6 immediately.
That's quite surprising.
Surprising?
Okay, f6 and queen g7 is also a good idea, but queen h5 was just ending the game on the spot.
Yeah, it should be over. There's still matrix as well. All right, so this game will end soon. Then we have this as our final. No, this one just ended. I lied. And I didn't lie. We're still going on here. We have black trying to hold a draw. How does white push here?
Easily.
Oh, there we go. Sort over. I don't know where the rook's traded. Oh, okay, here. Yeah, you kind of have to, and this is pretty easy to win. All right, so the idea here, ladies and gentlemen, is you're just gonna start barraging on this pawn and use the defend. If you go here, you lose his pawn. Move away, we'll finally get the win here. So pretty easy stuff. G5, yeah, you just take that. That is over. All right. And here, okay, we're getting another queen. So
Yeah, it's also over.
of course. Okay. That means, Miss Muzichuk, that we are going to go for a quick break so I can get some breakfast. So we're back in about 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. This is the online Olympiad 2021 Division 2, where you just witnessed Pool A Round 7. We're going to look at Pool A Round 8. After this, we're going to see the final conclusion of this round, not in an hour, but in 2 hours. But stick around for your favorite team with your favorite commentary duo. I get to say it, right? What did you say? My name is Martin Big. And 4 and the Moose Chick will be back in just a bit.
See you in a few minutes.
I have been told that you guys were missing me. I didn't really want to come back, but because you asked so nicely, here we are, Grandmaster Adam Muschuk alongside myself, Bouter Big. We are bringing you the FIDE Online Olympiad 2021 Division 2 brought to you by Chess.com. And FIDE Chess, it rolls off the tongue pretty nicely. You know, we're getting pretty good at it. This is the intro. And we saw very nice games. We saw very nice games. We saw a nice pairing updated. Let's see what happened actually in Pool A of round 7.
Yeah, we had the first round for today, and it was actually round 7 because it's the last day in Pool A. Actually, it's the last day in all the pools, but we start with Pool A. So let's see what happened in this round. Singapore beat Chinese Taipei 5-1. Indonesia with the same result beat Lebanon. Ireland lost to Australia 1.5 to 4.5. Kyrgyzstan lost to Philippines 6-0. Oh, big result for Philippines. What means they will remain in the second place at least, and at most, yeah, they are in the second place as I can see. Shenzhen China beat Bangladesh 4.5 to 1.5, and let's take a look if there are any changes in the standings, but I believe they are more or less the same on the top. So
yeah, they're actually exactly the same. Ireland did not manage to upset Australia, so all the top teams won, but they still remain in the competition. So it's all about who is playing who, and we got some interesting matchups, Anna. So let's actually jump into those because we see that Australia is playing Kyrgyzstan. So Kyrgyzstan just got off a fresh loss, 6-0. Not good for the mental. And we see that the Philippines is playing Shenzhen China. So Australia, if they win, they will get up a place regardlessly, I believe, unless they tie. So that's going to be a very interesting match for sure. We see Chinese Taipei against Bangladesh, Lebanon, Ireland, and Singapore, Indonesia as well. Pretty big one as well. So we're going to see how we will manage to do this. And the games have not started yet. I lied. The games have started. So, are we ready to jump in, Anna?
Yes, let's do. Let's maybe focus on the Philippines versus Shenzhen, China, and Australia versus Kyrgyzstan. But we will also take a look at the other games. So here we have.
Let's see who we got. I think this is Bangladesh versus Chinese Taipei. So these are the only 6 games that are going on at the moment. So we have to wait a little bit for the other ones to load in. But here we have an interesting pawn push to c5 already in the early opening. Let's see what happened. In the Slav defense, we see d4, knight f3, c4, knight c3, and c5 already locking away this. Is this a common, well-known theory? The answer is yes. 77 master games still follow this position as the bishop g4 with knight e5 being the most popular option.
Yeah, the a6 line, the Chapanenko line, and after a6, it actually makes a lot of sense to push c5, because if white does it without a6, then b6 would be an option, but now b6 is not that attractive due to the fact that we will take with the pawn and black cannot take back with the pawn. So bishop f4 was played, not knight e5, which is the most popular move in that position, but bishop f4 also makes a lot of sense. The question is, after bishop takes f3, would you take with the e pawn or with the g pawn? Water.
G pawn. Because I really want to push e4, and right now I don't have this e4 push. I'm mostly, like I said, like a g3 player, so I really like this here, play f3 and here. But now there's already a pawn on f3, so I'm golden as a goose. Yeah, I would really support the center here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that both recaptures are possible, and it's just a matter of taste. I would also have taken with the g pawn, because also we are opening the g file, and we might try some ideas like rook g1 as well.
Yeah.
If white takes with the e pawn, it's a completely different plan. It takes f3, then white would try to play something like bishop d3, castle, rook e1, and enjoying the space advantage. I believe that here white is also slightly better, but I believe the advantage is bigger if white takes with the g pawn.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point. Let's see what happens. We see a knight b to d7. So none of our ideas came to fruition. And now we're just waiting. I also always when I see a bishop here, I want to play queen b3. It's like my killer instinct says, get that pawn on b7. And I actually think after queen b3, what do you play? Queen c8?
C8 looks the most logical. Actually, after knight d7, black may think about some e5 ideas.
Yeah.
Not now, but let's say if white plays e3, it's the question. Maybe what I can try with e5 if white takes with the pawn. Then something like bishop. You draw the arrow with the bishop, but it's a bit premature. So a knight to e4.
Knight e4 first.
Attacking the c5 pawn, and there is no good way to defend it. So black is taken back.
Yes. Wait, why is this? Okay, there's still a knight under attack. That's why it's too pre. But the idea is exactly to jump on here. Can you take here? No, not yet. There's a bishop. Okay. 94, and we're looking at the c5 pawn. Awesome. So all the games have started. Let me just quickly jump through a few and see if we get the correct one. We have Philippines against Chess in China, which was as requested by my lovely co-commentator. So might as well listen to her before she gets angry at me for being late. Right, Anna?
I think here is still in the CRS, so it's a pretty well-known line coming from your favorite opening Piano,
Hey,
but not the
Gucci piano.
D3 setup, but C3 D4. Maybe we can take a look at the opening.
Sorry. All right. Let's look at the opening. So e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c6. No Evans gambit, unfortunately. You know, we all want to see that, but we haven't seen it yet. c3, d4, e5. This is pretty common stuff, as you said. And after bishop e3, h3, queen to c2. We're both trying to take. We could also take with the b pawn here, but we're trying to be cheeky. And this is the current position that we have right now. And it is... yeah, who do you prefer in these positions? Do you like to play with white with a nice attack on the king side? Or do you play with black with a nice attack on the queen side?
Maybe with white, because I think it's easier to play this position with white pieces. The problem is also the bishop on b6. It can't get active very easily, so c5 is not possible. Also, it's a question how black would develop the attack. Maybe a5, a4 is the right plan here, and the plan for white is doubling the rooks on the g file, maybe f4, queen d3 or queen c2 followed by c5, so something like that.
These will be the ideas of black and white. Like bishop. Try to go f4 and try to create something, but we'll see. We'll see what's up. The engine is not liking my ideas. A common theme. Maybe we play queen d3 first before we start running. Doesn't really matter. We'll see what happens. This is the current position after castling long, and rule on you and Jan Emmanuel definitely will be facing and battling it off. Very interesting game so far, all the way through theory, but us plebs don't know theory. But I do know that this looks pretty sweet. Pretty sexy, if I can say. Is that a word I can say, sexy? That's sexy. You see the shirt? You see this position? And that's sexy. Because we have a nice pawn chain ready to push. Let's see where it came from. Came from a Sicilian. Anna is just keeping quiet. He's like, yeah, sure, big, whatever. Castling short, d3, h3. We see this is a pretty common setup. You cannot play g4, obviously, because there are a lot of pieces on here. G3, g4, the knight goes back. You also see in a lot of ways that after, let's say, bishop here, you can also reroute this way, jump to c4, but white prematurely goes to e2, goes to g3. Gets rid of this kind of idea. because usually there's a pawn on e5, but that's not the case right now. And after knight d7, this is the current position. White is pretty okay and will continue to build up pressure. Bishop e3, h4, h5. Getting the rooks connected, queen on d2 or e2. And then the fun begins. Am I right or am I right?
I have played a lot of Pro Sicilian from white side, so I know the plans in these positions. And yeah, one of the options is to put the knight on g3 like white did. Another option was to play f5 and knight f4, because when we play f5 and knight f4, we leave the option of regrouping the queen to h4. So queen e1, queen h4 may come. And I like this second plan a little bit more, but with the knight on g3, it's also quite possible. It's much more comfortable to play this position from white side, especially in the rapid game, because you are attacking, you know what you are doing. Well, black will try to push a4, a3, maybe c4. But first of all, they have to understand how they will react to this pawn attack. Yeah, if they will put the pawn on e6, or how would they play? I'm sure that after f5, black wants to put one of the knights on e5, maybe knight d2.
Something like this, 95 is definitely a well-known idea. I also like the idea, which you see a lot of rook f2, trying to go bishop f1 to support the onslaught, and maybe give your rook some squares to start pushing. It's also a very known idea in the King's Indian attack/defense. b3, however, says, no, I'm not going to play along with you, kind sir. I'm going to play b3. And we're just going to lock it down. We'll see where the push will take place. The dark squares, look at this bishop. Best bishop ever in any game ever played. Bishop is enjoying their time. And we might see something like knight d4, knight b5, knight c3 is an idea. Just knight d4. And yeah, I actually like knight d4.
Knight a7 is also possible, so that we don't give the option to white to trade the knights.
It's true.
Yeah, the root is the same.
Same idea. Yeah, I think this is kind of an... Well, I think we'll go bishop b2 either way, so...
Take knight b5. Maybe b3 was actually a bit too fast. I think white could wait until black plays a4, a3, and only then to push b3.
Yeah. It's a good point. Rather see something like h4 and let's say this, and then probably... Now we're just gonna go here, and now we'll play b3, and we're okay. We're okay. All right. Continue with some other boards of this matchup. We have Leon versus Mohammed Ervan. This is Singapore versus Indonesia. Indonesia being the top of the pop at the moment. But it seems like their board 1 is outrated, so we might see an upset there. But we have a French defense. e5, f3. Knight jumps to f4. Why does the knight jump to f4? Is it really to support or attack d5, or like what's the idea?
Sometimes there are sacrifices on d5 or on e6. Also, one of the ideas is to move the knight even further to h5 and put the pressure on the g7 pawn. Yeah, it's quite typical that one knight goes to f4 and we leave the f3 square for the knight on d2.
Okay.
So I think this regrouping is quite nice and quite common.
Perfect. Bishop a6. We see a trade a3. The queen goes out, and here we see another typical idea of trying to push in. g6 seems like the most obvious thing, but you know, h4, h5 is pretty fast. And probably not playing the h-pawn as well, because we're probably going to castle short, but because there is a lot of traffic here on the queen side, you could say. Castle short.
Traffic on the queen side is the first time I hear this expression, but I will remember that. Actually, the idea was h4. I liked it because it already asks a serious question. What will black do? Will black allow h5, and then how will they try to protect the g6 square? Or if black plays h5 now, and after queen g3, we have threats of taking on e6 or g6. So it's not so easy to face at most as h4. And it's not like after h4, we will never castle short. We may still play knight f3 and still put our king on g1 where it will feel safer.
Say, I don't even know how to defend this. How do you defend this?
Maybe something like queen b6.
Sorry? Knight?
Queen to b6.
Queen
So
b6.
knight e6 won't be possible. If knight to g6, there is rook g8.
That's a good point. Okay, so here we can also play knight f3, and we'll just slowly build up some pressure towards victory. Now I am threatening to take on e6 after these two moves. So very nice position for white. Who knew when you play the French you get into worse positions? Huh? I know this is quite a shocking revelation to a lot of you. But anyway, let's go forward. Can we look at this game? This was the b3 game, jumping to e6. I'm just gonna jump to some interesting games. This one is nearly over. Yeah, okay. There's a rook here. Yeah, this was over. I'm talking too much. You gotta stop me. Here we go. I'm not gonna say anything. Anna, go. What's going on?
So this one is coming from a well-known line. Let's take a look. Black is, as you can see, black is playing pretty fast. So does it mean black is still in the theory? I'm not sure about that. But black's position is quite okay. Black forced white to push f4, as I believe the pawn one move back was on f2, but there was a serious threat with queen h5 and queen h2, so f4 was more or less forced. Though was it forced? I think f3 was also an option right here. Maybe it was a safer move, and the pawn on f3, it protects more of the square, so I would seriously consider f3. But after f3, knight e5, and the knight is attacking on f3. Also, if white protects the pawn on f3, the knight may come to c4. A very active position for black, and quite easy to make the moves in these positions, because black is just, with every move you are trying to attack something, so it's not that difficult. It's more difficult to think how to protect everything. Well, now rook e8, attacking the pawn on e3, rook e1 is very likely to come. So what now? Bishop f5 is possible, maybe even some ideas with d4. Right here, I don't think d4 works because we take. And yes, with d4, we open this diagonal. And if black had the bishop on c6, some queen d5 ideas could be possible, but not yet. So I believe rook f1 would be surprising, I think. Rook a1. Yeah, rook a7, rook e7 is also a very nice idea to play here. So I'm expecting something like either bishop f5 or rook a7.
Yeah, and rook b8 has been played. There we go. How did it feel? You flew solo, and I was there the entire time. I love it. Yeah, very good. A nice explanation. I should do this more often. There's like a lot more sense coming out of you than coming out of me. So I think the chat would appreciate you talking more than me for sure. By the way, let's continue for what's going on. Yeah, rook to b8, obviously trying to get the bishop to b7. I like rook a7 more. We're trying to double up. Then again, Jersey Marticio is 1255 against a 2200. Can we? I'm gonna take a moment to see Marticio FIDE. What is their rating? They have a classical rating of 1500. Wow.
So a bit higher than the rapid ratings, but still not that very, very high. I believe her opponent is much more higher rated. Maybe rook b8, actually, it's not only with the idea of rook b7, but maybe she wants to ship the rook with rook b6 and rook h6. That's how she checkmate.
Vicky likes. Yeah, that's a great... there's a lot of traffic heading this way. Hey.
Now traffic goes into an opposite direction. So from the queen side, now we move to the king side.
Absolutely, taking the highway. All right. This one is already over. We see a schaakmat. This one is like one of them cheeky, I'm gonna take on h7, make you feel the pain, but we're also missing a rook. Let's see where that happened. So things were fine still here. And we saw this, the queen into c2.
White thought it was a great combination, but it ended up that they
Yeah, look at this. All the squares taken. That's a beauty. That is an absolute beauty. And he has to take. Don't think queen d1 is gonna be enough. Yeah. e4, funny idea. You take my bishop, take your life. Let's go on. Knight b4, e5 has been played, and now this is the current position. Yeah, this is oh, flipping the board. Let's not do that. This is the current position. Black is cruising. Black is feeling good. And we should move on to something more excited. And I think you will like this one. Because I don't know what's going on, but you're going to tell me. What's going on?
My calculation said that right at the moment white is a pawn up, but black can take the pawn back by playing bishop to g4. Though after bishop g4, what do we have? Is bishop g4 the only move? Not. Another option is it's white to move.
It's white to move. Yeah, that's why I sneakily threw this one in. Just
So white is a pawn up. The threats are bishop to g4, and another threat is bishop to e8, trapping the rook. And we have to do something about that. One of the options is rook to h1, a very obvious one, to attack the h6 pawn. And another option was perhaps knight to e5, but why do we need knight to e5 if we can just play something simple like rook to h1? Bishop e8, yes, but we can, just ignore you.
Sorry, go ahead.
Bless you, yes, and ignore you. And
we can ignore it, yeah. Good point.
Okay.
That is a cool idea. I love that. All right. All right, so white just played rook h1, trying to save, and now we're waiting for black. We're probably just gonna take on g4, and I think we could trade here. Play bishop g7. No, then here.
Maybe take on f3 to have at least some compensation.
Yeah. This was I thought I could do this and then the take, but yeah, bishop, rook h2. But this is pretty good for white. For sure, very good for white. This bishop is not that strong yet. Should take a few moves to activate itself, but the knight is coupling it nicely. Whenever you go here, the knight will jump to e5. So I definitely enjoy white here a lot more than black, but we'll see how this one will fill out. We see a bishop takes g4, knight to e5. Hubba hubba hubba.
Yeah, she didn't want to allow bishop takes f3, which makes a lot of sense. If bishop moves now to f5, let's say, then we take on h6, and we have a better pawn structure comparing to when we allow bishop takes f3. On the other hand, now black has two bishops on the board, but I like what she did. I like this knight e5 move from.
I always like centralizing my knights. I like knights on e5 especially. They're doing a good job, so we do appreciate.
Sorry, it's a junior board, yeah, so it's not she, but it's he.
No, it's a junior board, correct. All right, let's pull one again. I see a knight on e5, so we'll go to a position with another knight on e5. This one looked like it's let's see where this came from. This is actually pretty decent for white on first glance, but it was a exchange queen's gambit. I don't know what you call this. How do you call this?
It's close, but
the queen gambit declined probably. Bishop d3, queen c2, very simple. This knight's going to go to e5 and f4 is going to be played. There we go. And I do like white here more because you have the option to play f3 and then f4. Other than black, who needs to sit with that knight there. Where that happens. Queen to e7, rook to f2. We're seeing a double up. And here we are in the current position. White is full engaged in the king side. Black as well. What do we do here?
Black is so well. Black is perhaps not that well. Black started the attack very soon, like was playing f5, g5 in the opening. But I think it was a bit too fast, and now we can see that white is completely ready to counterattack. So f5 is coming. If black takes the knight on f5, we take with the pawn, and then it's really dangerous because all the pawns are moving towards the king. Also, it's not so clear how black is going to finish the development. And well, first of all, the question is how to meet f5. Should black go? I think also bishop h4, maybe black shouldn't have played this, because with the bishop on f6, at least we were stopping f5. With the bishop on h4, okay, it's nice to attack the rook, and maybe your opponent will not see and you will just take the rook. But if the opponent just moves the rook to g2, where it's actually placed better, then maybe the bishop on h4 is not such a good piece.
I'm putting it back.
Yeah, maybe it's
why
the
does it
best
stop at
right
5?
here. Then we take. Thank you. Thank you, Walter.
You're welcome. I'm such a nice guy. People say, I'm not a nice guy, but here you can see, write it down your notes, I'm such a polite lad. Yeah, so I don't think g5 is what we want to push as well. That seems like very weakening on my stand. What we do here?
Queen c3.
Queen b3.
I thought c3, but
oh, c3.
Queen b3, it's also a move.
I have b3. c3. Yeah, we're defending here as well. And again, what does black play?
I just renewed my threat of f5. If knight h4, then we go back with the rook to f2.
Yeah, we're not too scared of this.
And once again, it's a big question if the knight on h4 is an active piece or if it's just out of play.
Yeah, I also think black has to play something like c5 just to try to undermine.
Thank you, Walter. I'll take it.
What? What I miss? On c5. Yeah, but now we're gonna.
Okay, take.
Maybe okay. Maybe it's not that good, but listen. All right, if I in Keto, c5 is a very normal thing. All right, you can't talk me out of this. I don't care. You're a grandmaster. No. This is a normal idea, and I'm right and you're wrong. There you go. You're welcome. Okay, so let's see what happened. Bishop f6, what happened? Queen c3 did happen. Rook to e8, b4, trying to stop the incredible c5 move. Just saying. a6, king to h1, and they're both of them are very, very. What's the word? Patient.
Mm-hmm. So maybe now white's plan can be something like a4, b5. Because black is doing everything to stop f5. At the same time, black is not developing the pieces. So bishop e6 is not possible. Bishop d7, well, it is possible. But what is the bishop doing on d7? It's also the question. Okay, connecting the rooks, but it doesn't help much. And in general, I mean, for white, we have many plans. Yeah, we are trying to push f5. We may have the idea with a4, b5. While from black side, it's very difficult to come up with a plan. c5 is not possible. A5,
what about?
Okay, yeah, it's possible, but now we can push b5 immediately.
What about? In this position, you go bishop g7, and if you go a4, do we have h5? I've been looking at for a long time. Okay, now in this position, let's say we trade off. Do we have h5 here?
No, h5 is dangerous, very dangerous at any moment, because you're opening the files directly to your king.
This is too much. Yeah, I'm trying to make something work, but we cannot do anything on the king side. The queen side also seems pretty desperate. b5 has been played, and black has to be very careful in these positions, trying to make anything work. I'm Dutch, so I'm eating some cheese. It's what we need to do, or else we turn into pumpkins. There we go.
Bon appetit. He did make your idea work with c5. So finally he pushed c5. Knight g6. Did you have to take it? I'm not sure white had to take this knight. Maybe white could try to take on c5 and give the pawn on e5 and then to stop these pawns.
So do we just take?
Take.
Yeah. Now this is pretty annoying. Gotta probably play e3. Here we just take this one. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, I'm
So
still
what
thinking
happened?
white is pretty okay here.
And what happened in the game? The only problem is that white spent a lot of time and white is down to 37 seconds,
Oh, wow.
while black still has more than 7 minutes. So it's a big asset in blacks for black now.
It's a big difference for sure, yeah. Wow. Interesting.
Now it's actually very unclear because black gets a very strong central pawn, so d4 will be played, and then d3 is coming.
Yeah, I don't know how white. I'm still a little bit flabbergasted that black survived this. I would have lost 30 times in a row already. But playing the c5 move is the liberating factor. Yeah. What can I say? It's just such a good move, man.
Such a great idea. It was such a wonderful idea. I
Such a
told you
wonderful-
from the very beginning, c5
You're
should
right.
be
I'm
played.
sorry. You were right. I was wrong.
No, it's okay. I mean, black got a very serious counterplay, so c5, and I think white didn't react that perfectly to it. So now black sacrificed the pawn, but black got a play at least. King g7,
Yeah.
maybe it was a bit too small. Why did black need king to g7?
Good point.
So
Maybe
if
they wanted to
before-
go rook h8, trying to pick this one up.
But you have two strong pawns in the center. Just push them.
Push him, baby. Yasser will be proud. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I agree. Listen, after c5, I did my share of this commentary. You can do the rest. Almost. King g7, and this is now the current position, and black just needs to start pushing. Let me quickly jump to something else. Something that's
Quickly, very quickly. 1 second.
running. Oh, what is this? Hold on. I didn't want to go here, but it caught my eye. We have Australia versus Kyrgyzstan, I believe. Yeah.
Oh.
Fine. That's always an interesting look.
It seems like Australian player who is much higher rated is in some trouble. That's why he tried to unbalance the position with the was given an exchange. B takes c3 will be played for sure. Now c4 is a serious threat. And what will black do? Playing something like king to c6 or what?
Yeah, you gotta run. You need to get out of this pin, but this is not something you would love to see. You can't really trade pieces because you're down material, so you got to keep it up. But I'm just taking a pawn here, right? Or
F takes c5.
yeah, and now c4 fast.
Take and
Oh
bishop.
yeah, you're right. Okay, we gotta make sure that doesn't work. Let me play rook c2 real quick. Make sure that we do not have this problem anymore. And now I'm ready to play c4.
Maybe rook d8.
But okay. This is
Knight
still
e3.
okay. Crying out loud, Anna! Let me play c4 already. Okay, so rook d8. I will find my chance to play it. I will find my chance. Okay, the bishop has the move. I don't want him to get this free square, so we're gonna go to c1.
Good move. Yeah, maybe something like, I don't know, rook d6.
Rook d6.
or if he
Is it
plays-
time? Is the bar gonna drop?
Yeah, now you can do that.
Let's go!
So knight c7.
Finally,
Yeah, okay. Looks-
finally get what we deserve. Actually, yeah, okay. Anyway, I just wanted to get c4 to work. I made c4 work. Gonna work. All right.
Seems like
what's
black
that?
is in troubles, yeah?
100%.
Also
Looking
some
at that.
compaction, maybe troubles.
Let's see what happens. b5, c4. Oh, early c4. You love to see it. And oh wow,
Oh, no, it's everything's
Lily.
pinned.
completely lost.
Why? Why did white take immediately?
Yeah, I don't know why. You could just keep it up. Just play.
Yeah, just rook a6 and you move.
Yeah, rook a6. Maybe queen Queen f3, trying to go to e4.
If you come to e4, there will be knight c3, so we have to be careful with that.
That
But
is true.
just rook a6 and just, put black into the Zugzwang.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, rook a6, knight is c3. I'm missing. I mentioned about the idea and then
Yeah.
So, rook d2 is the same idea?
D2 seems good, yeah. Maybe that's why White was like, okay, I don't want to mess this up. I'm just going to trade everything and see what happens. And this is the current position. And look here. Yeah, the king is cut off.
Or g3 first and just completely winning.
G3, king e4, and we start hammering down. All right, let's keep it going.
So it would be a big upset for Australia, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the
absolutely. If we got some other juicy games that we want to show to the crowd. This one was this game where knight went to e5, then knight's on h5, and this is over. Because how do you save this bishop? I'll give you a hint. You don't. No.
No way.
See what else we have. I once had that, so the way that I just said that, I remember when I worked at a supermarket, I was sitting in the cafeteria, and my boss came in, and I was sitting next to like one of my colleagues, but he was a little bit of a, not a great employee, one could say the least. So my boss came in, and he said, "Fritz, we're gonna have a progress talk. I'll give you a hint. It's your last one."
Progress.
Fired. Which was, but the way he said it, like it was just so. What's the English word for it? Voortgangsgesprek. Like every year, you have one of these talks. How are we feeling? How are we doing? Yeah, a progress meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Fritz, we got a progress meeting. I'll give you a hint. It's your last one. Oh, I love that so much. Anyway.
And was it the last one in the real?
Yeah, he got fired.
Okay.
Where we go? This is an interesting one with two rooks and a bishop, versus two rooks, a knight and a bishop.
And a
but we do have some pawns here that are very, very moved forward. What do you prefer here? Yeah, that's a good question first. What do you prefer here?
Definitely white. White decided just to give this knight for 2 pawns and make the prince. So bishop c5 or bishop d2 is this right? How to? Oh, that's good. Rook b5. So we stopped bishop c5. If white plays bishop d2, we take on d2.
Mm-hmm.
And all the rooks are hanging. That's funny. That's unusual. But rook a8 is the trick. Yeah.
So white played d2. Black took,
so,
and the engine hates
so
that.
instead of bishop takes d2, black could play bishop f8. Very smart move. We
wow, look at that.
A8 coming with a check, and look at this, all the rooks are hanging, but on the next move, okay, we are losing one rook, but we are taking another rook, and I believe black has very good chances to save this position.
Look at
so,
that.
puzzle rush.
Puzzle rush queen, Anna Muzichuk did it again. And now we're seeing not that terrible for black. Yeah, I'm saying black has still this chance since the king is cut off. The thing is that the bishop is defending g7 really, really well. So there are some drawing fortress chances. Or am I crazy?
It's right if you could take one of the pawns, let's say the h3 pawn, and trade the rooks. But now you are having a dilemma. If you take on h3, now your rook is kind of trapped on h4. And this is quite a problem.
Yeah. Rook played, h4 has been played, and now maybe just rook back. Okay, not that one. Maybe just rook back and try
not that way.
Not that way. Okay. Well, let's see how this one's going to pan out. We still have a lot of other games that we can see, that we can view. We have a nice discussion in chat, how you say it, progress meeting. performance review, evaluation review, annual review. Doesn't matter. It's about the story, guys. It's not about the destination. It's about the trip. Right, Anna?
Yeah, this is a very interesting position. B4. Before did black had to hurry
2
with
seconds.
before? Black is a piece down, but I am not so sure about this position. C5, C4 is coming.
C5 is.
I don't know. Maybe knight b1, knight d2, and knight c4. That's why I was not so sure if b4 immediately had to be played, because black could even wait with that. And the big question what white was going to do if black didn't play b4.
Yeah.
But right now, what to do for black?
I would push c5 regardless. So let's see what happens. C5, I would push that. And after, as you said, this combination, I might just take this just so I can continue to push. Okay, not in this position. But this does open up rook a2 first before we get jizzy with it. We'll see.
But did you really want to kill one of your bishops? I'm not so sure.
I mean, that's a good point. Let's see what happens. This is rook e8, and this is the current position. And the bar says the black has thing here, but I can't figure out what that is. Maybe in this position.
Take on a1.
Yeah, maybe now we
take.
Now we start.
Maybe b3 cutting the knight.
b3. There we go.
If king c3, then c4.
Do we want that? Maybe we should just, yeah.
You want c4 or king b6?
Yeah.
Maybe king b6.
King b6 right here, yeah. I'm just trying to get my king in. Oh, I'm saving everything. I'm trying to get my king in through this way.
Yeah, that's good. Very good for black.
If you ever play knight
c2, but these pieces are just trying to stop the pawns, and they are not so successful. C4, okay. Yeah, C4 was a bit too fast. C4.
Bit too fast, yeah.
Yeah, now white is blocking all the pawns. So at the very least, we can take on c3, but we don't want it. We can just play knight to a3.
a3, and we are.
Yeah, it's just a very wrong approach. It was much better to do it with the help of the king.
Yeah. Unfortunately, black is not doing that great anymore. Next idea is probably just bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate peanut butter, to say in the Netherlands. Let's jump to a different game and see what is up. We have 4 pawns against 3 pawns, and this seems pretty drawish. It is a draw because the clock stopped moving. Either someone timed out, or we did illusion of a draw. No, I got g-baited. It is still going on. How does black make any progress here? Do we just try to go for d5? But I cannot do that because then this pawn will fall. Yeah, we could just move this around all day.
I think we are expecting the repetition of the moves just came before the 7, king c3.
Well, maybe if we're gonna try something, we'll try to do something like this. But I don't think that's gonna be remotely enough. Yeah, this is not gonna be enough. And this is a draw. That makes sense. Which games do we still have?
Maybe I can check the results.
Yeah, this is the final game. We have Chelsea Monaco against.
Final game?
Yeah, that's the final game. It's the final countdown. All other games are finished, and this seems.
The results are not ready, but we see that Bangladesh beat Chinese Taipei. Ireland very likely won against Lebanon. It was quite unclear in the match between Singapore and Indonesia because right now it's 2-2 and the first board and the fourth board result is not.
Let's discuss results not yet. Let's do that after the games or like whenever we come back for a break, so we have more time to discuss those results. I think there's a better place for that now. But we do see that all the games are done. Maybe they're not put into chess results just yet, but we only have this game left, which is Chelsea Monica from Indonesia against Singapore's Young Hazel. It seems like they're just repeating moves, right?
Yeah, very close position. The only thing Black may try. White decided to try to play for a win.
There we go, e4. All right, so we're gonna see probably a trade of everything. Let's say rook takes. Yeah, rook takes. Knight takes. And then
This is 6.
6. Yeah, this is pretty drawish. Yeah.
Difficult to believe one of the sides will win this game, but maybe one of the sides has to play for a win considering the match situation. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure how aware you are of your teammates' results.
I think you may check this because this is very important, and there should be the option to see what your teammates did. Because otherwise, it's not like a team competition, but rather an individual competition.
I agree. All right, so this is a dead draw in that regard. Chelsea Monica is trying to get something in, but there's no place for the king to come in. The knight cannot jump anywhere, and we're just gonna go.
King c7, I think we may try with knight e5. So bishop c3 is more precise. Okay, let's try to do it. Knight e5.
Knight e5, okay.
Bishop e5. F takes e5. King d5. King f4. King e6. King g5. King e5. King g6. King d4. What do we
H5.
No. H5. d3. King g5.
Yeah, this is
4. White is faster. Yeah.
So we cannot take there. Easy solution. 95 check. So let's go king.
King d5, knight g6, and then something like bishop f6, maybe.
F6. Yeah, we're trying to.
But black is down to the last seconds, and it's not so easy.
King d5 has been played. Okay. So black said, "I know what you're doing. We're gonna go bishop f6. Look at that."
Knight
So good, Anna.
Yeah.
You know who's playing
Really?
what.
So black's plan is now king d4, bishop d4.
Yeah, king d4 is the idea. I think it's gonna be like here and then bishop back to f6. Yeah, this seems
Very
like
good. Very good.
Very well played by black. Wow. Yeah, this is gonna be the draw. All right, so that's gonna be a draw, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back shortly. The bar shut up, not shut up, but you know, rose up. Knight of 8, king 4. Oh, there's a lot happening at the same time. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. This is
White is doing some progress, right?
Yeah, I think White made some progress for sure. Knight's back where it belonged. And now White is trying to, at some point, I think it's not a lot of progress, but...
Oh, it's quite a lot of progress, I think. Knight e3, king e6, then king c3, king c4.
Yeah.
Oops, pawn, the pawn, pawn alert.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. This is, suddenly lost.
Yeah, White managed to win this game. Look.
Beautiful.
Fighting spirit.
Back in spirit. Yeah, this is over. This is over. And we see a resignation. Wow. White won. Well done. Might be very important for the Singapore-Indonesian men's. It might be not. We'll see what happens there.
It was important because with this one, they managed to tie the score. So it was 3-3 in the match.
Singapore versus Indonesia. Yeah, it was Singapore versus Indonesia. The flags look the same, but the heart belongs to different countries. We'll be back in just a bit with more of the online Olympiad, FIDE Online Olympiad 2021, brought to you by Chess.com and FIDE Chess. We'll be back in just a bit. The sun is shining in my eyes as the players are shining on the board. As my co-commentator is shining in her role of being awesome. My name is Wouter Big. I'm a Chess.com esports producer for Chess.com, also known as Bigfoot. I'm here joined by Grandmaster Anna Musiciuk. Anna, we had some interesting results as we discussed during the break. You might laying down the law and tell me what happened in round 8 of Pool A.
Interesting and surprising, I would say. It was a penultimate round in Pool A, and we can see that Chinese Taipei lost to Bangladesh 1.5 to 4.5. Philippines beat Shenzhen, China. Very important win for the Philippines. Australia won against Kyrgyzstan. Australia lost against Kyrgyzstan. Sorry, 2.5 to 3.5. Also, a very big upset for Australia, who would try their best in the last match, and they have to beat Shenzhen, China, but we will speak about it a little bit later. It's their last chance to qualify to the top division. Speaking about the other results, Ireland won against Lebanon 4-2, and we saw the tie in the match between Singapore and Indonesia.
Yeah, very important game there at the end by Chelsea Monica to clinch the tie there against Singapore. Let's look at the standings. Indonesia is through. Congratulations. Philippines is through. Congratulations. So these teams, they can take a break, they can stop playing, because it doesn't matter where you end in the top 3, as long as you end in the top 3. So it's all about Shenzhen, China, and Australia. The other games don't matter that much. That sounds really rude. But when it comes to qualification places, it's all about Australia and Shenzhen, China. So whoever they're playing, it's got to be an interesting matchup. So why don't you tell us, Anna, who is Australia playing and who is Shenzhen, China playing?
They play versus each other, and that's really amazing. So a big match, China versus Australia. And yeah, Australia has to try to beat Shenzhen, China, what would be a very difficult task, of course, because Shenzhen, China is the highest rated team in Pool A. Yeah, they have no chances to win this event, but well, after qualifying to the top division, they will try their best, and I believe they will really pose serious problems to the higher rated teams. But okay, we are running a bit too far. Have the game started or not yet? I think
but
maybe not yet.
We're quickly going to have to talk also about Pool B, because the final round of Pool A will go on, but also round number 7 out of 9 for Pool B have started. And let's have a quick look. Latvia, Italy, Uzbekistan, Moldova, Estonia, and Malaysia, and Austria, they're all within 3 points of each other. So that is the most exciting pool if you look at all the pools. In every pool, there's like the top team has 12 points, but in Pool B, everybody has chances, which is fun for the crowd. Let's see who they are playing. We see Wales against Switzerland, so those are the 2 teams that have no chance at all at the moment. Uzbekistan, Moldova, the number 3 against the number 4. Austria, Latvia, the number 1 against the number 6. Malaysia, Iraq, so Malaysia having a quote-unquote easier time. Iraq still has 0 match points. And Italy, Estonia, the number 2 against the number 5. So we have some exciting matchup as well. I'm just getting like a whole lot of games in front of me because a lot of games have started. I'm just gonna click on one, and I do have Australia versus Shenzhen, China. So let's go with the flow. Let's go with the games. Anna Musiciuk is here to bring you the pain. I am a rapper. I beat Harry Mack. Now it's time for Anna to show her butt crack. No, let's not do that. I forgot what was ready. Anna.
It was a bit too much. It was
a little bit too much. Yeah, I kind of had to stop it earlier. Brazil against Indian there. Like I said, this is the board 1, I believe. Shenzhen, China against Australia. Somebody asked, like, why does Shenzhen has their own team? Well, the biggest sponsor, I believe, is Shenzhen, so I think they got their own team in that reason. D4, knight f6, c4, g6. We don't see any pushes yet. We see the d6, c6 move, and an early bishop f5, and this current position. Knight Nothing too crazy yet. I think it's a pretty standard opening that we see. We don't always see that. Usually you also see like knight here, and you push for e5, but the early bishop f5 does that entice knight h4?
Bishop f5 stops e4, so knight h4 is one of the ideas, asking the bishop to go away, because if black allows this trade, I think that then white would have a bishop pair advantage, and also the structure would be better, so this is not an option. Bishop e6 is one of the possibilities. Sometimes black goes even back with bishop to c8, sometimes with bishop to d4, and yeah, from time to time I see such kind of repetition, but I don't believe we will see it today, because this round is very, very important. It's the last round in pool E. In pool A, sorry. Knight e1 was played instead, but the idea is pretty much the same. White wants to push e4 and occupy the central squares.
Yeah, so black's probably going to play e5 or d5. White plays d5, and now we're in this position. c5 is open, so a5 is a pretty common theme, trying to jump the knight to c5. Just leaving it like it is. You could also take, but I think that's less popular. Let's actually look at the openings tab. It says that c takes d5 is the most popular option. So this one right here, 65 back, and then knight a6 trying to jump over to c5, and this is the most popular idea. e4, bishop d7, and this is still played in about 12 master games. So I still have the sun in my eyes. I'm gonna lower it down a little bit, but first, let's jump into this one. Philippines against Bangladesh with an interesting position right here. Also a King's Indian defense. Do you prefer white here?
We have seen quite many Queen's Indian defenses here. Yeah, on the first day we have covered a lot of variety, and today we switched to King's Indian, which is definitely not bad. We see that black sacrificed the pawn on c7. I believe it was a sacrifice, not a blunder, because I know there have been some games played by the top players, and the idea of this sacrifice is that black later on wants to trade the bishop to the knight, this bishop f3, and try to play for this compensation, like rook c8, knight d4. Maybe it was Anish Giri who played it for the first time, like on the top level.
Yeah.
And he drew that game. So black is, it's difficult to believe black will win this game, but black has very decent chances to make a draw here.
Yeah. Well, let's actually see where it came from. Like I said, the King's Indian defense. I'm also looking at the openings sequence to see like where it deviated to a new game. Well, we saw this bishop g5, h6, a trade, an early trade, knight to d5, king to g7, and like I said, the c7 pawn falls. What is the normal way to approach this then? I think this is... Okay, this is still... Yeah, this is still theory. Rook b8, bishop e7. Okay, so bishop g4 was the first new move. Normally bishop e7 was played in all master games, but now bishop g4. And now bishop e7. Going back, I wonder why that's necessary.
I think black confused the line a little bit, because now bishop e7 can be met by knight x7. What's black?
Yeah.
What's black's idea? I don't see.
And I'm a bit confused as well. Is that a free pawn?
Because if black played bishop e7 early, it actually made a lot of sense. Bishop e7 bringing the bishop to c5.
Yeah, trying to get this one in. Well, we're both... I think white was also very surprised because they played rook b1. ZR.
So it's like, you know, okay, you have your plan, I have my plan. I don't pay attention to what you are doing. I have my plan and I'll keep with it.
Exactly. So let's move forward. Let's see if we can get some other top games of Shenzhen. Against Australia, you have Xu Zhao. Against Julia Ryanova. Of a right.
Okay.
Variety in the name. It was a game for a Carcat, so let's look how this came to fruition. This is a pretty common line with the e6. We'll see h6 at some point. We'll see h6 now. The knight jumps there, a5, and this is... Alright, so c4 is an interesting one because it gives you the square, but it also gives black a very nice 5 square. Is c4 pretty common here?
Sometimes we see this plan, but actually I'm quite surprised to see e4 from Zhao Xu because I know she's definitely a d4 player and I haven't seen so many games which she started with e4. Usually she starts with d4 or c4, so she's much more familiar with closed positions. Here she decided to try e4 and yeah, the pros and cons which you mentioned, white got a bit more space, but at the same time black got a really nice outpost on d5.
Yeah.
So the ideas for the sides. White may try to play knight after d2 and followed by knight e4 and trying to get to d6, but that is very unlikely as black will try to play knight b6 and trade one of those knights.
Yeah.
Though still white may try to play b3, and if black takes with the knight and we take with the pawn, so it's one of the ideas.
Yeah.
Another idea is just to keep on developing the pieces like bishop e3 or rook c1.
What's black to move? Let's start with that.
Yeah, okay, bishop e7, castle just looks very normal, and then black might think about some ideas like f6 or c5 or maybe even b5.
Yeah,
it's also an option.
What about c5 here? I mean, not here now. Let's say I play bishop d2 and I castle and I go rook c1 and I go c5. Something that we like, or do we just weaken the structure for black?
It depends. You have to calculate the lines when you play c5 because you're weakening the b5 square, you're opening the center, so it matters a lot, like how the lines are going after that. Because look, white has already connected the rooks and you're opening the center, while black still has the queen on d8 and the rooks are connected.
Yeah.
Maybe it makes sense to keep the position closed.
Let's say right here we're just going to close it, or instead of c5 we'll go b5 and we'll start expanding on the queen side like Alexander the Great did back in the 800s. Actually, I don't know when Alexander the Great... When he lived, Alexander the Great. He became king in July 356 years BC. Okay, there we go. Close enough.
Insightful.
Oh yeah, only 800 years next to it. All right, so let's see what happened. Bishop e4, knight after d2, and now we probably expect, like you said, knights to b6. Trying exchanges. If b3 plays, we're still going to take, and this knight will probably just find a nice place on b6. Or actually on f4, hello, or b4, hello. Yeah, not too.
Knight f4 and queen d4, nice tactics.
Knight b4, queen e4.
Doesn't matter. I'll still take on d4.
d4. Wow, look at that. Anna with the puzzle rush tactics. Let's go. Love it. All right, so bishop e7, 92, and this is the current position. I don't really like... I mean, I think white's a little bit better, but I don't really see the huge... I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a bit too early to see huge problems for black because not so many...
No, I mean, like, I feel like... So, like, I play a lot of these structures, and I feel like 4 was just, in my opinion, too fast. I much more prefer c3 and play, like, rook here, knight here, bishop there, bishop d3, and just slowly expanding it that way. But that's just my style, I guess.
Yeah, that's another very reasonable plan. And actually, the positions with c3 are, the setups with c3 are seen much more often in the Caro-Kann and in this particular...
Yeah. Anyway, because at the moment, like, this bishop is struck, this knight is kind of stuck, like, going g6, like, it just takes so long, and c4 just helps black, you know? So that's the only reason why I thought
I know.
that... I'm so mad. I'm angry. Would you play g5 here, Anna? Would you go in?
No.
Go ahead.
Maybe it's a bit too much to play g5 right here.
Yeah.
Also, What
Right.
instead? If not g5, then which move?
Yeah, okay, so bishop f8 just seems too bad, so we're not going to do that. King f8 is a very reasonable move, because I'll probably start pushing. Castling is also a move, however, you know, after knight f3, we're getting some issues here on the... I mean, there's a knight hanging here, so let's do that first. And then there are some issues here, but...
I think castling is very normal, but I would suggest something that you will like. So instead of castling short, what do you think about queen d7?
Queen to d7. Okay, we're
Can you
taking
take and long castle?
long castle.
Something completely crazy.
There we go, Anna.
I am sure it's not the right way to play, but for a rapid game, you know, sometimes
I love it. No, I love it.
And sometimes it may work.
You are the best co-commentator I've ever had, and I'll never take that back. Look at that. We're sacrificing pawns just so we can get some attack. I mean, you know, you can get greedy, but suddenly we get some
Yeah, rook f8. Let's go.
interesting ideas coming. Where do you go? Queen h5. Then there's knight f4 coming as well. A nasty position. All the way back. Like I said, knight f4. This is okay. I keep blundering this every time I do it. Okay, king days first.
Okay.
And then we'll go some. Anyway, I do like it. Black just castled. White plays b3, and this is the groente position. We're gonna keep going. I see some. This is, I think, Singapore versus Chinese Taipei. Quick. Yeah, Indonesia versus Chinese Taipei. So they have a pretty strong setup there. What is going on here? Could you please explain?
It's a bit weird to see this position just after a few moves. I believe White just blundered something. Can we take a look how it started and how did Black manage to get such a nice position out of the opening?
Yep. Started with this. The king's in. Already don't like White's position. 2 moves in. Because kind of deliberately played h3, g3, and making this a weakness. Like I can go boom boom here already. Well, Black is happily started running. Yeah, this is never good.
Okay. Just a few moves, so something happened here. Why did White allow that? Why didn't White play g4? Were they afraid to allow?
I think they're afraid of knight takes it at h3. I know because I play this. I get this a lot against me. Not saying it's winning because you have bishop f3. Check, you run here. Well, maybe there's something else.
Check with the bishop first and then.
Yeah.
Bishop takes and g3 on the next move. Still, it's quite unclear. I am sure that you just can't allow a takes g3. So even if this is not good, you should still play it because let's say that was unclear, and here it's pretty much clear that it's very good for all Black.
I agree. Yeah, this is pretty interesting for sure. This is the current position. I was eyeballing something here. So we could take on h3. That's my first idea. Why don't we just take a free pawn?
Maybe 95. Maybe that's
annoying. I agree. Okay, so that's why they played 95 first. Here 96, good move. Pawn push, and now in the current position, and Black is very comfortable here. The pawn push was really well, and that's not a blue garbage. That's a fat boy. All right, that's where you can lounge and sit and chill. So anyway, let's see here. We see a win already. This is from Kazakhstan, beating Lebanon. So she will be done.
I just saw some idea in the last position. So
You're expecting me to find that position now?
No,
Okay.
if you
Give me,
can do that, no problem.
give me 5 minutes.
Okay, so please wait. Please wait. Oh, no, I had the idea. Please wait.
Got him. Got him. All right. So what's the idea?
Yeah, just instead of bishop e6, I had the idea of queen d7.
Queen D or E?
D.
D7. Trying to force a
Yeah,
checkmate.
so
Very nice.
if
Ah,
white takes, we are checkmating. Queen h3,
Exactly.
king g1, rook h4.
Like this. And then
Okay, sorry.
something like that? Or did I miss a win already?
Okay, that's fine. It's completely fine.
That's fine. Don't give me that. Okay, so where's the mate here?
But why should we sort for the mate?
Okay, I just want mate.
When it's so good.
So we gotta play
Okay,
rook
so
h1
rook
here.
h1, but now the knight is unpinned, so we can try to know it. So, well, just the idea.
No, I like it. I like it for sure. It didn't happen. Bishop e6 happened. Rook h1, knight goes back, and they offer to exchange queens. And I think white should take that without hesitation.
Yeah.
All right. Let's move forward. Did I spy with my little eye something noise? Let's see what's happening here. It's a little bit weird because black still has all his pieces here on the back rank. There's a weird pawn on c4. See what happened here. Start off with a French. Wow. Okay, and this is a lot of interesting stuff happening here.
This was a long knight route, but not a successful one because black lost a lot of tempos and I just didn't like it so much. No.
Bunch of tempos here. Yeah, black definitely. I mean, black wanted to go, but traffic was too much, so he took a detour, and that's what. That's how he ended up all the way to c4, going on a long journey. And this is the current position, and white is should be careful. White should be careful here. How do you feel? Do you like white a lot better, or because the attack is already ongoing?
I think black should be careful because it's very likely that black will be checkmated faster. Just knight g5.
Like these kind of ideas.
And what to do?
Yeah. Start trying to push here.
Yeah, it was starting, but it doesn't look that dangerous. I definitely prefer white here.
Alright, we'll have the b5. It's only 3.5 minutes, by the way, for Emmanuel. So we'll see how she will survive this. Not hard. Lebanon versus Kyrgyzstan. And white is lost here. We're down. Got a few pawns in a piece, so that's let me see if I can find some Australians spelling it out. I just want to see the Australian flag. That's the only one that matters. For those who are questioning why I'm searching for them, Anna, why is the match against Australia and China so important?
Because this is the last round, and this match will tell us who will be the third qualified team from Pool A Division 2 to the top division. That's why it's like Indonesia and Philippines, we see that they are already qualified, but it's a big question. Will it be Shenzhen, China, or will it be Australia who would make it to the top three?
Exactly. So I managed to pick one up. This is actually no. Hold on. I'm gonna go back to this. I'm gonna collect all the games from Australia versus. I'm gonna collect all these games.
And we show them all together.
I'm gonna show them all together. Yeah. Well, we're just gonna focus on these. Until that, you can talk about maybe Pool B is also ongoing. Maybe to see like what's going on in there.
I was going to open the results. Maybe you already have some because we saw that some of the games have already been finished. So just a second, let me check this. Round 7 in Pool B started, but so far there are no updates on chess results. So what do we have here in pool
Okay.
B?
I think I have all of them.
Oh, you got wonderful, wonderful.
1, 2, 5. No, I don't have 5 of them. Hold on. I lied. I'm a liar.
Oh, 4 or 5 is
Liar,
already
liar. Pants on fire. Okay, hold on.
quite a lot, quite a lot.
One more. Oh, that was it. That was the one. Now I got them all. All right. So let's.
So already 3, 2, 1. Here we are.
There we are. All right. Sorry about that, folks. So here we have. We're just gonna. We're gonna note the scores. Looking at this, I'm just gonna go for all the games, and you're gonna tell me which results you expect. Sounds good?
Okay, let's go. Black wins here.
All right, 1-0 for China. Okay, this did not go well. Oh, this is the pool B. Okay, never mind. All right, 1-0 for China.
Oh my God. I expect that white would win that because I have really played many games versus Zhao Xu. She's a very strong player. She was rated over 25 to 50, but in the last years, I think she started also with coaching and she doesn't play that often. So, but I know her as a very creative and a very strong player, and her position is better. So I believe she will manage to convert it.
Sounds good. So that's 2-0 for China. Probably this one.
I think Australian fans will soon just either switch off.
You're making it very exciting.
Or will never, tune in when I am commentating. They will.
Okay, what about this one?
Me.
What about this one? What do you think?
What is this? What is this? So Queen D2 or Queen D1 should be played. But that is this is very unclear. I believe it's easier to play with white pieces. I am sorry. I mean, it's not like I am rooting for China. Or
No. Okay, so it's 2.5/2.
Yes, just that I'm saying how I feel about the position.
And we're just looking at the evil bar as well, and this one also favors China,
and no,
this one,
sometimes it's not only about the evil bar, but sometimes it's about the feeling of sometimes you feel it's much more comfortable to play with one of the sides. So that matters a lot.
All right, so let's start by the start. We see Timur Boykarov versus Chong Shenzhen. And I really like this last move, Rook C3. Why can't we just take it, by the way? Wrong?
Big question. Knight E2.
Knight E2, we go away.
Knight 1, Knight C3, white takes, black takes. So it was an exchange sacrifice. But black gets the pawn, and black gets a very strong center. So something like E4 and D5 is going to happen on the next moves.
Yeah, you can't even attack this knight because like you said, we'll play E4, we defend, and then we're going to start the push. So that's what happened. Bishop takes D4, pawn takes D4, bishop D5 check, king H8, and queen D2 is the position that we have right now. And still, I do like black here. Queen C5, rook C2. Gonna jump up on E2 here. What do you feel about this position?
Black is doing quite okay here. The king is a bit weak, but black has much more active pieces. So some play like Queen C5, Rook C8, Rook C2, or maybe the rook goes to E8. That's also possible. Black's chances are quite good here.
Sorry? I don't know.
Black is doing okay.
Black's doing okay. Okay, there we go.
To sum it up, black is okay.
Black is okay. We're gonna see how it's gonna work out. Bishop C4. We don't have a B5 move. We have a D5, but I think that will be necessary. Actually, maybe D5 is okay here.
Do we need this D5? The bishop is going to D3 anyway.
Good point. Might as well keep it up. Then we'll just go F4.
F4, yeah. F4 is a good move. Because if black doesn't do anything, then white would put the bishop on d3 and slowly start with h4, h5, bothering the skin. So f4 makes a lot of sense.
I love it. And if we don't do anything, and we just say, well, I'm gonna attack your pawn, or here. Do we push f3 or do we keep it like this?
No, f3, I'm not so sure about it. Maybe just queen e5. Maybe some h5, h4.
Well, queen h5. Let's combine our ideas.
Queen h5, what
I want to do this.
You want to play f3. I don't want to play f3. We can't commentate anymore.
We're breaking up. I think we should see other people, Anna. I'm sorry.
I may suggest that you play queen h3 and then take on g3. Do you like this idea?
We'll find a concession in the ideas like that. So what does white do here? I mean, it's a pretty annoying idea what we're doing here, right? Because let's say white doesn't do anything, just a showcase. Take, and I think you can actually take here on g3. Because I thought maybe this has something spicy, but we're just...
You could start with bishop e5, threatening rook g3.
Yeah, what's the...
It's also take.
Yeah, bishop e5. Great idea. No, hold on. Bar. Okay. Bar was like, no. Okay, you're right. Did you see that?
I mean, I'm not competing with the bar.
I'm competing with the bar. Dude, the bar is just taunting me.
The god.
It's been taunting me. It says mate in 3.
Okay, rook f2, mate in 3.
Okay, rook f2. Look at that. Checkmating here or here, and if you take, boom shakalaka, it is dangling time. And that is over. So let's see what happened. d5 happened. And this is the current position. Black is slowly pushing, trying to win this game. Next up, this is Pool B. Click on a random game. Here we are with Tong against the Giant, or Thu Giong. Trying to say. Rook f3 was just played with 2 rooks against White's 2 rooks. Bishop is bishop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 against 6 pawns. It is an equal position when it comes to material count. But it seems that black has a little bit of an edge. Why is that?
I expected black to win this game, right? A few minutes ago. The reason is that black's bishop is much better and the rooks are much more active. b4 is one of the plans. Another possibility was to play rook c4 and followed by rook a4, putting the pressure on a2 pawn. But b4 just very straightforward now. It takes c3, I think, is coming, and white is losing the pawn on f4.
Yeah, like I said, rook c4 is a brilliant move. Trying to take, we'll take 4. And there's not much white can do here. Okay, so again, let's look at some other games. This is Shuakshu against Julia. And white does seem to have a very demanding position. e5 is a square for the pony. Very nice square even. We have a lot of weak pawns, if we can call them like that. They're not supporting each other. They're just chilling next to each other. And yeah, all right. Wait, is this a draw? I thought this already became a draw this game, but that's still ongoing. Apologize. So this one we really like. We really like white. Let's see what the idea is here. Is it as simple as just take 95 and win c6?
How did you do that?
Well, we took on e7.
I took on e7. Okay. Bishop takes, and 95. Nice. Yeah, seems to work.
Seems to work. Okay, so...
How did you do that trick?
Well, we have
Magic
1,
hands.
2, 3 pieces on c6. We have 1,
and
2 defenders.
It was not enough. That's why you also brought the knight. Wonderful.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to take here with the rook. That's that seems kind of like a dumb. That seems dumb. All right. What's next? We have this one we looked at already. With this one, where I liked Albert. I don't like Albert anymore. Well, I mean, Krush a great guy, but I like the position anymore. White is definitely pressing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Down a pawn. White is cutting off the king. And now it's all about how does this king get involved? Do we just try to sneak away in here? What's your idea with white?
Yeah, indeed. I think if it was white to move, I would have played c5, maybe, just to fix this
Okay, so
pawn structure so that black doesn't play.
Yeah,
c5.
like this. And we go in. Nice.
Or
All right,
the
so
route
this...
which you suggested in the very beginning, king c2, king b3. Yeah.
Oh, I like this as well. I mean, you can
Yes,
never
but-
like really block it off because you'll lose this pawn. And if you ever move here, well, I'm just gonna double attack here as well, or I'll jump behind here. Like, this rook is so active. And white only has 3.5 minutes, where black has 10 seconds. So we actually have the position that we just discussed. The king will jump in, snatch a pawn, start running, win the game, and feel good about themselves. Jody's pushing. Jody's trying. I have a nice center pawn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The only problem is this knight on e5, which is detrimental to white's position. Yikes.
Wonderful knight on e5, and the knight is definitely superior here. Black may try to play king d6 now, followed by maybe rook h8, as the h4 pawn may suddenly become weak. Another idea is just to start pushing the pawns like b5, b4. And yeah, we can clearly say that black's position is much better because the bishop on g2 is quite a set piece compared to the knight on e5.
Real quick, just for the audience, why didn't we take her free pawn on g4?
Bishop h3.
Here. Oh no, just...
It was not even a free pawn.
Okay, it was anyway, we do it here. Bishop takes, we get bishop h3, and suddenly you're in a lot of problems. You don't have c4. You will take this baby with check, then you will lose your knight, then you will lose your marriage, and before you know, you live in a small town with 2 children. I don't know what I'm saying. Isn't it? It's early, okay. I still haven't had my breakfast. Gotta keep going. These are the Shenzhen, China definitely seemed like the one to take it home. So let's some other games as well. They are rounding up. Here we have an interesting one with Eliza versus Sharon. Not Ed Sheeran, but Charmin Sheeran. Sultana. 15 seconds against 2.5 minutes. And yeah, what does white do here? Okay, queen f3.
White is a pawn up, but I believe it's much more easier to play this position from black's side because black can start checking, black can try to attack the a2 weakness or g3. White's king is much weaker, and white always have to be careful, like what's the idea where the threat is coming from, and it's not so easy, especially when you have 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah, if I was black, I would probably just check. Queen goes here, and I go back, and we'll do it again.
Maybe it's too early to agree for a draw, and queen a1 is also reasonable. Maybe black can try the idea with h5, h4, then trying to bring the knight to g3, queen h1, also possible.
A lot of ideas here, yeah. Yeah, the king is completely safe here. We're not worried about it. There's no... The pawns aren't on b6 and a6 that we really need to push a perpetual, as you said, and queen h1 has been played. This pawn is a little weak. However, so here's an idea. Queen f3, queen takes, and I'm trapping your queen here. And I might just do something... Is it really a trap? No,
okay, how do you want? I mean, just build the construction. I will just do nothing. And how are you going to trap?
Yeah, no, I thought this knight could magically appear on g1 and we'll have some fun, but that's unfortunately not the case. Okay, never mind. Knight f3, queen to h2, and
black is winning, just collecting all.
Black is winning, yeah. Well, I wouldn't say winning. Oh, it's with check. Okay, never mind. This is with check. Black is winning. Yeah, now you can just easiest way to win. Or should I shouldn't probably even do that. I probably should just get my king here. I move around.
I think you should run with the pawns like g5.
Oh yeah, we can
h5,
also do it this way.
g6.
Okay, so it'll be something like this, where white tries to do this, but black is a lot earlier. So, all right, should be over. Should be done. Here we have another one of those end games with a queen and the knight versus a queen and the knight. However, white seems to be a lot more active here. We just take on g5.
Maybe after queen e8, so maybe white decided to repeat the moves to get more time on the
Ah,
pawn.
to get a check in, yeah.
And then how to win this position? h4?
Yeah, I'm thinking h4.
No.
Which is not had been agreed by the council. The Council of Engines did not agree to that. So what is? It's also not f4, I can tell you that. That's definitely not it. So my only other option is, there's no sacrifice, so I'm gonna go for f7. But where? Okay, so you cannot here.
Yeah, king back and knight e5 then.
Okay, so you cannot go here, you cannot go here, so this is your only move. Okay, we're getting somewhere.
Queen h8. Queen h8.
Queen h8, king here, knight. Ah, that's a beauty. Ah.
Sweet.
Beautiful, chef's kiss. Let's see what happens. Queen e8, knight takes. Knight f7. King here. 95. Nicely free. And this should be all she wrote. Well played by white. Incredible. Incredible.
Yeah, nice game and also very important win for Shenzhen, China. What brings them closer to winning this match and to finish in third? What would also
absolutely
make them
a7, a8, and this should be a win for white. And Australia is not gonna move to the top division. It will be Shenzhen, China moving to the top division. This is not the China, Shenzhen, China. The biggest sponsor is Shenzhen, so I'm going to assume that's why they have a team in the second division. And this should be it. We have one more game in the pool. One more game with a few more games. End games. This is your territory, Anna. Your specialty. What do we do?
I thought about king f6 because when white plays rook d8, then rook d5 wouldn't cover the check. I want to push the pawn, yeah, h4, but maybe it was better to start with king f6 and then h4.
Oh, well, what happens? And we do have an h4 pawn.
Yeah.
This is pretty strong. This is very strong. However, we can make a construction with rook g2, rook h2, and this looks really bad, but your king cannot go in anywhere unless you play all the way here. And I don't think that's going to be enough. I think after here, we're just defending it pretty well.
Maybe king d4, because we also have the counterplay with the b pawn.
That's
I think you suggested, you proposed a very nice idea to bring the rook to h2. It may look ugly, but it's a very nice setup. Yeah, the pawn on f2 is covering the g3 square, so the king can't come closer.
Yeah,
and yeah, maybe white can hold this.
See what happens. King d2. Yeah, this is definitely not it. I mean, they have like 15 seconds, so it's not weird at all, and we have the bar telling us what's good and what's bad. Yeah, this is pretty unfortunate. And you can also, if you go to make sure, yeah, this is the correct one. If you go to chess.com/events, you can see everything that's going on here. You can see the bar, you can see the opening, where did it go wrong. You can have a table base, actually. It just changed to the table base. So we actually have a table base inserted into chess.com/events. It's all for free. You can vote who your favorite player is going to win. Actually, a lot of people do that. That's interesting. You can have the analysis. You can turn it on where it shows the lines. You can even have like a real-time analysis to see like where did it go wrong, where did it go right. we don't do that because we're trying to do things on our own. And yeah, this is a very interesting tool to use, to say the least. Rook h8, and black is completely winning. These pawns will get stuck. They will get nowhere, even if you play king f3. You can just take, get a queen. And even if you promote, I will win that fairly easily without having to sacrifice my rook. So that is over as well. Chess.com/events. All the games are done in this pool. Let's jump quickly to the other pool, where we see Krush, Ilya Krush against Luka Jr. Very interesting endgame, by the way. Preparing to play h6. Does white have winning chances, or is this already a draw?
It looks like black would likely hold this, but of course there are winning chances, and white would try to pose some problems. Black wants to start checking, yeah? If white plays h6, black wants to play queen e1. And the big question is how to hide this king. Is there any shelter? If queen b4.
Yeah, so now we're new.
Seems like black will manage to hold this. Right?
Yeah, no, I agree. See some moves being played left and right. I don't think h6 will be the best move. I think you can just take and not worry too much about it. This is pinned all of a sudden. Yeah, they should be able to be a draw, but I think the bar at some point here. Yeah, here. Apparently there's. I mean, it's +1, so it's probably still nothing.
No,
So is it h6 here, maybe? Okay. g6 here, maybe. Okay. No. And I'm not gonna.
Maybe king.
I'm not gonna bother at all, to say the least. So. Yeah, there should be a pretty solid draw here. And we're gonna see what happens. Let's see what else we've got on games. No, so this is the final game. Check. Doesn't matter where you go. This will not end into a win because we will just make sure that wherever the king goes, we will get the opposition, and this is a draw that every 200 player will know. So we will not see a change of queens. Maybe the king will try to do something here, but even now, funny line here is at after here. Let's say queen here. Still work, yeah. Here we can actually start checking from this way, this side, and it should all be a draw. Yeah, it doesn't even matter. This is a draw.
It's quite an important game because at the moment it's 2.5 to 2.5 in the match between Italy and Estonia. So white is trying to win in order to bring Italy a victory, but of course black is defending well, and it's very unlikely white will manage to do something here to squeeze.
Yeah. Well, white will keep continuing this for a little bit. I think white should, because they've got nothing to lose. It's low on time, so we might as well try it. We're not going to follow this game. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back in just a bit. We'll tell you if Italy did manage to clinch that win, or it will remain a draw and a tie. We'll let you know in just a bit. We'll also show you the conclusion of Pool A, round 9, to see who did go into the top 3. Was it Chess in China? Was it Australia? We all think it was Chess in China, but maybe Australia managed to win on all boards all of a sudden. I don't think so, but we will see. We will hope for Australian friends how to do it, or for our China friends, congratulate them. We're going to go to a break. This is the FIDE Online Olympiad 2021, Division 2, brought to you by Chess.com and FIDE Chess. And we'll be back.
Oh, in just a bit. That's the water process.
we're back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Online Olympiad 2021, brought to you by Chess.com and FIDE Chess. We're now looking at Division 4. Pool A just concluded. My name is Wouter Bik. I'm the esports producer for Chess.com, also known as Bigfoot, because I have big feet and people can't pronounce my first name. And I'm here with Anna Musachuk. Anna, we just saw the conclusion of round 9. Did we get that upset of China versus Australia, or did they go down under fighting?
Let's take a look how the last round was finished. And no, there was no surprise. Unfortunately for Australian fans, Australia lost 1-5 to Shenzhen, China. Okay, speaking about the other results, Indonesia beat Chinese Taipei 5-1. Ireland lost to Singapore 1.5 to 4.5. Kyrgyzstan beat Lebanon 3.5 to 2.5. And Philippines won against Bangladesh 5.5 to half. So now let's take a look at the final standings and let's see which 3 teams qualify to the top division. So we may see Indonesia on the very top. They won this competition together with Philippines, right? Both teams have 16 points, and Shenzhen, China right behind them with I can't see it clearly if it's 13 or 15.
Yeah, 13. 13 points for Shenzhen, China. Well done for the top 3. They will move on to the top division. But not the only round that was played. Let me quickly tell you guys what happened in Pool B. We saw Wales lose to Switzerland. We saw Moldova winning as Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan was 3rd and Moldova 6th. So that was a big game. Austria, Latvia. Latvia was already 1st, so they did win what they had to do. Malaysia, Iraq. Iraq was final place. Malaysia 5th, and they won. And Estonia, Italy. Italy was 2nd place. Estonia 4th. And we can see that there's a hair in my mouth. So let me get rid of that first. I was kissing my dog in between break, and she is a hairy girl. They did drew that queen and pawn versus queen endgame, so we did see a tie there. What does that mean for the standings, Ms. Musachuk? What happened there?
Yes, I believe that in Pool B, Italy versus Estonia was an important match. It left Italy on the 2nd place, but at the same time, I think it was a great result for Estonia. And the most important match of the previous round was Moldova versus Uzbekistan. Moldova managed to beat Uzbekistan, and as you can see now, Moldova is on the 3rd place, surpassing Uzbekistan. There are still 2 games to go in Pool B for today, and very soon we'll also start with Pool C. Here you can see all the standings in all the pools. So I believe around 8 is about to start in Pool B.
Correct. Yeah.
Take a quick
We're still
look,
waiting for the
playing.
matches to start, but we'll see that soon. But does it mean that, again, there's only 3 points between 1st place? I got the hair. We got it. All right, we're good now. 1st place for Latvia and even Estonia on 6th place. They're all still in contention. So let's look at the pairings for round B. Switzerland, Estonia. Switzerland is a bottom crew, so Estonia will have to win that one. Iraq, Italy. Same story for Italy. They have to win against Iraq. Latvia, Malaysia is an interesting one. Only 3 points behind those. So we're going to look out for that. Moldova, Austria. Moldova will have to win the one. It's number 3rd against the number 7th. Number 6, I apologize. And Wales, Uzbekistan. Again, not really the top clashes that we were hoping to go for, but we do have a lot of must-win scenarios. And you, Anna, are in a must-commentate scenario because you're with me. And we're going to commentate. And you must do that. How's that sound?
So here you brought a very interesting opening, Grunfeld, which I play from black side, and we are still pretty much in this theory right here. We can see this game is played by 2 grandmasters, Bologan and Rucker, 2 very strong grandmasters. Bologan was actually a 2700 player, and I believe that Robert Rucker Marcus was also quite close to break 2700. By the way, one more note I would like to pay your attention to, that the ratings you see next to the names of the players are not the FIDE classical ratings, but it's FIDE rapid ratings. And they may be different because some of the players may have higher ratings in classical chess, and some of the players may have maybe better experience in rapid. So this may actually make a very big difference. Also, I'd like to say that normally if we speak about the top level, about the grandmaster level, we do have much more tournament played with the classical time control. That's why you may see some grandmasters not having such a high rapid ratings, because we don't play so many rapid events compared to the classical events.
Yeah, that's a very good point. These are the rapid games, so sometimes we see like a 400 player when it's like a 2100 in classical. That's just the way it is. That's the way the cookie crumbles. That's the way we like it. And I'm just looking for some interesting opening ideas. I'm primarily just looking at openings that I play, so I can learn from it from you. Very, very cheesy, but it's the truth. Wales against Uzbekistan. Look at this. We got a modern defense. With early d6, but the knight d7 is not something that I play a lot. I always go for the f6 trick. The one trick pawn that I am after c6. This is the current position. I'm expecting maybe a quick b5 before knight f6. But queen c7 has been played. I actually really like these b5 pushes early on. Before white plays a4. If white plays a4 now, obviously we have a beautiful position where the e4 pawn is just very weak, very nasty, and I do like to play this with black. You can also play a5 first to defend. But what is your feeling about this structure? About queen c7 instead of b5? Is just, you know, whatever feels better, or do you say like, big, you're right, b5, that's the way to go?
I'm a bit skeptical about queen to c7 because black is playing passively, and if black is choosing this setup, this perk setup, black should try to go for a counterplay as soon as possible. It's possible to delay with knight f6 and keep the knight on g8. There are some positions where it's better not to play knight f6 very quickly, because when black goes with knight f6, then white has the idea to play bishop h6. Though I think you're completely right that black should have started to push b5 earlier, and I believe this is the better way to play this position.
I agree. Yeah. So here's my deep expert analysis. White has lost so many times by an e5 push, e6 push. They just play queen c7 and they're like, he cannot push e5 anymore. That is my idea why it's been played, because it's a very normal idea to stop the e5 push. And if you play b5, I mean, it's not a good move yet. But in a lot of times, if the knight is on f6, we're just gonna play a random bishop d3. A lot of time, if it's here, then e5 is just very annoying because of this annoying e6 push, which has been a little bit of a nuisance in my games as well. If you take, it's just, you know, it's very nasty to play against this. This is open, e6 is open, knight goes to g5, you're gonna lose e6. c6 is weak. Everything is just nasty. So in that regard, I do get queen c7, but I also know that, you know, you can't push e5 just yet, so don't bother.
Yeah,
it's fun,
good intro of the opening, but as I have said, queen c7 is a little bit too slow, so maybe white might try to do something like h4 and start the attack.
Listen, all right. Here's what it is.
There's different ways to play this.
No. Here's what it is, Anna. You are infinitely stronger than me when it comes to chess.
A little bit.
So a little bit, yeah. So what I bring is the story. We're trying to feel why they play this move, and I'll dig behind that. My deductive.
And then I try to find the moves which can support the story, right?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's why we're such a good team. You know, that's the way it is. Look at other game. Actually, let's play h4, h5, knight g5, e6. Also not a big fan of e6. I feel like you're playing too passive with all these moves. I guess knight e7, but I think a d5 push is going to come somewhere in the future. I would just castle long and stop pushing.
Maybe f4, f5. If
F4 or 5
white was-
also.
Well, castling first. I mean, I have to justify it. And then
What do you mean justify? It's just a good move, castling. What do you mean? Young lady, I'm looking at
also
you.
some idea like bishop e2, g4.
Yeah.
You
that
like
is-
pushing, yeah, just go.
Yeah,
all in.
pusher, baby. I like it. What we're going to do. D5's been played instantaneously, and we're going to probably see something like this. We might have a... Actually, yeah. I was saying that if you take here, you might have knight b5, and
Yes.
wholeheartedly
And
agree with me.
You did say.
Look at me. After queen c6, which seems like a normal move. Actually, don't know exactly. Probably
We take on
d4. This. Taking on d5. Yeah, a little intermezzo. We can even take here with the queen. Just for the lulz. Because right now... actually not. We'll go here. Win. Queen. And we're very, very happy here. So, yeah, so you can't do that. So I was correct. So you got to take with e-pawn. And then again, you cannot take here. I don't think we'll go to d5. I still like the knight b5 idea. Knight b5 here. And it is defended, so I might as well castle long. Okay, the bar hated that. Apparently there is something here, but I don't know. Maybe still
Never
cool.
mind. Okay, let's go a little bit back because it's not good for black to capture on d5 and
Correct.
double the pawns. Maybe black may try to capture once with e takes d5 and then to play knight to e7 or knight to f6, because at some point black should try to develop. So I believe this is the way to play it. Then something like castle, knight comes to f5. This is not so entirely clear because when white tries to break with some moves like d5 or e5, you have to be sure that then you really get the initiative. Otherwise, black gets a lot more space and more squares for the pieces. So maybe it was not the optimal choice to play d5.
No, really, really good. But what you're saying is we need initiative. What you're saying is we need to sacrifice on f7. Never mind. I'll take that. Now I think after, let's say, castle long, d6 is weak, so we might take, go knight to e4. We'll try to absolutely take on d6, but I do 100% agree what you do. What you say,
look, you say and I try to make it work. So
okay,
if e takes d5, knight e7, knight f5, knight e7, castle, knight f5. And then some idea, I mean, just to make it work, it doesn't work normally. So e takes d5, e takes c6, d takes c6, b takes c6. And then you might try something like knight b5. If black takes, we play knight b5. Because
b5,
after knight b5, it's not clear if black will take. And then after c takes, yeah, you go queen d5, you are attacking on f7 and on
a8. I do like that.
So just the idea, it doesn't work here because black has knight b6, but I was trying to make it work. So some idea.
Oh, you're making it work. You're making it work. We can take this, win the rook. But there's something else here.
Maybe just one castle.
Maybe just castle you take and then 7 and we'll just mate you here. Oh, I like that. Oh, you're trapped. Never mind. Never mind taking on e2 and mating you. You're trapping your queen. All right. But I was thinking about something in this position. That doesn't work. Does it work? It doesn't work. Okay, never mind. All right. Yeah, no, I like the idea. Let's see what happens. Knight to e5, we take, bishop takes, knight takes, the pawn takes, we castle long, and I hate black's position a lot less now. I'm not a big fan, but we'll see what happens. Bishop takes a7, do we lose our bishop after b6 is the question. The bar says no, we're good. Why is that? Because it's checkmate. Okay. Nearly checkmate.
But after king d7, there is bishop b6 and queen.
Bishop b6, yes, and then we're gonna full throttle our way to victory. Good point. All right, so free pawn, yes or no?
A bit dangerous to take such pawn, but when you can calculate everything precisely, why not?
It's not my game, so I can just do it. And if the bar doesn't
One more
drop, it
idea,
means I'm right.
yeah, b6.
So
If
b6.
b6, maybe just bishop a6, king
Yeah.
b7, and even not taking on b6 because the queen from b6 will protect the rook on d8, but we may try to play knight a4. So if black takes the bishop on a7, we take on d6 and we take the rook on d8.
Ah, okay, we're trying to
better
lure
way.
him away. Very nice intermezzo move. I love that. Knight a4, wow. You're so good, Anna. Unbelievable.
I'm just trying to do my best.
Try and do your best. Just, just talent, it's just talent. Yeah, I do like that. And this is the current position. And again, we can take on a7. It seems a thorough calculation. See what we can do.
She thinks so. She's definitely considering bishop takes a7.
Yeah.
It's a question. It's a big question whether she will take it in the end. But if she is thinking, then she's definitely thinking about taking it.
I mean, it's not really that difficult. And that's just me saying it, but this is the most obvious line. And I think this is even good for her. I think this is good for white regardless. Because you just get so much. And the bishop will pull back and gonna feel good about ourselves. But again, I think this is the line she's calculating. Missing knight a4. Alright. So we'll keep this here. We'll keep this here. We have a lot of action all over the board. This is one where we see a lot of pawns here on the 4th rank. Caught my eye. Queens are being traded. I guess we're winning just a pawn. Well, winning a pawn is a little bit big because we're going to go here. But I thought maybe after a check we could be a little bit annoying. Let's say check here, maybe bishop here, trying to get pawn. But after h4 we get away. And there's no way to really infiltrate these positions. Okay, that's my rambling. Let's go to actual. Okay. So, what do you prefer here, black or white?
Definitely black because black structure is better. Maybe some idea of f5 or f5 has been just played. So I think white should take. I don't see any other move. If not there. You think there? I thought about taking f5 also.
Take as well. Great trades. And here's the question: do you push f4? Do you keep this open for the knight, or do you just play king up?
Good question. I think I will wait before pushing f4, maybe king f6.
F6, yeah.
A good move.
You're playing knight g5, by the way, or do you just slice f4?
Knight g5, yeah, also possible because f4 is the only way to save the pawn, and after f4, knight e4, maybe white is losing this pawn anyway.
Yeah. I don't know what you do here with white. It possibly cannot be knight e1, right?
Could be. Just it's a bit too passive, but maybe...
I hate this. I hate this.
But there are not so many pawns on the board, so that's why white's chances to save this game are not that very low. So
let's see what happens. F5. Takes. Takes, king f6. Knight f2. c4, h4, and this is the current position. And black is definitely better here. Not up a pawn, but really strong. We're gonna see how this one go into fruition. More games, more fun. When I look at this position, I thought Catalan, but it wasn't. So let's just go from the start. e4, c4, knight out, e4, bishop there. Oh, one of these. Yeah, you can't really take this in these positions because this is just always too ugly when it comes to chess. Like, you'll win this pawn eventually, but you'll just lose too much for it. I think even after 5, take, knight takes queen f6, I believe, or I could be wrong, but they're always very nasty positions to win. That's why we don't see them taken. Am I right?
Yeah, of course, it's very dangerous to open this g7, this fianchetto bishop. Even if white just wins this pawn, it's still very often that black gets a very good compensation on the open diagonal. So that's why white usually prefer to keep the bishop closed and to play something like what they did in the game.
Yeah. That's what happened, and they're continuing to play this way. We finally see the trade, and this is the current diamond structure that we have right now, and we're just waiting to see what will happen for our boys in blue. Luca, wait, is this Italy versus? Oh yeah, it's Italy versus Iraq. All right, I was like, wait, but Pool A is already done, but this is fully. Come on, big. Wake up. Wake up, ground rush, and pull a little. What's your favorite kind of music? Okay, well, I'm just pulling up a random game where it seems black is dominating, but white is +2. So I don't know what's going on, but I'm just gonna ask you. What's your favorite kind of music, Ed?
I prefer to listen to some pop music, I think.
Opera? Really?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Interesting.
What about you?
So I own like 6 guitars, so it's more like rock and metal, but I love the 80s and 90s. That's where I really get my things going. I like things with a little bit of spice in it. Anyway, just like this position. That's why I like it. I thought black was like really good. I think he sacrificed the light square bishop for a pawn on g4, or yeah, on h3. And
you thought there was some compensation and some attack, but I don't believe so much in this.
This one's a really
Just a
move.
second. Maybe knight h2 immediately was possible.
Which one?
Knight 1 to h2.
I want h2, yeah, and then maybe queen f1.
Yeah.
Afterwards, and we are golden. Yeah, this is not. I thought the position was something like this, where it was like you had to play like this, and then you sacrifice. And this is a more common idea to really push it in. And this is actually a lot stronger as well. There's no knight g3. We can just take it. So we gotta go to, I don't know, h2, and then you lose knight. So yeah, I thought this was the setup, and that's why I thought like, well, black is doing okay, but you should get 2 pawns instead of 1 pawn, and now you're missing a vital check, and that's why white is doing absolutely okay, and white's gonna win this game, I think.
Very likely, because white has already managed to trade the queens, and there is no attack. The next white's moves will be something like, I guess, rook d1, trying to trade the bishop from c1 for the knight on f4, and then just anything. Black doesn't have.
So it is black to move, so we might see something like this, trying to really enforce it, but I don't think this is going to be a good position for black, unfortunately. There's also going to be a knight on f5, and then d4 comes. Actually, maybe we can play d4 straight away, because I have to take. I might just take everything. Oh no, I can do it this way. I need to take it this way. There we go. That's the way. If it did the other way, which I initially thought, I also lose the knight, bishop on b3, so that's not good. But the idea is there, d4 can be pushed, and this is the current position. Oh wow, knight g3. And white is bruising for a bruising. Let's go on to the next crazy game. Rook e3 is played. Elena Seydina versus Abdas Abdusara. This is a bit spicy, would you say?
I have played a couple of games versus Elena Seydina. She's a very experienced player. So I like what she did here in the game. Her bishop on g4, she is pinning the knight. The pawn on h3 is a bit annoying, because if you move the knight, then there's a checkmate on g2. What she can do right now, it's her move, right?
Yeah, it's black to move.
Some idea like f5, f4 looks nice, but the question is if she will be on time to do that. Because white may try to win the c4 pawn with the moves like queen f1.
Oh, I love that. Wow. That's a beauty.
Maybe here actually f4 works.
Yeah, I think you have to trade here and then.
Yeah, we still cannot take, because when we take, we are losing the f3 knight.
Exactly. So no bueno. Okay, I like a 5-4. It's really good.
Also,
instead of queen f1, we do queen e2 then, because now we just win stuff.
Yeah, queen e2 is much stronger. So then black has to decide if black takes on e3 or no. We have no time for rook f8 and f4 because then white can already take the pawn on c4.
Yeah, so we kind of have to trade off. I'll take with the pawn, so I'll still look at c4, and now I can easily defend everything that we need. And probably rook e8, because after... Still cannot take, but after rook f1, maybe this seems good. I'm still looking at this pawn. White's doing pretty well. White's doing pretty okay, right?
Quite unclear. Maybe f4 is coming. So, but I believe there are maybe some other ideas besides f5, f4.
Yeah, right here.
She has played rook e3?
Yeah, rook e3 has been played, and then rook e8.
And rook e8, yeah. So if queen e2, we will more or less see the position of a chess analyst.
Yeah, this is pretty much the same position. Rook will go to f1. And we are golden as a goose. I think rook f1, and if black plays... Doesn't matter. You can always play knight e1 to defend g2 if you really want to get out of these kind of pins, but after rook f1 it's no longer necessary. And white's doing really good. Also, white's up 6 minutes on the clock, so that's definitely something to look at after rook e8. King f2, actually. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Rook f1 seemed a little bit easier, but I guess white wants to start pushing once.
Black's problem in the knight on g6. If we could move it to d6, would be wonderful, but it's a long route, like knight e7, knight e5, knight d6. So maybe we should try something more concrete, but maybe after it's not so stupid. Let's try knight e7.
Knight e7, okay.
No, knight e7. I'm not so sure because even after knight e7, knight f5, there is.
So what did you say?
I wasn't so sure about this idea because after knight e7, knight f5, there is e4.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see how things go. What has been played in the position is bishop f5, queen f1, knight e7. Knight a7. I see it on the board, but oh, this is where we have to refresh real quick. So, yeah.
Bishop f5.
Yeah.
So black tried to regroup the bishop to reroute the bishop to d3, but queen f1. I think that was a nice move, stopping bishop d3. Yeah. Keeping an eye on both of the pawns on c4 and on h3.
Well, you can still play d3, right?
Yeah, but with this move, you agree to give the pawn, yeah, on h3. You're not worried about that. It's not your pawn.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, okay. I didn't even see that. So, well, actually, take it. Rook h8. Oh, it's with check. Okay, this could get very ugly with rook h8 and these kind of ideas, but as you are correct, we got a defense. Queen on f1 attacking both pawns, which I missed here. Yeah, and now you can actually start maybe push e4, or you get the rook in, or this is actually quite nice for white.
Quite unclear. So far, so good for the player who plays with white pieces, because we can see that she is a real underdog in this match, but her position is quite okay.
Yeah. Bishop 6, e4 has been played, and we shall look at other games. We saw a very nasty top board. We saw a very nice point with queen check, another check, knight e4 check, and white won. So Marcus unfortunately did not win for Latvia, and a very important win for Moldova. That's for sure. This one looks over. Actually, black is better. Okay, that's whoa! Oh! Oh! Yikes! Okay, never mind. That's a
the worst bishop I have seen.
That is one pathetic bishop. Yeah, I said it, chat. That is one pathetic. Here, I'll show you. I'll put more emphasis on it. Look at this. This is all the bishop sees. This is all the bishop sees. He doesn't know what else is going on the board. This is all the bishop has to offer for his team.
He's not a part of this party.
He is Out and about. Yeah, this is a unfortunate change in circumstances for my main man, but he is pathetic. Look at that. Look at that bishop. Okay,
Okay,
let's
enough is enough.
let's see what happens. King h2, rook d4, and white is trying to make it work. Get over that bishop. What do we do here?
No, it's really, you don't see such kind of bishops every day.
Yeah, this is
quite
really. Let's see
surprising.
how it happens. Actually, I'm curious now. We're only gonna follow this bishop. We don't care about the rest. Not care about the rest. 4. Okay. Bishop went back. Oh, you played b3. Oh man, why? Okay, well, it's still not c4, c3.
But it's coming, it's coming.
That's coming, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, you gotta do something about that there, pal. Yeah, this is not good. Still, it says it's equal, funny enough. Because white is like, well, I have a mashing attack here. But it appears it's not. Very interesting. I feel like white has like a very nice attack, but these knights and the queen aren't really coordinating pretty well.
Maybe they are, but just, you know, it's like white has 4 pieces and black has 5 pieces there. That's why it doesn't work. So, by the way, usually when one piece is locked at in one of the sides, it makes a lot of sense to try to play on the other side. I mean, for another side, like for black here.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Wow, I can't watch this anymore. Sorry, I have to go. We gotta move forward. Here we go. Black is Tom's cantons against Team Po. Malaysia against Latvia. So I think that wasn't Latvia against Moldova. Moldova is playing Austria. Okay, Austria. Yeah. Okay. How's Black going to win this one? Probably something like Rook A2, Rook B2, King here. We start building, or we build a bridge. Drop 2 pawns. Can you build a bridge if your king is on the side? Yeah.
Yeah, black is 2 pawns up, so I'm sure black will convert this one.
Yeah, just King A2, A3. There, it should be easy. Easy peasy, 11 squeezy. This one is down material. This one has a queen on d8 and is on. Oh, he has an up in exchange, which I think just happens. Yeah. Oh, bishop takes c5. That's a pretty nice way to play. We will see this coming to an end probably soon. This is actually really well for white. Very nice tactic. Saw it come to life. Here we have an end game. 4 pawns against 3 pawns. Rook and bishop against rook and bishop. And easy win for Nikita, or still a long way ahead of you?
Not a very easy, but the white does have a win chances here. So what should white do? White should keep the rooks on the board, because without the rooks it should be a draw. And white should try to create a plus pawn on the king side. How to do that? Not easy. That will be a very long way. So I'm expecting quite a long fight from here, from now on.
It's gonna be easy. It's not gonna be easy. I apologize. Rook A4, Rook C7 is gonna be defended. Maybe.
Maybe. Yeah.
We nicely see that all the pieces of black are put on dark squares. Just white has a light square bishop. Is that a known thing to do?
When we have only opposite colored bishops on the board without the rooks, that's definitely the right thing to do. When there are some additional pieces, there may be a different story. Sometimes it's still good to keep the pawns like that, but sometimes it's better to try to find some activity. Right here, I think it's good to keep the pawns on these squares.
Yeah.
And as far as I can see, white is making some improvements. Yeah, pawn to
Yeah.
f4, king f3. So slowly they will start to move the g pawn, something like g4, g5. Not immediately, because now rook e3 will be a bit unpleasant. But I would say that it's closer to white's win in the practical game when there is not so much time, rather than black would manage to hold this.
Yeah, it's 3.5 minutes against 50 seconds. I think, trickily enough, you could have played bishop e4. Take here, lose this one. We're blocking this idea, and we're still looking at a7. But again, a small little trick. It's not a good move. King g4. This is the current position. White will try to squeeze this one out. So we'll look at some other rook end games as well. We got 4 pawns against 5 pawns. Black versus white. Black being up a pawn. Don't get back ranked. That would be the worst. Other than that, this should be a win for black. Probably rook b3 first. Cut off the king, and then start marching down the king. Do you agree?
Right. Yeah, it doesn't look like white has real chances here. Of course, white will keep on fighting, but it's quite difficult to hold.
I agree.
This position.
No, I like because if you go rook here, I'm also threatening rook d3. Pretty simple idea as well. I think even if you are on time, would this still be a good move, or is this? Well, yeah, it's immediate draw because the king is on time and I'm not close enough to gain any of the benefits. All right, so f6, g5. We see a trade. The kings are coming in. Like I said, please just cut them off first before doing anything else. But that's just. See what else? 3 pawns against 1 pawn, a knight and a rook. Not easy to win, but how does black convert here?
Do you believe in miracles?
Yes. I believe in destiny.
You believe in destiny? Oh, okay.
And we are destined to be the best commentator team, right?
So king f4, maybe bishop b2. Yeah, tricky move.
Tricky move for sure.
Rook
Why is
takes
it tricky move?
a6, then bishop c1. So.
Uh-oh! You hate to see it.
Be careful. That's why knight g3, king d7, and now somewhere like rook c2.
Yeah, sounds good.
5.
Goes wherever. Put it on g7.
I think I can take on f5. Because look, after knight f5, king s6, I can even give this knight with playing king e4. Yeah, rook c6 is possible, but I can also take on e4. Rook f5, rook c6, king d7. I take on f5 and I run with the king to h1.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, you can have my pawn. I'm just gonna hide behind it. Okay. Very nice calculation for sure. And white is attempting to get that draw in. It seemed a lot closer than earlier. This blockade of the king is doing a phenomenal job. And black just has to find a way to gain some space. Also the clock, it's 8 seconds against 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Potter, I will tease you a little bit.
Ooh.
Look what came for me.
Oh, wait!
Yes.
Your #1 supporter came in again.
Yes, supporter came. Supporter came, now I'll be really strong. Now I'll see all the lines, all the tricks.
I wish I had my supporter, but she's just... she's actually cleaning, so... she does that as well, so that's a good support as well.
That's good.
I'd rather get my own rings than I need to clean, so... Anyway. White is attempting to do something sneaky here. Black is actually... This game very interesting, very fast. Yeah, black's just going to move up. Then you get the check here. So it's picking between 2 evils. And
Can you play it?
if you go here, you're going to play again, and you have to go back. So it's actually a perpetual in that regard. If you go here, we're going to take a 5.
Take a 5 e2, and then it's the same. We have to.
It's the same idea, yeah. So, whoa, okay, that's That's not good. Wait, what do we
And
do
black
here?
has to take on F5.
No, I think.
Black,
Oh, you take on a 5. Yeah, in this position.
yeah, and
And you
E2,
start
and
running.
white has to find rook B5 or rook B4.
Rook B5. Can I play bishop F4 then?
Or you can, I will take.
Yeah, no queen. And this is not that easy to draw with white, especially in a few seconds. Let's see what happens. King went to F8. And this is the current position, and this should be a draw. Okay.
Just knight F1, just give this knight and...
Ooh, this one's cool. Okay, sorry. Look at this one.
And go to rest.
Look at this one. Black has a queen, but white is about to queen as well, and there's nothing black can do about it. I think you can just... but be careful. Be careful about this, but it still should be fine. You lose the rook to get a queen.
Well calculated by the Women International Master.
Thank you. Oh, but you were.
No, I meant the player.
But you were complimenting me for a change, but you know.
You thought I would praise you. Come on.
Apparently I was wrong. Apparently I was wrong. Anyway, it's a queen, and we're gonna win this.
Oh,
Anna, I thought you were such a nice person, but you're horrible against me. I'm such.
Yeah,
I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Let's see what else there is. Got 4 pawns against 1 pawn, and yeah, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. Pretty much over. There's nothing white can do actually about this push. So
I'm not going to lose. I'm not playing this game. Sorry.
Let's see what else there is. This one's pretty. Sorry, this one's pretty cool.
Improvement. Some improvement for the bishop. Did it come from the same game?
Is this the yeah? I'm just looking at it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, it's it.
So look. The bishop improved. Now it's on B3, not.
Exactly. Now it's not. It's still completely useless, but you know, it saw a glimpse of hope. You know, whenever you can push this pawn, you're just there. But this is the current position, and black is dominating. This bishop is so sad, and we're just in Zog. We're just getting into Zog swing. Black is also up a pawn, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 6. Yeah. This is over. King of here, F5. Here, just waiting. Which way to go?
You don't even want to take this bishop. Yeah, we can take the bishop.
Oh, whatever.
But we don't even want to take this bishop. We will just enjoy.
The problem is that if you take this bishop, you have to be very careful that it doesn't, like right now we're close enough, but let's say in this position we take the bishop. You have to be very careful that white doesn't suddenly have a movement there. So gotta make sure. So Nicola, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thank you, buddy. Much appreciated. Much love. And we are closing into the end. We only have 1 game left. This one is already over. And this is the game. And black has to go this way. So that's going to be no cigar. That's going to be over. That's also going to be the final game. Yeah, so we can wait a little bit longer. It's still a long time for the next round. So, quick round today, Anna.
Yeah, quite a good one, and I can also say that starting from the next round, we will cover not only Pool B, but we'll also start with Pool C. So
correct.
More of an action and more games.
All right.
So it will be more exciting.
This one is over. It was a great round because you get to bash me all the time and be mean to me. So I'm gonna tell Danny. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. There you go.
I will never forget about this bishop on A2. I think this is the highlight of today's stream. That's
true. Yeah, that's a very, very sad bishop. But we're gonna go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna have some snacks, have some drinks, feel good, and then will be our final hour together. Anna is going to leave us. I will join. I will still be here as your producer, but we're gonna have 2 new faces. Do you know who they are, Anna?
I guess we will have 2 wonderful girls, Irina, Krush and Keti, Tsatsalashvili, who will join the second part of the coverage. And the last, they will cover Pool C, D, and E. So they will actually name all the teams which will qualify to the top division. So stay tuned. We will be back in a couple of minutes. So just taking a little break.
Little break. See you guys in just a bit.
back, continuing to commentate on FIDE Online Olympiad 2021, brought to you by FIDE and Chess.com. Here I am together with my co-commentator, Walter Big, who is also known as Bigfoot. Walter, what happened in the last round and how much did it affect the standings?
Very good question. Let's take a look. Pool B, round 8 was just concluded. The standings we will have a look into in just a bit. We see that Switzerland lost against Estonia. Estonia had to win the one to stay in the race, so they did. Italy destroyed Iraq. That was not really a much of a question. Italy, one of the best teams in the pool. Iraq came from Division 3. Latvia against Malaysia was a very close one. 3.5, 2.5. Latvia did what they had to do, but they cut it close. And we have Moldova, Austria, Moldova did what they had to do. And Uzbekistan did what they had to do. What does that mean? It means that we have Latvia, Italy, Moldova, Uzbekistan still in the race. Estonia is kind of out already. I'm not sure if that's... Maybe if they win 6-0. They have to play Iraq after this, so that's actually quite interesting. If they win 6-0 and Moldova loses... with at least... Okay, hold on.
It will be still the question how the other...
So the thing is that, Estonia needs to win with like 6-0, and Moldova cannot win with more than... they have to lose. If they lose with 2.5 points, then okay. So Estonia can still win. They have to win with 6-0, and then Moldova has to lose with 2.5 or less, or at least then they're out. Doesn't matter. Actually, it does matter, but let's have a look. What does it mean for the standings? How is Pool B now standing, Anna?
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings. We can see that Latvia is leading with 13 points. Italy very close, just 1 point behind. Also Moldova with 12 points. And Uzbekistan 11 points, Estonia 10 points. So we are going into the last round, and very soon we will know the names of 3 more teams who will join the top division. Earlier we have covered Pool A, and we know that from Pool A, Indonesia, Philippines, and Shenzhen, China did manage to qualify to the top division. Meanwhile, this will be the last round in Pool B, but we will also start the first round for today in Pool C. Let's look at the standings right now. We can see that Belarus has 12 points, Israel 11 points, and so these teams are already far advanced, because we can see Sweden on the third position, but they have 7 points. So I believe that Belarus and Israel will very likely make it through, but the question is like who will take the third place and the last spot to the top division.
Yeah, very good point. I think Belarus and Israel are through, like 99% sure. And now it's all about Sweden, Sri Lanka, Portugal, Albania, Norway, and Montenegro, and Scotland to see who gets third place, because they're all within 3 points of each other. But first, let's look at Pool B, round 9. Who are they playing? Uzbekistan, Switzerland. So they got a good pairing. Switzerland's not playing that strong. Uzbek has 11 points, so they have to win as well. Or they draw and Moldova has to lose. There's still a lot going on. Austria, Wales is a bit of a non-important matchup when it comes to the top 3 standings. Malaysia, Moldova. We have Malaysia already knocked out against Moldova, who is third at the moment, so Moldova obviously wants to win. Italy, Latvia, hubba, that's going to be an interesting one. The number 1 versus the number 2. And Estonia, Iraq. Estonia really needs to win big and hope that the other players make some mistakes. And while we cover round Pool C, why don't we talk about Pool B? Let's talk a little bit about Pool C and who is playing there in those matchups.
Yeah, very interesting. So in round 7 in Pool C, we'll see Portugal facing Belarus, Israel, Zimbabwe, Sweden will play versus Norway, Albania versus Sri Lanka, and Montenegro versus Scotland. So which matches would be the most interesting? Well, definitely Sweden versus Norway, because these teams are competing for the are still competing for the third place.
Correct.
And Sri Lanka versus Albania, also a very interesting match because Sri Lanka has 6 points right now and Albania 5.
Yep.
And maybe that's all.
No, those are very, very interesting matchups for sure. I think the matchup of Israel and Belarus are less interesting because they kind of already qualified. It's going to be difficult. But, you know, when you play your neighboring country, Sweden against Norway, that's always going to be an interesting matchup that you want to follow. But right now, we want to follow the games as they start. We only have 6 games yet. So I'm just going to throw up a game and then Anna is going to do her magic. What's happening here?
Your favorite opening. I have, first of all, this is the first thing I have to say. Your favorite opening. I am glad that you picked up this game. I am sure you picked it up just because of the opening, right?
What? No, wait, don't tell me it's no.
Yes.
Ah, it's a London system. Oh no. Oh, I hate to see it. You hate to see. Okay, moving on. Sorry,
system.
no, that's the wrong. That's the wrong. I misclicked.
Everybody who will play versus water just go for the London system, and he will simply enjoy it a lot.
I'm sorry, I misclicked it. Let's go to another game. We have the Tory attack. It seems d4 now. I'm not showing the game. I'm not showing the game. Bishop g5 and e4. Bishop d3. We're gonna take instead of pushing e5. Also very interesting. Right now we have this position. Pretty simple, very steady still.
Yeah, it's like now some kind of a structure which may arise also from Rubinstein variation in French defense, but it started with a bit strange, not strange, but unusual order. So bishop g3 played. And bishop e7 was also possible, but I believe bishop g3 makes a lot of sense because next position is a little bit cramped, and when your opponent doesn't have so much space, it's very reasonable to keep more pieces on the board because that means that the opponent will not have too many pieces, too many squares for the other pieces. And also the bishop on g3 stops knight f4. Yeah, both of the sides are developing and castling, so I am expecting to see c4 very soon, white occupying the center. So some setup like queen e2 or rook d1 or rook e1, and I believe white's position is a little bit more pleasant, but black's position is also very okay. Something like c5 should be played sooner or later, and yeah, very normal.
Yeah, thank you for breaking that down. That is very interesting, especially the way to see how the position goes. I actually really like taking here with a knight, because if we see a trade here, the knight on f4 is very strong. You don't like to see this knight popping in. I might just play this knight and afterwards go g5, and I might already have a bishop on here. Why not put a rook in here as well? I can still castle along, so I think this is pretty good for black. But yeah, I saw a position here. I'm sorry. This one just blew my mind. I don't know what's happening here. It looks like a Banco gambit. So if it is a Banco, then I know what's happening. Let's have a look. Sorry, I keep talking over you. Let's have a look for the opening. d4, knight of 6, c4. And we did see a Banco gambit. Very interesting. I'm actually quickly looking up the opening book. 220 games are still played like this. This is still theory. After knight takes d5, and it seems like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Actually, I got the pawn back.
Yeah, black gets the pawn back, but whites get an opening advantage, and also the a pawn is quite strong. So this has been played this E3 setup. It's not like the most popular setup, but it has been played by many grandmasters, and it was especially popular, I don't know, but maybe something like 30 years ago. For me, 30 or 20, it's more or less the same because it's like ages ago.
Yeah, exactly.
But still, yeah. So it's quite an interesting system, and it doesn't require so much time to learn it. So if you're searching for something easy and clear against Banco, you might try to take a look at this setup with E3.
Yeah, no, it's a pretty interesting setup all the way from the start. We did see the E3 pawn pushed early, try to bring this one back instead of taking here and having a bishop stuck here. If you play E3, this is not what you want. Even though this is kind of theory, people play this as well. Not something that you should aspire. So the current position, knight to d2, and white is very pleasant. And we're going to see an interesting play here on the queen side. Black is sneakily trying to maybe win g2, but queen g4 seems easy. You can maybe push e4 at the correct moment, and I think we're kind of okay here.
So do you actually prefer white's position or black's position?
I like,
How do you see?
I wanted to say white, but in this position. Okay, queen g4 has been played. I like white. I think the bishops are easier to navigate towards the king side than black's pieces. Because black is still stuck here, quote unquote. And the bishop on c3 is perfectly placed to defend the b2 pawn, which is usually the headache when it comes to white's Benko structures. So this is, yeah, I'm happy with white here.
Great.
You agree?
Yes, I think white's position is a little bit more pleasant, but you have to be careful because if black plays, let's say, I think f6 makes sense not to blunder the checkmate, and then later on something like well, knight c6 looks normally, but we have to be careful with this bishop on d5 because when we play knight c6, e4 may come. So this knight on b8 is actually the problem how to develop it, and the bishop on d5, it looks active. At the same time, it may be kind of trapped. So, and bishop c6 is not the move that we want to make, but maybe we will have to do that. And after that, try to push d5, but pushing d5 will be really very difficult because the pawn on e6 is hanging. So it's not so easy, for black to develop harmoniously. We still need to make some moves which doesn't look that beautiful, but we have to make them to at least develop somehow.
Well, black probably will try something like knight a6, c7, and then push the d5 pawn because we both defend both squares. Just to show that real quick. We want to have this kind of setup where the knight is defending e6, we're pushing d5, and we're looking pretty okay. However, whenever you play something like h4 has been played, h4 here, you always have something like queen h5 is annoying. Thus, bring in f5, sometimes not the worst, but even then, we do get these beautiful squares. I don't know. This is kind of an interesting position. Maybe even no. Doesn't do that. Okay. Yeah, no, I really like white here. But black definitely has the chances. But I'd rather play from black's side. Lorenzo against Matis with a double S. Then Matis. Here we go. 2300 in classical, 2384 in rapid, 2027 in blitz, but that's our Chess.com stats. Yeah, this is, you see this kind of often where a bishop, when it's offered to trade, you quickly play rook e8, force being played, so you can just pull her back. And then whenever you play knight g5, you have to worry that there's not a knight on f5, and you suddenly lose your bishop. It happened to me like a lot. That someone played knight f5, I'm like, oh damn, forgot my bishop was it. Yeah.
Yeah, nicely pointed. And also about this maneuver to keep the bishop, because the bishop on h8 is actually doing a great job, and it's a very active bishop. Right here, for example, I think one of Black's plan is to play a3 and to spoil the structure. Or if White goes to b3, then the pawn on c3 will be more vulnerable. So usually if you have the bishop pair, you should try to keep this bishop pair and not to trade it and then to play with the bishop versus the knight. Of course, there may be many exceptions, but very often you should think about this idea.
No, I actually absolutely loved your idea of a3. I think that's super, super strong. Really making this a weakness, and then we'll find a way to get in for a long-term plan. But yeah, it's also not easy to see where you can push. You can't really push d5. You cannot push d6. You don't want to push the f-pawn. But what is the idea? Maybe it's really stupid, something like rook e5, rook h5, and then we'll get my bishop out. And then we're gonna tango. So a lot of stupid ideas from my end. Let's see how much the engine hates this. It's a normal amount of hate, you know. Normal amount of hate, so no. Yeah, what do you do with black here?
I liked what Black did because they played bishop a6, and there was an interesting idea behind it to put the bishop on c4, asking White what will they do with the a2 pawn. If White plays a3, and that is what White doesn't want to do, because after a3 there will be a weakness on b2 kind of forever, and also the b3 square is weak. Yeah, very good. On the other hand, what to do? To play rook a1, it's definitely not the move that we want to make, but maybe it's kind of no choice. Or White may try to sacrifice this pawn and go for e5. I think this is actually the best.
Go for this 5 idea. We sacrifice the pawn because there is.
Okay, now knight f6 is a big question.
Yeah.
Also, like taking on d6, also there was bishop g5 idea or queen f4. There were many tempting moves.
Yeah.
Maybe queen f4 also not that clear.
Queen e4 as well, yeah. Very nice. Now that queen d5 obviously big. Don't be an idiot. Bishop on it. Let's see what happens. Bishop went to g5. The queen went to e6. And now we are in this position. Can we still play e5? No, I don't think it works now.
Black may take, yeah?
Yeah, black may just take, and seem like we have the result that we wanted, even though it does free up some space here on queen d7, maybe. Maybe we have bishop f4 here. We have a pin.
Even f6.
Do we want to play 6? That's a very nasty move, because if they're here, I don't think we have queen d7 immediately, but maybe we do. Let's say we take, shake and bake. I don't think... I thought I was winning this bishop, but...
Almost.
I'm getting mated.
But even bishop g7.
Yeah, bishop g7, yeah. Alright, so that doesn't work. Queen e6. e5 doesn't seem like the move, but... What is the move then?
Queen f4.
Queen f4. Okay, I like that.
But
I
White
played
played
a3. Ah, okay. Even I keep forgetting this was hanging. I do like a3. Do we liking that? The question is, do we want to give a check first before playing a3? Because we don't want black to play h5, correct? I feel like h5 here is a pretty decent move, trying to get some room for the king. Yes or no?
I'm not so sure, because h5 is also a weakness. So I don't know.
We're indifferent. We'll split the difference. We don't know. Let's see what happens. a3, h5, knight e3, bishop b3, knight to d5? Question mark. Okay. Oh, he wants to go to c7. Okay.
So why a question mark?
Yeah, I forgot. I was like, oh, you're gonna go to f6 for e7? Why are you doing this? But okay. What do we do? Is trading good for us? What? Why is black
Maybe the knight will be trapped there. I just will have to find the move order in like how it works.
Wait, what? But I just lose what? What is it? What? Oh, nah. This is this a bug or something? What? Why is black -6 here?
Okay, 1 second. 1 second. Queen A2 and rook B2.
Wow, that is crazy.
Okay.
That is huge.
It's quite difficult to see this one.
That is a huge opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. You can take here. Be my guest. You're getting checkmated in the back rank, so you have to take here, and this is absolutely not what you want. We're just grabbing everything. Bishop, knight, and rook. Wow, that is cool. Let's see what happened. Did we calculate all of that? Bishop takes. Okay, that's not what happened. Knight 65. Still. Wow. Wow.
Let's
wow,
see if black
wow.
will find this, because if black finds it, basically ends the game.
Sorry?
Yeah. Black didn't find bishop d1. Black opted for bishop takes d5, which is safer, and after queen f5. That was my first thought when I saw the position after knight d5. I thought black would just take and play queen f5, and black's position would be better because the pawn on b2 is weak. But yeah, if someone finds bishop d1 and queen a2, you should definitely go there, because that was winning.
Yeah, that was a crazy combination for sure. Very well found by you as well. So let's see what else we have. We have Alsali against Ilya Shirosh. And what else do we have? We have black with a whole lot of pawns on the 6th rank. And we have some mating ideas coming, but it's not coming too quickly because black also has a very nice position. I would even consider playing rook b7 and then f6 to get this bishop here. What would you play here as black?
I would try to make a draw somehow, because I am really very worried about my king and about the dark squares next to my king. You don't care, it's just nonsense. But really, rook h3, okay, it doesn't hit anywhere. We can't continue the attack after that. D5 and f5, it's common. If the bishop comes to f6, it would be really dangerous. Also, something like queen b4, just to play over the dark squares. So I don't know, maybe to take on g7 and play queen g3, but well, black just go back.
So let's see. Yeah, d5 happens. So after rook b7, white probably plays f5, right? And we're just locking out the bishop. And even if you take, we cannot take back. We'll lose the queen. But we'll just keep this here and no. Here for white here. Exactly why.
Maybe queen. I know, queen h6, then rook d6.
Yeah, this seems very strong. If you take, obviously, you will get checkmated. So you have to probably go here or go back. Don't seems. I don't know. I don't know why it is enjoying the engine is enjoying this position so much, but bishop c.
Should be just something strategical. Bishop c4, queen takes c4. So.
Oh, that doesn't work. Okay.
Doesn't work. Maybe you can take on g7, play queen g3, or maybe even some idea of a3. Maybe at some moment we can play a3.
Yeah, or maybe we just take a pawn.
Okay, rook b7. I think you just play this move, to show the idea with f5.
No, oh, come on. I would set that up to make me seems good. That is true, but it's not.
So that's why I saw that the pawn is hidden, but I didn't want to take it because then it would make sense to play rook b7.
Let's see. I just played rook b7 because I want to play f5. But anyway, d5.
Play f5. I thought
yeah,
I wanted to show the idea of f5 from white
I
side.
want to play f5. But white plays f5 first. That's my problem. All right. So I'm not entirely stupid. I'm just a little bit stupid. But I also forgot that after you move this, the queen is defending it. And what black is doing is a lot better. Black gets this crucial a5 in. This bishop will find its way to f6. I mean, queen h6 doesn't seem like a really good move.
Queen takes c3 is not possible.
Oh, yeah. Even the...
I think white is just losing the piece.
Yeah.
No,
wow.
Doesn't matter. Like, no matter what white plays, black will take on c3 on the next move.
Interesting. I love this, yeah. And they're losing the piece. Okay. Next game. Still have a lot to go. We're 20 minutes into the round of Pool B, final round, and Pool C. Round number 7, they just started. And this looks like a poison pawn variation of the Carol Can.
And this looks like a crazy pawn variation.
Let's see. Yep, with the c5, we took. Better watch out.
It's a different version. The knight is on d7, not on c6, and it's of course a much worse setup for black because the knight on c6 is much more active. This way, white should have a huge initiative, and yeah, knight b5, knight g5.
Apparently, there's something here.
Maybe just c4 or something of this kind.
4? Seems
not
pretty okay. Okay, I don't have this.
D takes c5.
Yeah, maybe just take d takes c5 so we can really start jamming it in here. After bishop takes, knight goes to 6. Have a nice little. Anywho, knight goes in. c4 has been played. The knight jumps in there. The f6 we have g4. Because why not? We see a check, take on c5, and the queen comes back from b2. Having a small vacation on b2, and finally realizing that the position is not that strong as white wanted it to be. We can take on d5 immediately, because after taking back, this is pinned, so we might put some pressure on it. Bishop f3 to go for this pawn. Rook is going to come in. This is absolutely horrible for black.
We had to be careful with knight d4. Maybe after c takes d4, black had an opportunity to jump to d4 and to attack both of the bishops. That's why maybe there is even something stronger than c takes d5.
Yeah, no, good point. Maybe just simply rook e1. Seems okay.
Yeah, good.
Well, we're putting some pressure on the e file. The bishop will go to either f1 or f3, wherever it needs to be, or either c4 or somewhere else. And this is just a very strong position. So that went wrong for someone in here, and this went wrong for someone as well. Look at this. We have a sniper here, and we have someone probably taking h3. Yeah, you hate to see that. Yeah, it came probably from this position. We took, and we take, and now it's pretty strong. If we could play queen g3, that's always fun.
So by taking on h3, now you can see that the material is even, but black is ahead in development, and black's pieces are more active. That's why I believe black's position is a bit easier to play, but maybe actually it's more or less even after some move like bishop e3.
Yeah, bishop e3, rook e8. Cannot take because you queen, but the queen probably just jumped in 2.
Maybe d4.
And I think we're kind of okay here. Yeah, no, I think we're okay here. What else we got? I just want some spice in the position, like this. My first glance was like, boom, black is about to clap. But I forgot that the queen is defending f2, so we're kind of okay here.
More or less, black is very active, but black's pawn structure is not that great because the pawn on b6 is kind of weak. Also, the pawn on d5 is potentially weak, so black has to be very careful, and black should not trade the queens.
No.
So that's my first impression when I see this position.
There is a rook coming in, and that's always scary. Might finance well to b7, might put some pressure on f7. This is very, very, very strong. I have to be a little bit careful. After, let's say, rook d8, I go here, make a random move, queen h6 to defend. This one, you have to take care that after, again, I'm going to have a random move because we don't care. There are some tactics regarding pinned files. Or even here in knight of 6. Might work. But you get my idea. There are some tactics regarding the pin, so you got to be careful of that as well. Rook e6 has been played, and now white is ready to put down the foot, the big foot. And it should be a good win for white here. Plus 5.5. What's the winning slam dunk here, Anna?
I don't say something crushing, but it does looks like maybe we can try rook c8, queen c2, or maybe f3 immediately, or queen c2 and f3. So no. Wait, f3, queen e1. This we don't want to allow. Yeah, something like queen c2 first.
Yeah, I like queen c2. That was a really good move, and point being is that if I make a random 6 move, you'll just take e5 or something. Like, what's the idea? Oh, I like that.
The point is that yeah, your queen is active on h4, but it's basically out of the game. So there is no attack.
Sad. Yeah, that's really sad.
Yeah, strategically black's position is very bad.
Yeah. All right, let's see what happens. Rook c8, king h7. This is the current position. We're expecting queen c2. Maybe something else, but white's definitely going to claim the win for Moldova, which is a very important one against Malaysia. What else do we have?
Which games are still in progress?
We have Wales against, I think it's Austria, where white is putting some pressure on h6. There's a knight on e6. And there is, yeah. Looks like white's better here, correct?
A good plan will be something like f5, f4. I mean f4, f5. f5, f4 would be an interesting way to do it, but it's not legal. So f4 and then f5.
Matter if the opponent doesn't see it and just writes down the annotation, then it's good enough in my book. When you were young, Anna, when you were a little Anna, did you ever, like, in a casual game cheat? Like, put one pawn extra when they were, like, walking around or something? Like, grab a bishop from the side and just put it on the board? Did you ever do that? You can be honest.
No, I never done that, but I have faced situations when some people did it against me. And that was very funny, especially in the simultaneous. People think that as I play versus many people at the same time, I don't remember what's happening on the board, but of course I do. And then I come and they put like additional pawn or additional piece, and they are like, it was there, nothing happened. And I'm like, no, I can repeat the game from the very beginning, and I will prove that this didn't happen, and that there shouldn't be any additional pieces on the board. So it's really very fun, especially when such things are happening. It's usually kids doing that, and they are looking like so natural and so naive, and no, but it was there, and it's so funny at the same time how they are trying it to confuse.
So you smack them with the back of your hand so they don't do that again. That's how they do it in Ukraine. You cheat in chess, they chop off your hands.
Okay, this is not my method, but yeah.
No, okay. So yeah, it's I did that as well when I was a kid. I was playing against it was just at a club. I was like 7 years old, and instead of moving, like he was like walking around. It was a pawn race between two sides, and instead of pushing it once, I did it twice. Like instead of in the opening, so He was like writing it down, and we were playing the game. And then suddenly I moved one move earlier, and he was like, "Wait, what? Did I?" Oh, and so I drew it instead of losing. So that was my. I'm gonna have to confess. I'm sorry, Dennis. You did earn to win that game, but you know, sometimes when you're not strong, you have to be smart.
A bad boy. But now he grew up. He remembered this lesson which he got, and now he doesn't repeat that.
No, actually, he after that loss, it went all the way downhill. We started doing drugs and stuff, so it's actually not good anymore. But no, actually, I don't know what happened. No, it's fine. Don't cheat, guys. But no, over the board cheating.
Watching you.
We are watching you, and I will come down and offer you tea if you do. So don't do that. What else do we have? It sounds pretty pleasant. We have this game
like that.
All the way here now, and I'm looking at the maiden 2, and how is black going to stop that? Well, actually, I do see it like this. Not that bad.
But taking the pawn was good.
Yeah, we're up to pawns. This knight is perfectly defending f2. Queen is defending, so it's very harmonious. After, let's say, queen a1, we just run away. And we don't feel a problem in the world. The queen kind of has to stay on this dark square, because if the knight comes to f6, so you don't have checks anymore, then there are 2 ways to get checkmated. Yeah. Pretty easy win.
Well, yeah, white is just 2 pawns up, so if there is no perpetual, and there is no perpetual because after queen f5 had g3, then it's just completely lost.
Yeah. Alright, let's see what else we got. So this is going to be ending really quickly. Let's actually quickly jump into Pool C. Let's see which games are happening right here. You have Frode Elnes against Evgenji Agrest, Mr. Agrest. And what else do we have? We have a very sneaky queen and a bishop here. Okay, which opening was this, do you think?
Some English, some Marathi, I don't know, something like that.
Absolutely correct. Came from already. I look like a Yeti. I want some spaghetti, and this is the game that's been played. The queen went. You know, you can also play it like this. It's the same amount of moves. That makes sense. That's a lot of fun. It's look like a hippo for white. Does that make sense?
Yeah, not like the most ambitious setup, and I believe black is doing well here, but somehow black got a very exposed king, so d4, yeah, black got. Oh. That's where the action began. Knight d4, and
you could just take here first.
Bishop d4.
Sorry, bishop d4 first.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, what do we play here in this position?
Maybe taking on c8, and then bishop d4, and then taking on f6.
Yeah, take one more time.
Yeah.
And then we take
bishop
on d4.
d4,
we're looking at
bishop f6.
Yeah.
And
we win this one as well.
Yeah.
Very nice. Okay, so that's why I couldn't take it.
So knight d4, I'm sure it was missed, because otherwise black wouldn't play d4.
Yeah, very impressive calculation. Oh, he's not done yet. The knight is jumping to e6 again with the idea of eyeballing f6. Hold on. Why can't we just take?
We can. White takes, queen e7, and it's quite unclear.
Okay. Oh, it's a... I missed the idea of taking on c8 at the end. All right. So this is the great position. Black has 2 pieces for the rook. But white does have a very strong center. The king is safe where black's king is exposed. The engine might give black a little bit of an edge, but this is a lot easier to play for white. Correct?
I don't know. I think it's a very complicated position because white is kind of starting an attack. At the same time, f4 is exposing the king. So now both of the kings are opened. Maybe you're right that it's easier to play with white pieces, but it's just so unclear. I don't know what to say.
Very cool game. Very cool game. right there. We saw a draw on the top board. I believe this is just a repetition. Yeah. I think they're both quite happy with that, Eric and Benjamin. What else do we have? A lot of games are already ended in this pool. Let's jump back to Pool B, because we have still a lot of games in progress here. Let me just pick a random one between Valentine and Puteri Rivka Fahada against Malaysia versus Moldova. Moldova versus Malaysia, yeah. And it's white to play. No, it's black to play here. Okay.
It's black to play, but how to play? If black takes on e6 with the rook, we have what do we have? Queen f8, knight c8. Rook takes e6 and queen takes d7, and the bishop on b4 controls the important e1 square. Yeah.
Yeah. No back rank mates. What happens if the queen takes? Then you're just lost. That's an easy one. All right. So the rook has to take, and we probably got to go down that line. We did go down that line, and there isn't like, so this is very, very tempting. And you think like, well, I'm attacking your bishop, I'm defending mate, but you can literally just play bishop d2, and I'm gonna tuck it away. You can play queen to c3, tuck it away. Pretty strong.
Maybe even taking on g7 without taking on e6, because the queen on c6 is more passive than the queen on e6.
Right here, yeah.
If black takes on e1, we take on e1, then bishop d2.
I don't know, but you have queen e8 now with the double attack.
Queen e8. Oh, nice.
Not sure if that's too much of an issue. Do we have a quick idea? I think we can play queen here. Take your checkmate it. But still after...
Yeah, but I prefer to have my queen on g7 because it's more active there.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so this is the position after this all happens. And now we're left into an endgame where we are drawing. Very
so
unfortunate.
Maybe white actually had to keep the rooks on the board and keep the pressure.
Anna, are you positive? Are you a very positive person in life?
Unexpected question.
Yes or no?
Somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle. Okay.
I wouldn't say I'm negative, but I wouldn't say that I am the one
realistic.
who will always say, "Oh, everything will be okay.
Exactly.
Don't worry, it will be solved some way."
Do you think that black is positive that he can keep a draw here?
Oh, this is nice.
Thank you.
Really nice. If there was no f pawn, definitely yes. But with the f pawn, it would be difficult. I think this is lost.
Okay.
So usually when you're trying to play with the rook versus the queen, the thing you are trying to do is to build some kind of fortress. So some move like a5 is usually useful because at the moment the pawn on a6 is unprotected. And I didn't see, to be honest, I didn't see queen d3 coming. But I just thought, like from a general point of view, it's useful to have all your pawns protected. That's why a5 is the move that I wanted to play first. And then if there was no pawn on f4, black could just stay rook g6, rook e6, and just remove it until the end of the game. And white had no chances to win at all. But with the f pawn, I think it's not holdable because white has the idea to play f5, and the rook doesn't have enough of outposts. So at some moment it may end up that black is in a kind of a Tsatsalashvili.
So your only hope is play rook g6, run this pawn down, play h6 if you need, and try to do it this way, but it can be difficult. Okay, so this one will go on for a while. Here, whoa, what's going on here? This looks like a study.
We may try to take on d8 and then try to checkmate. I think you would love to see
So
if it
d8
works.
and we checkmate. Okay. So I'm gonna
No,
get a
if
queen.
you okay, rook d8, maybe you play king g7.
Just because you say
Because
so.
if
I
you
was ready to
play-
take, but oh, you have like a ritual this way? Yes?
Yeah, I somehow I think that if you take, maybe white is winning, but if you don't take, it seems like a draw.
Yeah. That's a really cool one. But maybe I can run out of it. What if I run like, oh, then you still get a queen and... Question is this mate? It looks very scary, but...
With the queen on h7, you had queen a2 and then taking the rook. But with the king on h6, yeah, if you don't checkmate, then white is winning.
Yeah.
Crazy position.
Wow, let's see what happens. Okay, he took an a2. Wanted to hold the advantage. And white is desperately trying to win here. Will we see an f4 pawn push at some point? No.
Maybe no, maybe yes.
Actually, I
Maybe
still
white
have
can
like
try.
here to move around, so. How does white get in range of this pawn? You don't, unless you move this.
Five.
Oh. I think it's a draw.
You make me think. So, yeah, maybe white didn't have to fire with c5, because now if white goes king e6, black takes on c6, white takes on f6, then all these trades, the sides promotes at the same time, so white will be a pawn up, but black will be first to start with the checks, and that should be a draw.
Yep. It's still defended, that's a cool one, but still it's something white should try, for sure. Let's see what happens. No, I'm just repeating moves for now. It's the only game left. The only game left in this pool, yeah. What about pool C? We still have this game, which is a knight and rook. Okay, it does load, okay.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful game. We may keep on following it, and another 50 moves.
Another 5 hours.
Another 5 hours.
All right, so like I think Keti said how to play this. You just need to make sure your king is in the center as black, and don't worry too much about it. But this should be a very easy draw. Just keep your rook and king as far away as possible as you can, and keep second. Is that the way, or should your rook and king be close to each other?
No, king and rook should, there is a method when king and rook should be next to each other when you're playing versus a rook and a bishop. But when you're playing versus a rook and a knight, I completely agree with Keti. You should try to keep the rook on the completely opposite side as your king, and then try to give the checks from the back ranks or from the side, depends on the construction of the position. And it's very difficult to make progress. So with the rook and knight, it's very likely that the game will be ended in a draw, but with the rook on bishop, rook and bishop, we know that many top grandmasters, they didn't save such kind of endgames, so this one is much more tricky.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Rook against bishop against rook is just... I know that if you have a dark square bishop, you want to sit in the light square colors. So if there's ever a check, you can push your bishop in between you and your king. For that reason, I know that if it's like or if it's like a rook versus a bishop.
Rook versus bishop.
Yeah, if it's rook versus bishop, that way.
When it's a rook and bishop versus the rook, it doesn't matter so much.
No, but it is scary to play against. That's all right. This will go on for a while. Let's look at this position. It seems like white is winning all of a sudden. See what happens. The king went on. We saw some checks. We saw some shuffling. Suddenly f4 all of a sudden, and oh, okay, yeah. The king went to b6. That's where the problem went. Should have gone to d8. After the king went to b6, suddenly the bishop goes to d8 with check, and that is where things went wrong, and that is a win. What about this one? Is this one still going on? Please say no. It is. Darn it. This will go on for a while.
How many moves have been played?
Sorry?
I mean, since this endgame arose, so like rook and knight versus the rook. So they must be already playing for like 10 or maybe 20 moves.
Oh, when the last pawn move has been made. So,
rook h6.
last capture was on exactly move 50. Was
50.
rook takes
So
h6.
100 will be the end.
Correct, and we're now at 79. This one's gonna go.
Okay, 30 moves. 30 moves. So we are close. I believe that white sees that white is not really making a lot of progress, and maybe white will offer a draw. Maybe
I
not.
hope so. I mean, if I'm Surnenka, I'm playing till the end of times. Let's see what chess results says about this game. How many? See what we got. The online Olympiad.
So you're searching for pool C and around 7 result, yeah?
Yeah, correct.
It's 3-2, so basically Kalesic, who is playing with the white pieces, he can make a draw, and this would be the win for Montenegro, because they are leading 3-2 right at the moment.
Where's Sri Lanka, right? This is Montenegro. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, in that case, we, that means you and me, we're gonna say goodbye to the chat. It's been a blast. We are gonna take our leave when we come back from the break. We have 2 new hosts, with us Grandmaster Irina Krush and women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili, and the 2 of them will show you the final day of Division 2 of Pool C, D, and E. Anna, it's been so much fun. It's been an absolute pleasure. You are so amazing. It's so cool to just commentate with you, and that you can see through my stupid jokes. Still try to make my bad variations work. I think that I appreciate that the most.
Walter, it has been a lot of fun commentating with you. So we are going for a 1-hour break, but during the break you have an opportunity to watch instructive videos, and in 1 hour there will be the second part of the coverage of the online Olympiad, and the games of pools C, D, and E will be commentated for you by Irina Krush and Keti Tsatsalashvili. So stay tuned, enjoy the commentary, and support your favorite teams. See you.
See you guys in about an hour.
Let's try another bot. How about myself? Where am I actually? There I am. Okay, let's see how that works. Okay, London it is. That looks like a positional concession. So c3, e6, okay. Yeah, should I go b3 and a4 and all that, or just... Let's go bishop e2. And let's do that. Sorry, not the thing, but knight e5. Yeah, it's kind of fun to use the third person and say, let's see what he does, but this is me. Like that. Okay. And what am I supposed to do here? So one thing is rook takes b2, bishop b2, knight c4, bishop c3. rook d1 and a check, but do I have enough for an exchange? I don't know. The other is just to play knight e4 and then maybe queen g4. Though already then I'm getting worried he will castle. Oh, that's annoying. I hate it when I do this to myself. Is that how it goes? Okay, let's do that and see. Oh, that's annoying. I didn't even see that was possible. I thought he had to move the knight. What am I going to do now? Knight f6 isn't going to work. Queen g4, king h8, knight g5 looks like I'm desperate, which I probably am. Okay, let's do. If I go knight d6, he does what, b5? Or does he just play knight d3? Nope, he takes. I could try to simplify into some endgame. ed6, knight d3. Oh, this is so annoying. Being outplayed by yourself. It's ridiculous. Okay, let's do that. Then let's do that. And should I take on e5? Will we take? Oh, this is pathetic. So I go queen takes b7, queen takes. Just desperately trying to weasel a draw out of this one. Okay, what can I do? Oh, is he going to cheapo me with everything? Can I grovel with queen a7, rook d1, rook d1, queen b2? I would doubt it, so let's move. Ah, but then he just gets queen d4. No, he's letting me have this pawn. Maybe that gives me a glimmer of hope. Or maybe he doesn't. He's just going to go queen... I don't think this is going to end well. What can I do? Rook f d1, would that get me anywhere? Okay, let's try to go to b3. Hopefully... Can I wish I could go rook c2 now, but I have a feeling I can't. So let's go queen c2, but then he goes queen c4. Okay, let's do that. Then if I go here, what does he do? Rook e1, he's gonna go queen b2 or what? Okay, let's see how this goes. He is gonna go queen b2. So what have I got here? I don't immediately see the refutation of rook c2, but well, what can I do? Okay, that's all very well, but if I approach with my king, okay, let me step back for a second. Not really sure what the hell I'm doing. And okay, let's go b4. And am I going to be lost? Because he's going to come king 6. So let me put the rook here. Then if I come here, what is he going to do? Can I go king e3? Does that help? f5, okay. Should I take the pawn and then it should be a draw? Or maybe I can go b5 and try to be pretty about it. There might be an f4 check. Let's just take the pawn and hope for the best. Not sure what that witty move is for. But let me get in g3. And let's go here. Maybe I should have gone h4. Okay, let's go up the board and see if that helps a little bit. Oh, I can get some checks in now. I don't even know where my piece is anymore. Let me go 8. Oh, that was unfortunate because I've allowed him to get his pawn to h3 and then my h2 pawn is going to be weak. And suddenly this position isn't looking even remotely defensible anymore. Okay, still I would rather be active than passive, so let's go with that. Okay. Okay. And let's try attacking his pawn for a while. Oh, is he going to go rook? This has got to be the silliest cheapo of all time. Okay. You know, I can't tell if I'm a complete nitwit or what the hell is going on. What am I supposed to do? It should be a fairly simple draw by now, I think. But I think I can still mess it up badly. Okay, for what it's worth, let's go there and hope for the best. And let's take that pawn. Let's grovel back. And is he... Oh, h2 and g3. Oh, I forgot that. Oh, damn. Not sure what he hopes to accomplish with this. When can I get f3 in? Can I get rook g8 and f3 in, or should I just go to the side? Let's go to the side. I like the way he's just left a fixed response. Do you believe in this check? So, oh, it's so irritating when computers force you to play all 80 moves or whatever the hell they make you play. Maybe I can actually play king h2. Am I blundering something again? Let's. No, I can't be blundering anything now. Let me get the 8th rank. That's always a nice one to have. Because then I check him again. Yes, I believe in this check. Yeah, it feels like I should be able to play f3 somewhere here, but let's go there. Oh, here, f3. But he'll go to b2 check. Let's try king g3. You can always squirrel back the next move. Okay, so now I can play f3. And unless I'm seriously mistaken, this should be just a draw. Yes. Let's come back. And let's go there. Okay. Even his understanding is as bad as mine. He's continuing to play with rooks. What is this, some Magnus thing? Check. By deep study of Bankura, I think I can now hold this position. Finally. Well, I'm very impressed that my bot's technique is as bad as mine. That's a kind of touch of authenticity right there.
Knight c3, b5, and look at Magnus's face.
Did he miss it? I'm wondering. Yeah, he is not happy at all. Yesipenko is looking to beat world champion Magnus Carlsen. This is a historical moment for him. It is just groundbreaking. If he wins this game, he will be one of the only players to have a winning record against Magnus Carlsen. And as I mentioned earlier, Magnus Carlsen did not lose a classical game of chess for 125 games. The guy is hard to take down. And in his first opportunity, Andrei Yesipenko is about to do the unthinkable.
That's amazing. That's just amazing. Historic moment. He stopped the clock. 18-year-old Grandmaster Andrei Yesipenko just beat the world champion in a classical game.
look at him, that he is exhausted from the fight that he just brought to the world champion.
One of the best day in my life. Yes, I feel very great, and I have nothing to say.
What's going on, guys? National Master James Canty III here with Chess.com, and today we have the top 5 World Championship blunders. Yes, even the best of the best blunder as well. In this first example, we have Anatoly Karpov versus Garry Kasparov in the 1987 World Championship match. Let's see what's going on here. So it's white to move here, and of course black is attacking the rook here. Garry Kasparov is attacking his rook. It's a lot of things going on. Looks like king safety is kind of wild for a little bit both, but definitely white. So Anatoly Karpov just says queen takes a6 here, actually. Now we're eyeing g6. Maybe we have this check here as well. And we're also defending g4 at the same time here. Now, Garry, these guys are both in time trouble right now, actually. There's a video, actually, that you can find online. There is a video. Now, of this exact position. But what happened here is Garry looked around the board. And he's like, I need to figure this out. G4 would be mate. Queen takes G4 is definitely checkmate if I can divert this rook in somehow, some way. So what does he do? He diverts the rook by playing rook A1. But at the same time, it's an absolute blunder. The game is over after the next move here. And of course, Anatoly Karpov, if you watch the video, he just calmly wrote down the move. And then he looked up and he made his move. No emotion at all. Just made the move here. Queen takes g6. And Garry was like, oh my goodness, what did I do? I cannot believe I just gave this game away. Immediately a blunder, and he resigned right after this move. Reason being, guys, is queen g6 not only is a check, but it defends the checkmate that was here on g4. And the intention after rook a1 was if rook a1, with an obvious reasons, guys, if rook takes, there's pawn takes, which is a beautiful, pretty mate here. And also queen takes, with are both checkmate here, guys. They're both checkmate. But actually, he chose rook a1 here because he was in time trouble. Time trouble gets the best of us. He chose rook a1 and queen takes g6. Bam, there it is. Now we're checking the king, also defending. No matter what you do here, we're just going to take on a1, and the game is virtually over here, guys. And that was blunder number 1 of the World Championships. Now let's get on to blunder number 2. Okay, guys, now on to blunder number 2. We have Viktor Korchnoi versus Anatoly Karpov in 1978, guys. Let's actually see what happened here. Karpov plays rook to c6. Kind of a wild position here, actually. I mean, when is the last time you've ever seen a position like this? Or any time you've seen a position with 2 knights and the rook versus 2 rooks and some pawns. Very dynamic position. King placement's kind of weird here. Maybe some mating threats, especially after rook to c6. Threatening rook c1, checkmate on the move. Very, very wild position here. White needs to do something. He needs to defend the checkmate on the back rank, and you have a few ways to do so, whether pushing the h-pawn with some luck for the king, pushing the g-pawn with the same idea, or moving the rook back to defend the rank here. What would you do actually with the white pieces here to defend this checkmate? If I gave you 5 seconds, what would you choose in this position if you were Viktor Korchnoi? Here we go, guys. All right, now let me tell you what the answer is. The answer is actually g3 or g4. Surprising, right? It seems like you would push the h-pawn, but you actually get mated by pushing the h-pawn. So g3 or g4 is actually the only move in this position, and Viktor Korchnoi chose rook to a1. And that, my friend, is not a move. It is a complete blunder right here. Can you find the move, the sequence that our Anatoly Karpov played in this position to win the game, guys? Black to move. What would you do? Here we go, guys. Look at this next move. Oh my goodness. Knight f3 check. Whoa. Knight f3 check. I can just take the knight, can't I? I can just take the knight. Well, what about king h1? What if I just move my king over? Well then, hey, just have a nice day. Smothered mate. This is beautiful. This is going in the books for everyone to see for history, right? So this is just not fun to play that at all. Viktor Korchnoi knew that this hurt here, and he had to take the knight. He was forced to resign in this position, but this is actually what it was. If we do see pawn takes knight on f3 here, well, what's the next move, class? Here it is. Always check. It might be mate. Check. There it is. The king has to go somewhere. You only have one move to go to, and after king h1, Oh my goodness, mate with the knight. So beautiful. The pieces were so beautifully placed here. Rook A1 was such a blunder, but it's not an easy blunder. It wasn't just like a huge blunder. It was just hard to see. It was one of the blunders that, like, I didn't know it was a blunder. Rook A1 looks perfectly fine until you play Anatoly Karpov, who says, think again. Think again. Okay? Think again here. That was blunder number 2, guys. That really hurts here. And the only way to get out of this was actually G3. Or G4. So if there are any checks, you kind of just have to run the king away in somehow, some way. Maybe even giving up one of the rooks for the knight and hoping for a draw. Fighting for a draw here because the pieces are placed very nicely here. What an amazing checkmate by Anatoly Karpov here back in 1978 in this World Championship match, guys. That was blunder number 2, and now let's move on to blunder number 3. Now we move on to blunder number 3, World Championship blunder number 3. In this game, we have David Bronstein versus Mikhail Botvinnik in 1951, guys. All right, so let's check this out. Now, it's actually black to move here right now. Mikhail Botvinnik says, I'm going to queen my pawn. I'm going to queen. There is an extra knight here. And right here, you have to stop this pawn from queening, right? Or you're just going to lose the game. David Bronstein understands that here. So he's trying to figure out the best way to do this. Now, what would you play in David Bronstein's shoes here? How do you actually stop this pawn? Is there a way to stop this pawn? What would you do? Well, here we go, guys. The best move and best sequence is actually knight to e6, followed by knight to d4. And we just stop the pawn. Pretty simple, and it actually ends up being some type of draw here. But white wants more. White's up a piece, and he wants to win this game. So what he chooses is actually king to c2, which is actually a full-on game over blunder. Now, what Bronstein expected right here actually was what, guys? Let's actually see if you can figure that out. Black to move. Mikhail Botvinnik, you're playing Botvinnik's shoes here. What do you think you should do? What do you think you should do? What would be your number 1 move? What would that be? Here it is, guys. Actually, David Bronstein and many other players here were actually expecting king to f3. And if king to f3, then knight comes in. And if king f2 or pushing the pawn, doesn't matter how you do it, we're putting knight to d4. And we're just going to take the pawn here. Pretty simple here, right? But Mikhail Botvinnik says, haha, I don't have to go king f3. I don't have to go king f3 at all. He actually plays this right here. King to g3, shocked. David Bronstein didn't even believe it. He was like, is that even a real move? Is it even legal? It's there. The game ends on the spot right here, guys. The game was over as we finish it out here. King to g3. Now, after king g3, if you try the same move, knight here, you push it. Now we're going to queen. How do you stop the queen? You got to go here, and then we zigzag right into checkmate here, or right into queening, followed by checkmate coming right after very soon, right? It hurts to see it. As soon as he saw king to g3, shocked. Oh my goodness, I can't believe this even happened. What just happened here? I'm up a full piece. Now I'm losing the game because there's nothing else to do. The only move in this position was moving the knight to e6 and coming around and end up taking the pawn and settling for a draw. Absolutely insane how this happened here. It was a huge blunder. King c2 was just a blunder on the spot. King g3 wins on the spot. Nothing you can do. Even bringing the king to either square, we go king f2 and we queen anyway. What a blunder back in 1951 World Championship, David Bronstein versus Mikhail Botvinnik. And that was blunder number 3, guys. So now let's move on to World Championship blunder number 4. All right, guys. Now, does this blunder look familiar to anyone? Does anyone remember this position? This was Magnus Carlsen versus Viswanathan Anand back in 2014. Okay, guys, this is World Championship match. And actually right here, it's white to move. Viswanathan Anand just went, Vishy just went rook to g8 here, rook d to g8, and actually just putting some pressure on the g file here. Now, Magnus, for thinking for a little bit, actually plays this move here. King to d2, straight up blunder. Blunder, guys. King to d2 is not a move here. Now, what black is supposed to do, what do you mean supposed to do? Didn't he make the move in the game? No, he didn't. He missed it. Vishy Anand missed the winning move here. He actually plays a4 in the game. In the game, he returned the favor here, actually, and plays a4. But what was supposed to happen, it could have ended the game very quickly, guys, in a few moves here. Can you spot the move that Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen, both of them missed the surprising tactic here that basically wins the game? You can go on to win the game from this position. What do you actually play here with black? This is what Vishy missed. He missed Knight takes e5, guys, right here. Knight takes e5. Bam, what a shot. Oh my goodness, knight takes e5. It's a simple blow, but it ends the game on the spot. Well, what's going on? Why is knight takes e5 winning? Isn't the knight hanging? Absolutely it's hanging, but your rook's hanging. You take my knight, I take your rook. That's an easy win. Or how about, you know, maybe rook takes rook first, which is probably going to be the best line. Rook takes rook. Then after knight takes c4, an in-between move, or an intermezzo, or what they call a Zwischenzug. At the same time, knight takes c4 is check. So you have two moves, king e2 or king to d3. King e2 doesn't do anything. I'm just going to take back on g8. Now, if king to d3, knight to b2 check, another in-between move before coming and taking the rook here. King moves, no matter where you go, I'm going to take on g8. And we're going to go on to win this game. With this hanging, of course, we're up a little bit of material. Now, of course, bishops versus knight here. But this is not what Magnus wanted at all here. Now, they both missed it, guys. They absolutely both missed it here, which is absolutely amazing. And a4 was actually the move played in the game here, guys. But what a blunder missed, by the way, by both of the world champions. 100% amazing here that even the best of the best miss these type of shots all the time. a4 was played and knight takes e5 was winning, guys. I remember actually watching this and I was like, knight takes e5. I remember feeling it like that looks good, and he missed it, and everyone around the world went crazy that he missed. Vishina missed knight takes e5, guys. This was blunder number 4, and now we're going to move on to the final world championship blunder of today. And here we are, guys, with blunder number 5, world championship blunder number 5. Does anyone recognize this position? Very famous, very, very famous position here. If I give you 5 seconds, can you call this game? Who is playing this game? What world championship match is this one? Here we go, guys. It is Boris Spassky versus Robert James Fischer, aka Bobby Fischer, back in 1972 here. Let's actually see what happened. Now, white plays b5, and actually just virtually an equal game. This should end up being a draw. Pawns on both sides of the board, same color bishop here. King's in a slightly better place for white, but honestly, objectively just a drawn position with perfect play. Now what happened here is Bobby Fischer just played the craziest move you could see here. We didn't understand it. Why was it played? But it was played. It was a blunder. 100% a blunder here, guys. Here it is. Bishop takes h2. He just takes the pawn. Takes the pawn. Bishop takes h2 is not a move in any way, shape, and form. And after bishop takes h2, Boris Spassky just looks at him and looks down at the board and looks back up at him and then plays g3. Your bishop is trapped. And then we're going to walk our king over and take it. Now, after h5, king e2, h4, king f3, king e7, king g2. And the game's over. Take pawn, take pawn. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. That's the piece. And Boris Spassky went on to win this game. Amazing how we just blunder sometimes. Even the best of the best make blunders. Now, not all the time. They blunder way less than we do. They're half human and half something else from a different chess planet. But at the same time, they still make blunders here. What a blunder by Bobby Fischer here. Bishop takes h2, g3. And the game was virtually over, guys. This is a famous blunder here, guys. Definitely do your research on this one. Check out our Chess.com articles on this one as well, and other World Championship blunders as well. Thank you so much for watching today's video, guys. I'm National Master James Canty III with Chess.com, guys, and I'll see you on the next video.
No, it's not over. Oh, it's over.
No.
Don't stop me. No knight of.
Oh my god.
Like the variational approach here.
No, please don't. And it's too soon.
Oh my god! 99.1!
Oh boy.
Oh, he's moving the queen!
Oh my gosh!
He said he doesn't have time to teach me. Apparently my viewer count
Who
too
gave him the
low.
Latvian gambit advice?
My endgame's phenomenal. You know why? I picked up Dvorak's endgame book. Now, I can't read a word of this because it's all in chess notation. It makes no sense.
And Boy certainly played very well. He did deserve to win the event.
Sardosh puts together an event for the ages and comes all the way to the final to take PogChamps 3 and the belt.
I think I've been more nervous for this PogChamps than any other PogChamps.
You know, when I said it'd be fun to see a checkmate in 4 earlier, I was joking. It wasn't real.
What would my next 3 to 5 moves be, combined with learning how to swim with the river? I'm going to leave and get some water because I've been talking way too much. I'll be right back. And I want to see what kind of plan you might come up with that, okay?
Okay,
All right.
got it.
Got it.
Oh my god, this is a lot.
Got a minute. Come on, Benji.
Oh, and he's not streaming, so we can't see. Oh no. It's going to be the zigzag checkmate. It's going to be the checkmate. Here it comes. Sardosh sees it. No question. He's going to do this mate. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, he blundered the queen!
Oh my gosh!
Oh my gosh, he blundered the queen!
Does Benji see it? Does Benji see it? Benji, do you see this? Oh, he has to see it. Look at Benji's face. He's in shock.
Oh, he took the queen, and Sardosh loses the queen.
Benji is so confused.
He's smiling.
Oh, Sardosh, no! No, the tragedy!
Not the queen!
Oh
my gosh.
Benji is smiling. Sardosh is melting. He's melting. Oh no!
Sardosh played a great game. He was playing so well. And on one turn, doesn't see the queen on the opposite side of the board. Full board awareness. Needs to see these things, and unfortunately for Sardosh, he loses queen.
He is laughing at himself. He is laughing at himself. At least he's not crying.
Well, it's a Botez gambit for the ages, and Benji Fishy wins the group.
I just got a shot into Bobby Hall's outfit. He's dressed like
Oh,
Dwight.
wow. Isn't that looks like something right out of the 1970s?
But he's dressed like Dwight from The Office.
True, that's true.
I literally,
the coloring,
I literally have the yellow tie mug right here. And he,
exactly. The
Bobby
yellow shirt,
texted me last night and said, wait till you see my outfit. But I had no idea this was what he was going to do. This is hilarious. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Defending. He's slow. Actual dog water. Take. Attacking. Can you guys take me off? Can you take me off Chess.com? Can you take me off the website? Take me off the website! Get me off!
Congratulations, you are making it to the semifinals. Critical. Are you inspired, Rain, by Critical's hair?
Yeah, that's probably what that is. Yeah. I
am the new chess Jesus.
She will never bring it too close. She knows that when the king is in the corner, a night shadow is needed of distance.
Tables.
She knows it.
Tables, Pokemon. Tables.
I don't want to stalemate, you know?
Déjate de aquí.
Night
No lo
shadow,
toques,
there
Pokemon.
we
No
go
lo
with the
toques.
night shadow.
Tables. Tables.
Wow.
Tables. Tables.
Unbelievable technique.
Tables.
Pokemon.
Yay!
She gives him
What a roller coaster!
I'm gonna try
Oh no! Where is she hovering over the? Ah! Why does she want her D8?
No! Misclick. Damn it! God damn it, misclick! Misclick! No! Misclick!
Oh
that's
my god.
Right, is that better?
Me.
Very well
Checkmate!
played.
Yes! Yes! 6-0! Undefeated! Yes, baby! Did it, boys!
Another master check. 10 minutes. So there's
It's over.
Remote.
Boom. He goes here.
that
No,
way.
it's not over. Oh, it's over.
Yeah, maybe we should take a look at Tubbo. Let's see what he's thinking since he finally has the upper hand in this game. He has to be a little bit careful though because his knight is under attack.
Don't be scared.
I think he's giving himself a pep talk, but Tubbo, you don't have that much time.
How's your chess beyond that? Like, how much chess have you played? Because you were amazing. I mean, we don't know much about you, so.
I'm amazing. I started playing like 3 months ago or something like that. And it was also not because of Queen's Gambit, but it was because the previous PogChamps where XQC failed in 6 moves. After that, I began watching more chess streams, and it was thanks to XQC and Hikaru. So yeah.
That's sweet. I don't remember that. 6 moves? I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just looking still at the computer. He feels the pressure. Oh no! His queen is going to be trapped after the knight moves. Even knight e2, a simple move like that, the queen cannot move. If Ludwig sees it, I think this is his game, and he sees it. This is brutal.
That will be a pinned queen, and there's actually no way for black to get out of that pin.
He should try.
Oh,
Bishop takes
I
F3
just
in
know. Oh, I
case
didn't even
Ludwig
notice
takes.
it was a pin.
But
Holy
he moved 4-2.
Whoops.
Yeah, even after bishop takes f3, you can play queen
Oh.
takes f3.
Not the best move, but I mean, again.
Whoa!
Oh! Queen takes what? Queen takes queen? What?
She doesn't even see it. She's only looking at her rook under attack. Oh, I think she spotted it. She took, it's game on.
Oh! What happened? See, I told you, Michelle. Oh.
Oh no!
Over. Like,
and
oh, and he's queen up 2. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Queen
There's
F2.
no way logic misses it. Queen F2. Oh no.
Oh, he won!
Oh, he missed it!
And now he's mated!
Ludwig has mate. Ludwig has a forced mate in 2.
And now he's mated!
What a throw! King E8 and then Queen C8, and there's actually a staircase checkmate. Oh man. Logic through.
Oh, Queen
mate.
D7's mate.
Oh,
Mate. Rook D6,
Rook
Queen D7.
D6, Queen D7. There are 3 mates here for white. Oh my gosh. Oh, what a huge throw.
Let's go!
The question is, does Ludwig realize that he was mated in 2? That's actually the big question.
Victory!
Charlie's going off the deep end, but frankly, Jimmy's got 15 seconds.
I hope he
10.
will not flag. F3.
Pawn takes. He hung mate.
F3 last D takes C2, and now
He hung the house. Oh, it's done.
mate. It's not just hanging the rook, it's mate.
Oh. Can we cut to Charlie?
Gotcha.
Can we cut to
Close call.
Pikachu? No gifted subs? Oh, okay. Well, that was far less dramatic than I thought. That was, I mean, okay. All right.
But next week, I mean, I don't. No point in looking ahead. We've got a crazy day here today, and you know what's hilarious? Something just fell from the roof of this building and hit my camera. I'm gonna scoot
Oh my
over
gosh,
so
I
everyone
was
sees
like,
it. Hi, everybody.
why is Danny going out of frame? I know you want me
Oren,
to,
I told
be
you
the
to fix
main
the- fix
host,
the
but Danny,
hanging
you
bats
don't
in the
need to do
rafters. There you
this
go.
much. What is
It
going
was soundproofing from the ceiling. So the new studio we have here is actually not complete yet. We've been doing all kinds of stuff, and what you just saw, you can't fake. Hey, buddy, are you gonna? Don't
Hi,
shake your head at
Oren.
me like this is on me, buddy.
I feel so bad.
But now the rook is hanging down. He is hanging his rook, but Rubius doesn't see it. He doesn't have time.
Oh, are we gonna get Queen E4, Knight H4, Queen A8 mate? Is Rubius gonna see this? Oh, Rubius! No, Rubius!
The back rank checkmate. Levy, have I told you about the G6 pawn earlier?
Anna, you were right.
I didn't want to be right. I didn't want to be right.
My heart is broken. Our clips can only be a minute long. Oh, Queen C6.
The clips can only be a minute long, so do it.
Come on, Rain.
Rain. Oh, he does it! Oh my god!
Draw. Oh.
Oh man. I don't know.
Too predictable.
I really should learn how to do that end game.
No way.
Oh my god. This is insane.
Dude, Jimmy can't lose on time.
Okay, no stalemate.
Oh my gosh. He just resigned.
he ran out of time?
Oh my god.
No, he resigned.
Why did he resign?
I
You
don't know.
resigned.
I literally just went over Rook King endgame.
We're headed toward mate on a 7.
Oh,
Sheboygan, Wisconsin. Take the queen and don't look back, Nico. Yes, send us to overtime.
Whatever. Oh! And that's why you pay more attention.
I feel like obviously playing on oh no, the bishop. The bishop. No! The bishop!
This is Gambit. This
Oh
was.
my
This
god!
was a different type of bot as Gambit.
And Logic's bishop in the corner. The difference maker.
The long range piece, it was hiding. It was hiding on the A2
God
square.
damn it.
Oh my god. Oh my god. No! 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 Oh no! I don't even.
Damn it!
Yeah, C3 here is very strong, I think. C3 and knight G5, but knight D5. Oh no, he blundered.
Oh, wow. Does Rain see it? Knight D5.
Rain is getting low on time. 1 minute on the clock.
He found it.
Oh,
this is
boy.
his last chance. It's going to come down to the wire.
But now King.
Oh, he put 92 made 1. Oh my god! Oh no! Oh!
Yes!
Yeah! Oh no! Oh man!
Let's try another bot. How about myself? Where am I actually? There I am. Okay, let's see how that works. Okay, London it is. That looks like a positional concession. So c3, e6, okay. Yeah, should I go b3 and a4 and all that, or just let's go bishop e2 and let's do that. Sorry, not the thing, but knight e5. Yeah, it's kind of fun to use the third person and say, let's see what he does, but this is me. Like that. Okay. And what am I supposed to do here? So one thing is rook takes b2, bishop b2, knight c4, bishop c3, rook d1 and a check, but do I have enough for an exchange? I don't know. The other is just to play knight e4. And then maybe queen g4. Though already then I'm getting worried he will castle. Oh, that's annoying. I hate it when I do this to myself. Is that how it goes? Okay, let's do that and see. Oh, that's annoying. I didn't even see that was possible. I thought he had to move the knight. What am I going to do now? Knight f6 isn't going to work. Queen g4, king h8, knight g5 looks like I'm desperate, which I probably am. Okay, let's do. If I go knight d6, he does what, b5? Or does he just play knight d3? Nope, he takes. I could try to simplify into some endgame. ed6, knight d3. Oh, this is so annoying. Being outplayed by yourself. It's ridiculous. Okay, let's do that. Then let's do that. And should I take on e5? Will we take? Oh, this is pathetic. So I go queen takes b7, queen takes. Just desperately trying to weasel a draw out of this one. Okay, what can I do? Oh, is he going to cheapo me with everything? Can I grovel with queen a7, rook d1, rook d1, queen b2? I would doubt it, so let's move. Ah, but then he just gets queen d4. No, he's letting me have this pawn. Maybe that gives me a glimmer of hope. Or maybe he doesn't. He's just going to go queen... I don't think this is going to end well. What can I do? Rook fd1, would that get me anywhere? Okay, let's try to go to b3. Hopefully... I wish I could go rook c2 now, but I have a feeling I can't. So let's go queen c2, but then he goes queen c4. Okay, let's do that. Then if I go here, what does he do? Rook e1, he's gonna go queen b2 or what? Okay, let's see how this goes. He is gonna go queen b2. So what have I got here? I don't immediately see the refutation of rook c2, but well, what can I do? Okay, that's all very well, but if I approach with my king, Okay, let me step back for a second. Not really sure what the hell I'm doing. And okay, let's go b4. And am I going to be lost? Because he's going to come king 6. So let me put the rook here. Then if I come here, what is he going to do? Can I go king e3? Does that help? f5, okay. Should I take the pawn and then it should be a draw? Or maybe I can go b5 and try to be pretty about it. There might be an f4 check. Let's just take the pawn and hope for the best. Not sure what that witty move is for. But let me get in g3. And let's go here. Maybe I should have gone h4. Okay, let's go up the board and see if that helps a little bit. Oh, I can get some checks in now. I don't even know where my piece is anymore. Let me go 8. Oh, that was unfortunate because I've allowed him to get his pawn to h3 and then my h2 pawn is going to be weak. And suddenly this position isn't looking even remotely defensible anymore. Okay, still I would rather be active than passive, so let's go with that. Okay. Okay. And let's try attacking his pawn for a while. Oh, is he going to go rook? This has got to be the silliest cheapo of all time. Okay. You know, I can't tell if I'm a complete nitwit or what the hell is going on. What am I supposed to do? It should be a fairly simple draw by now, I think. But I think I can still mess it up badly. Okay, for what it's worth, let's go there and hope for the best. And let's take that pawn. Let's grovel back. And is he... Oh, h2 and g3. Oh, I forgot that. Oh, damn. Not sure what he hopes to accomplish with this. When can I get f3 in? Can I get rook g8 and f3 in, or should I just go to the side? Let's go to the side. I like the way he's just left a fixed response. Do you believe in this check? So, oh, it's so irritating when computers force you to play all 80 moves or whatever the hell they make you play. Maybe I can actually play king h2. Am I blundering something again? Let's. No, I can't be blundering anything now. Let me get the 8th rank. That's always a nice one to have. Because then I check him again. Yes, I believe in this check. Yeah, it feels like I should be able to play f3 somewhere here, but let's go there. Oh, here, f3. But he'll go to b2 check. Let's try king g3. You can always squirrel back the next move. Okay, so now I can play f3. And unless I'm seriously mistaken, this should be just a draw. Yes. Let's come back. And let's go there. Okay. Even his understanding is as bad as mine. He's continuing to play with rooks. What is this, some Magnus thing? Check. By deep study of Vancouver, I think I can now hold this position. Finally. Well, I'm very impressed that my bot's technique is as bad as mine. That's a kind of touch of authenticity right there.
Knight c3, b5, and look at Magnus's face.
Did he miss it? I'm wondering. Yeah, he is not happy at all. Yesipenko is looking to beat world champion Magnus Carlsen. This is a historical moment for him. It is just groundbreaking. If he wins this game, he will be one of the only players to have a winning record against Magnus Carlsen. And as I mentioned earlier, Magnus Carlsen did not lose a classical game of chess for 125 games. The guy is hard to take down. And in his first opportunity, Andrei Yesipenko is about to do the unthinkable.
That's amazing. That's just amazing. Historic moment. He stopped the clock. 18-year-old Grandmaster Andrei Yesipenko just beat the world champion in a classical game.
And look at him. That he is exhausted from the fight that he just brought to the world champion.
One of the best day in my life. Yes, I feel very great, and I have nothing to say.
What's going on, guys? National Master James Canty III here with Chess.com, and today we have the top 5 World Championship blunders. Yes, even the best of the best blunder as well. In this first example, we have Anatoly Karpov versus Garry Kasparov in the 1987 World Championship match. Let's see what's going on here. So it's white to move here, and of course, black is attacking the rook here. Garry Kasparov is attacking his rook. It's a lot of things going on. Looks like king safety is kind of wild for a little bit both, but definitely white. So Anatoly Karpov just says queen takes a6 here, actually. Now we're eyeing g6. Maybe we have this check here as well, and we're also defending g4 at the same time here. Now, Garry, these guys are both in time trouble right now, actually. There's a video, actually, that you can find online. There is a video. Now, of this exact position. But what happened here is Garry looked around the board, and he's like, I need to figure this out. G4 would be mate. Queen takes G4 is definitely checkmate if I can divert this rook in somehow, some way. So what does he do? He diverts the rook by playing rook A1. But at the same time, it's an absolute blunder. The game is over after the next move here. And of course, Anatoly Karpov, if you watch the video, he just calmly wrote down the move. And then he looked up and he made his move. No emotion at all. Just made the move here. Queen takes g6. And Garry was like, oh my goodness, what did I do? I cannot believe I just gave this game away. Immediately a blunder, and he resigned right after this move. Reason being, guys, is queen g6 not only is a check, but it defends the checkmate that was here on g4. And the intention after rook a1 was if rook a1, with an obvious reasons, guys, if rook takes, there's pawn takes, which is a beautiful, pretty mate here. And also queen takes, with are both checkmate here, guys. They're both checkmate. But actually, he chose rook a1 here because he was in time trouble. Time trouble gets the best of us. He chose rook a1, and queen takes g6. Bam, there it is. Now we're checking the king. Also,
hello everybody, welcome back at Online Chess Olympiad, powered by Chess.com and organized by FIDE. I'm Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili, and this is Grandmaster Irina Krush, who is also 8 times USA Women Champion. Hello Irina, how are you doing today?
Hi, Keti. I'm good, and I'm looking forward to another day of chess here at the Online Olympiad to see who is going to make it into the top division that starts next week.
Yeah, and this is the final chance for the teams, and let's take a look at the standings and then the pairings, and we will have some sort of picture what's going on here. All right. Would you like to maybe read what is happening in the pools, pool A, pool B, pool C?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so let's go to, well, we can talk about pool C, which is the pool that we're going to start with today. And in this pool, Belarus continues to do really well. Looks like they've won all their matches so far. Israel is close behind them. Israel has drawn one match, as we know, yesterday against Sri Lanka in a surprise result. You know what's interesting is that it seems to me that Belarus and Israel have not played each other. And I think that's what's happening in this round. So we're about to go into the match of the teams that it's going to decide who is going to be in first place in their division. I mean, I don't know if they're particularly motivated. That's kind of the question, because no one can catch these teams. And I don't know if it matters who is first or second. Do you know anything about that, Keti? Does it make any difference if you're 1, 2, or 3?
I think, yeah, it doesn't really matter, because the most important for those teams are to qualify to the next division. Only 3 teams can qualify there. And it doesn't really affect any standings or tie breaks in the end.
Yeah, and so okay, so Belarus and Israel are definitely in. I mean, we'll see if they manage to play an interesting match, nonetheless. And then we have Sweden and Sri Lanka, who are fighting for that third spot. Now, Sweden is currently ahead by one match point. They have 11. Sri Lanka has 10. No one else can even conceivably catch them. And talking about the pairings, let's take a look. Who are Sweden and Sri Lanka playing? Well, Sweden is playing Portugal. That's definitely a team that they can beat. And Sri Lanka is playing Scotland, which is, well, I mean, Sri Lanka has been doing great in this event, but they will probably, I would guess, have a slightly harder time against Scotland than Sweden will against Portugal. So, yeah, I think Sweden is looking good to claim their third spot.
Yeah, that's amazing. And well, they had such a poor start at the beginning, lost several matches with underdogs, and now they're trying to make it work and to come back into the fight and into the first division, which will start very soon. Next week or this week already?
The top division is starting September 8th. So I know that.
September 8th.
Yeah, that's Wednesday, actually. It's coming up pretty soon. I know that because that's the day I'm starting to play. So yeah, it's really just a few days away.
Yeah, so just a few days away, right? All right, the games will start very soon. Do we have already the first moves?
Yeah, so let's talk a little bit about Pool D, which is going to start shortly. Pool D has Argentina at the top with a perfect score. Slovenia right behind them. Slovenia has lost one match, and then Brazil. So in this division, the interesting thing is, will Brazil maintain their third position, or will Venezuela manage to take it from them? I mean, they're only one match point behind. They have 8, Brazil has 9, so they have chances. Other than that, the other teams, I mean, they're not really in contention, I think, to qualify today.
Yeah, the next teams, they have less than that points. So, but there will be a lot of things going on as Venezuela still can catch up the leaders. Let's take a look at the pairings, and we can quickly go to the games as they have already started.
Yeah, let me quickly go there, Keti. So we got Pool C pairings for round 9. This is the last round of the day. So we have Israel, Belarus, Sweden, Portugal, Albania, Zimbabwe, Montenegro, Norway, and Scotland, Sri Lanka.
Well, yeah, I think it's time to take a look at the chess games, and here we have the first game on the board. With white pieces, we have Tamir Nabati, Grandmaster from Israel, against Grandmaster Alexei Fedorov from Belarus. From Belarus.
And okay, this looks like some kind of what do you call it? Not like exactly like symmetrical Benoni, some kind of like. Can we see the first moves of this game, Keti?
I have seen something like this for the first time with A4 Knight before already. Yeah, I have not seen something like this before. It's the first time indeed.
Yeah, so Nabati is white. Okay, he had to kind of make this awkward rook move defending the C2 pawn. And I guess black is lucky that white's knight is on C3 and cannot currently move to allow the white pawn to go to C3. So to me, black looks pretty comfortable. I mean, the only thing is that they're not going to be playing the move knight e4. Well, actually, they can consider it knight e4 at some point, yeah, because I mean, I was saying no because it would actually allow the knight to get out of the way of the c pawn. But on the other hand, you're also attacking d5. So after the knight trade, bishop takes, the d5 pawn will hang, and the b2 pawn will hang, and it is a possibility to consider the move knight e4, which in general black wants to do, to trade pieces in these kinds of positions. But The knight on c3 might be an exception. Like, I don't know, maybe that knight is just out of, not really in a good spot. So maybe there's no reason to trade him. So he hasn't played a move yet, right, Keti?
He made 94 right now. We have this knight on the board, and I would be a bit freaking out already if I were white, because Black managed to develop the pieces. Black's knights are so active, bishops are also so active, and that's interesting how white decided to play a4 just like without a6. This is
yeah, I'm really curious now how he's going to be protecting these pawns. I mean, of course he could go c3, knight to c5, and look for compensation there. I guess knight, but his bishop is hanging. Yeah, so he needs to move it.
Bishop g3 to keep the pressure over here.
Yeah, and okay, I mean, does white even have any threats? I suppose white wants to go knight d2, knight c4. It's an idea. So, I mean, white is not obviously completely without hope in this position. But, yeah, black needs to find a good move now, because if he moves his knight, he loses the pawn. And can't move the bishop. So it's actually, there's interesting move, bishop h6, Keti. Yeah, I just realized. No, not here.
Instead of knights.
Yeah. Bishop h6, because we have to use the bad position of that terrible rook on c1, right? So send her back home. Oh wait, unless they can go, well, if they go knight d2, can we take a look at knight d2 maybe? Maybe they'll, maybe they can do that. And they are threatening our bishop, but we can go to f5 and we're still benefiting from the pin.
Bishop f5 or pawn f5? Bishop f5, because if pawn f5, then we might trap the bishop here. So this.
And then, the good news for black is that they're still benefiting from that pin, stopping the white knight from going to c4. Okay, maybe white can sack in exchange, I suppose, but I'm feeling like this bishop h6 resource is important because, white has set up his pawns to block that bishop in the long diagonal. So why not switch him over to the other one?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like bishop h6. Let's take a look what is happening in the game. We have a few more moves, like capture the pawn on d5. And is this our analysis or the game? This
must be the game, because we did not analyze bishop f3.
Yeah.
Never had that move on the board. Okay, so this is everything that we talked about, except, in this position, white's going bishop f3. Okay. Yeah, okay, so interesting. I mean, the knight's going to go to f4, I think. And, I mean, bishop b7, rook b8, I wouldn't mind being black there.
Yeah.
So this is a Fyodorov, yeah? He seems to be doing quite well out of the opening.
Yeah, he's doing quite well. We can meanwhile move to the second, another game. And also greets to our dear chat who are here with us and supporting the teams. And I really wonder who they are supporting, or if their countries are coming later in the division first. Just let us know. I'm so curious about that. Any idea, Irina, if Georgia joins the tournament next division, or?
Oh, I mean, they must be joining next division, because there's no other point at which they could join, right? So everyone is joining. All the teams, all the best teams are joining next.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah. It's going to be very interesting.
And I have not seen yet, like, actually, I don't even know exactly like what pool we're in. I'm, been a little busy, so I don't know if we've gotten that announcement, like who are the teams that are going to be playing in the same pool as USA. For example. I think we probably still haven't heard that. We'll probably hear about it soon. Well, we actually know the reason we haven't heard that, Keti, is because not all this division is not done.
Yeah, we need to know who qualifies in the next division, because I think the average rating might affect the standings there and the pairings as well. So we need to be patient.
Yeah. So let's see what's going on in this position. This is Nikitenko from Belarus playing more experienced grandmaster, Roy's from Israel. But right now, I cannot say that white's position looks bad. It looks pretty standard, standard Sicilian position. Yes, black wants to go d5, I think.
Yeah, black just captured the knight because this knight was so annoying on d5, and black now tries to push d5, the latest move, but black could not do that earlier at this point.
Let's see. Oh, like right away, yeah?
Yeah.
I think maybe he didn't like the end game. Like, okay, we have to take, right?
And now queen takes.
Yeah, the problem is, the end game is a little bit problematic because on queen takes d5.
Yeah, maybe for this reason, bishop takes is better option.
Yeah, and then still c4, so it's gonna be, I think.
Anyway, the end game.
Yeah, and the end game, and then just go rook d1, put a rook on the open file, and I can, the bishop on b6 is so incredibly strong here. It's just not letting the rook go to d8. It's not letting the knight go to d4. This is really a great piece.
All right, knight is on e7. And clearly black is preparing the capture with the knight to get rid of this bishop from b6 and then to try to activate the knight on f4. We can try to get to the next game. This looks so tempting. We have to be here. What is going on with white pieces? We have Evgeny Agrest against David Martins.
From Portugal, yeah. Sweden. This is the first board of Sweden versus Portugal. Wow, what a crazy position. I mean, I guess white
it wasn't sacrificed. Let's see what happened. So at this point, black pushed d5, white captured the pawn on e5, and now we have bishop b4, f4, knight c6, and white decided to capture the pawn on f7. Computer hates that. The computer is not happy with that. So after king takes queen h5, and here we have g6 move, and this is the current position.
Wow, that is really bold play by Grandmaster Agrest, I have to say. I mean, he wants to blow his opponent out of the water with the rook on a1 and the knight on b1. So it's a little surprising.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I mean, I don't know. He's not going to sacrifice his queen, is he? He's not going to have like bishop e4 and sacrifice the queen. So he took. Okay, he took on g6. He has a checkmate.
Yeah, there is a checkmate threat over here. Black has to take this into the consideration. But queen h4 is a check, and
yeah, I mean, it's not too dangerous because white can go king d1.
Yeah.
And then, knight f2, king c2, the checks run out. So the check is not the big problem. I think the issue here is that, okay, white has 6 pawns, black has 5. Black has an extra piece. And so there are tactics here. Obviously, you can't move your knight back to f6 because bishop d5 is going to be a discovered attack on the g7 pawn and mate.
Oh, this is very beautiful. This is very beautiful. I was just thinking about knight f6. Just in my mind. But I didn't see bishop d5 was coming. There's a check and whatever black plays, there's queen g7 checkmate. So black to move here.
Yeah, this is like really quite interesting. How is he going to defend? Because he can do moves like bishop f8, but the thing is the bishop was kind of nice on b4 because of that pin on the king and all the tactics on e3 that black was hoping to one day make. So I do think it does look like white has compensation at this point. Just such strong pressure on the open files and diagonals. Well, we can try bishop f8. Let's see what happens. Okay, so the computer says that it's kept the evaluation not maybe it wasn't the best move, but it wasn't the worst try for black, so it's pretty plausible. I guess we can take on d5 and play knight c3. No, oh no, we can't play knight c3, Keti, because queen d2 is going to happen. Oops. I wanted to develop my knight, but I got myself checkmated. Okay, never mind that. Knight c3 here. How about that? No, it's still gonna, well, yeah, we can do it because there's bishop d5. You actually do want to open up. Yeah. Interesting how all the moves I'm suggesting are bad, but it's not really clear why. What about, I mean, because if knight takes c3, Keti, bishop takes c3. I thought that was like pretty good because we're opening up our bishop on g2. Yeah, because we have bishop d5, which is the whole point.
Instead of this, just to
no, after bishop c3, d4.
Here. Oh yes, and then checkmate.
Yeah, I think he's playing really really interestingly, and I think his risk might just pay off, Keti.
Yeah. No, I like it as well. After just analyzing a few more moves, not so easy. This pressure over here and from here as well, and we also see some lines with bishop d5 was very nice for white, and c takes d5, and the knight is also hanging. So moves like queen d7 is not really guarding g7 square because white can take on d5 and will attack both knights. If queen comes here, once again the same might happen. So what is black's idea here?
Yeah, so we have, I mean,
how about
rook e7?
Rook e7.
Oh, that's another great losing move. Maybe we just take on e4, Keti, and then we take on g7. How about that?
Love it. Just next move, we can move the bishop and checkmate. I was thinking about queen h4, then this and try to trade the queens.
Yeah, the problem is the d5 pawn.
d5 and then rook. Oh no, rook h1 is not.
No, just bishop g7.
Oh no.
Yeah. Those bishops are coming in. They're completing their life's mission.
All right, black is down to 6 minutes. It's not so good position for black after all. The bar
I love this knight f7 sacrifice. I mean, it looked crazy, but like, hey, you know what? The grandmaster experience. I mean, now we can feel it, right? Like it just looked like what? Like, why would you? How can you sacrifice when your own king is in the center and you're not developed? But I mean, let's take a quick look. So king f7, and then he played queen h5, right? And then king g8 and g6. Well, here's maybe the thing, Keti. Wait, he played g6, right? Well, first of all, was it necessary to take the pawn? I mean, maybe couldn't black just play h6?
As I remembered, after g6, I got the position when I saw g6, but when I clicked, it was already captured. So black made here this h takes g6 really fast.
Wow.
Without even
yeah, but maybe can you try to put in the move h6? I mean, because that's my big question. Yeah, h6 was, I mean, that was the move, right? I mean, because that's just following basic principles. When your opponent wants to open a file against your king, keep it closed. Yes, now I understand why the computer was not liking the sack, because there was that moment where black could have kept everything closed. I mean, yes, he loses the d5 pawn. I don't think it's that important. But taking on g6 is just, it's a little bit suicidal, Keti.
It is. This is the position we are having. I was for a moment, okay, without knight f2, okay, we will not see bishop d5 and bishop g7 yet. So white, black went here on h7 immediately, hoping for some trades.
You know, it's interesting, Keti, I'm like looking at our chat and there's a nice conversation going on between bucks and deers and crocodiles. And I'm like, where are the knights and the bishops, guys? We're doing chess here.
The crocodiles are connected to chess, actually. And oh, yes, actually. that comes from the bishops. There was one commentary that I said that these bishops are just like crocodiles waiting for them victims on the background, and whenever a victim comes, they're attacking. So after that, these crocodiles became our theme. Yeah, that's why they are talking about crocodiles, but I don't know about deers.
Crocodile ate the bishop. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. A little bit more chess themes there, right?
Yeah.
So with black just played queen h7, yeah?
This is the current position. Oh dear, oh god, yeah. And there's a deer on my background.
Is there?
So yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's very tempting, it's very tempting even to take on h7, take on e4, take on g7. And I mean, yeah, like it certainly looks really dangerous. I mean, the only problem is this poor development that white has, like that they cannot go knight c3 normally. King e2.
Can we try e2?
Yeah, I mean,
and this idea.
Yeah, it's not going to work because there's just no time for it. They're going to go they can always go rook g8 or rook e7 actually, rook e7 to not lose the c7 pawn. Wow, no, not.
I think
rook e7.
I think it's because white can
rook
come
g5, yeah.
And try knight a3 and check here really quickly.
Yeah, the king is getting trapped. So okay, black has to be kind of careful about how he challenges the rook. Rook g8 was a move.
Rook g8, yeah, not to alarm. Yeah,
rook g8 seems pretty good, and also black can go rook g2 at some point.
Yeah, white's black has an extra piece after all, and if there is not a checkmate threat for black, that's going to be winning position. We have a couple more moves. Let's take a look. Take, and white decided to take on d5.
Yeah, sure. Why not actually? Why not get that pawn? Because then you can take on e4 if you want. It's kind of a free pawn. So yeah, the question is
thinking about d3 move, d3 e4 to create some very strong center. If bishop e4 is not working.
That's a really nice idea, Keti. I mean, I like that. Go there and go e4. The problem is they might go knight c5. No, you did the right thing. Yeah, no, that was good for black. You can't really push the pawn to e5, which is the problem. You're gonna hang d5. So he might be considering bishop takes e4. Let's go back and take a look at that.
Bishop e4, rook takes e4, and rook g7 with a check.
Yeah, because he can take another pawn on c7. I think white needs to not only be focused on checkmate here, but also just collecting as many pawns as he can. So black's knight on a5 is also quite out of the game.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay, let's move on to another game.
Okay, let me check something funny if we have, and this looks funny. So white sacrificed an exchange, but black's king is exposed.
Let me see which. This is Benjamin versus, this is, I believe, I'm trying to figure out which match it is.
This is Norway against Macedonia.
Oh yeah, Montenegro. Okay, sure, that makes sense. So this is the second board, and Benjamin Notkovic is playing for Norway. Okay, so Norway, how are they doing? They're down in exchange, and they are trying to say they have some compensation here. Although they're also down in exchange and a pawn, but the quality of black's pawns is not so good. Personally, Keti, I think black is doing quite okay here. Oh, I was going to say black will just go king g7 while white stopped that. So I understand why they did that. But, Keti, I have a bad feeling for white. Like, what about queen e5? Yeah, that's what happened. And just queen f5.
I like that. It also pins the bishop. White can capture the pawn or can play knight e4, but it doesn't stop queen f5 move. And then just to get king on g7, just guard everything on the king side and let the rooks to connect in this file. That should be fine for black. But black is struggling on time.
How about some games, Keti, in the Scotland-Sri Lanka match? Like we got Tate versus Leonage, Abdullah versus Doluwira, Cook versus Premanov, Lampard versus Tharushi. Any of these games would be good.
Okay, I think I found. Oh, Pia Kromlik is playing.
Yeah, she is playing.
Okay, we have to take a look. And I think I found the whole match over here. Abdullah,
Yeah, Doluwara, Abdullah versus Doluwira.
Okay.
Oh, you have Kramling, Pia. Okay, she seems to have checkmated her opponent already.
Already checkmated. Okay, let's go to your.
Okay, that one was wait. Oh yeah, Abdullah. Wait, Abdullah Murad versus Doluwira. But why does it say Abdullah is playing Potpara, who is the player from Montenegro that we just saw?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird? Potpara, we just saw him, and the other.
I have a friend whose name is Murad Abdullah and who's not from Scotland. I got a bit confused with that as well.
I mean, here it looks like Abdullah is losing. Yeah.
Maybe this is Norway and Sweden, isn't it?
No, Kvaloy versus Xiao is. This is a mystery. What are these games? I don't understand. Oh, okay. Yeah, we figured out the problem. This is the previous rounds. We need to go.
Oh God, I went
the current round.
So down. I was.
Yeah.
Okay. I can find the same people, but in this round. Okay.
So we got Tate Leonage, Abdullah versus Doluwira, Cook versus Premanov.
Okay, here we got it.
They're beautiful. Okay, well, this looks like interesting as well. What opening could this have been? It feels to me like it was a French defense. 3-5. So White's got.
It was. I can tell you what was it. It was from D4, and from this setup.
Yep. No way I would have guessed that.
Yeah. And here.
That's how they got this F6 break. Yeah.
Yeah, I would also guess it. This E6 pawn is a French pawn.
What a crazy position. So Doluwira doesn't have a whole lot of time. Also, what's going on with his position? It's not that great because Black is already up a pawn and it's Black's turn. And Black has all these sacrifices on F3. Oh, wow. I know what's going to happen. I mean, just Rook takes F3 is going to happen, Keti. Rook C takes F3. Pawn takes F3 and Bishop D5. I mean, doesn't that just look brilliant for Black?
Love it. I love this idea.
I mean, it's one of the most pleasant things in chess is to sacrifice an exchange and open your opponent's king for the long run and then get two beautiful bishops in the center.
And very weak king here.
Yeah, there's few things I like more. So let's show our viewers that move, Keti. Rook takes F3. Always want to look at moves that open the opponent's king. Oh, wow, look.
What's going on?
I thought it was a brilliant exchange sack.
Oh, this is happening. White king give up.
Oh, yeah, that's an unfortunate tactic. And suddenly Black's king is weak.
Yeah.
Oh, so sad, so sad. Okay. Well, I suppose that he's not going to do that then.
Oh, yes.
But we just found out how I would lose, you know? I would be playing my brilliant exchange sack, and then my opponent would do a brilliant exchange sack, and then I would lose. Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, Black went here for Queen B8. It's good that Black spotted that. Now he's attacking to this pawn, and you know what? If White just plays some move like H3, which now some easy move, now this gonna be really powerful.
Yeah.
And it stays so up. Oh God, no.
It's still looking at queen e7 and stuff like that. Yeah. But Keti, can I say, like, I don't know, h3 of course is
No, it's not queen e7, Irina. It's something else.
It could be it's rook e5, maybe. It's rook e5. Yeah, because on rook e5 there's bishop f4 and on
yeah. So after queen.
There's something here, Keti. It's maybe queen e7 threatening queen.
Queen e8.
e8, yeah.
All right. Okay.
It's fascinating. Yeah, because looks like black is trying to open the white king, but actually white can counter sack and get to the black king. But I'm thinking if queen b8, like some move that I would really look at, Keti, would be like bishop g4. I would just be, instead of h3, first of all, let's see if we can just attack. Instead of defending, let's, I don't really want that bishop to stay there forever. So I would consider giving up the h2 pawn and seeing what happens there and trying to win the e6 pawn. At least I don't see white getting mated, and this looks like a nice, black has to figure out some things in this position.
Okay, in the game, white went queen e7 here. This is the current position, and white is threatening a checkmate.
Good.
Also, queen can take on e6 with check. Just
great. Yeah, even better. Why not bring in the most powerful piece?
For instance, rook f7 is not a check anymore.
Yeah, so looks like white is actually doing quite well because they are getting to black's king. And, this is really good for Sri Lanka.
Now it's not a mate because, that's a good point. We have a comment, it's not a mate. It's not a mate right now, but rook e5 is a threat. And if rook takes, then it's a checkmate. And if queen takes, then there's a checkmate here on e8 and then f8. So that's rook e5 is a threat.
Oh, yeah, I predict black will collapse here pretty quickly. And the reason is it's just really hard to play black's position because their king is getting attacked first and e6 is hanging with check. I think it's just hard to handle so many threats against the king. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe black will come up with some brilliant.
Let's quickly go back to this game where white sacrificed a pawn and started to attack. So bishop e4 happened, then white captured the pawn, and white is trying to play this position. Oh, f6, guards g7 bishop. And
wow,
this is the current position.
It's pretty funny because, the black king has this light squares to get out on. I mean, he's not really that concerned about mate because he can always go over to g6 and f5. I mean, the problem in this whole game has been that white's queen side is just not developed. Like his king side attack was really strong, but he's been doing it without the support of like half his pieces. And that's why, he's not winning here, just because it's like not only is he down material, but the material he has is not even mobilized. So it does kind of remind us like why developing our pieces is important in chess, Keti.
Yeah. White just needs more forces here on the king side to attack the.
I think bishop takes d2.
Yeah, just imagine if knight is closer or rook is just closer to the king. That could be a checkmate in few moves, but it is not. And but black is having some troubles on the times. 35 seconds on the clock.
Oh, can I say one thing, Keti? Because I just realized, I was like, why didn't he capture on d2? But there is a little trick. Would have taken, knight takes and rook takes. There is a trick with rook c4. So you need to avoid that trick. Yeah. That was another thing I was falling for. Here, obviously, white would be out of danger and doing all right. So, I mean, he could take with a knight on d2. He didn't have to actually fall into this trap. Still looked really good. But he probably just didn't. Yeah.
Can we think of this and this? King c2 with the idea of rook h1, rook h8 checkmate.
Yeah, I like that. How would black be defending, actually? I think I know how, Keti. Maybe rook e5.
Rook e5. And after this, rook h5.
It looks like black has everything under control.
And white cannot pin this knight because bishop b3 will just win this rook over here. So for unknown reasons, black did not captured on d2 and went for bishop a5. And after king c2, now, oh, this is mysterious. Like earlier, black didn't capture with a check, and now.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not really helping white too much here, I think. Still, the knight is too far away to really make any big threats to the king. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He just has to give up a bishop. Oh,
Because after this, black is losing a rook, and white has an extra piece.
Yeah, so now he's going to have to play bishop h5.
Oh no.
And now white's going to have two pieces for the rook and finally is back in the game. I mean, they're not actually winning yet, but I mean, that's a huge comeback by white.
Right. This is the current position. They are both down to 1 minute. And of course, white has here much pleasant position because two pieces and very strong f pawn.
Yeah, it's especially much more pleasant compared to what they had just a couple of moves ago when they had their rook on a1 and the knight on b1. And now, you know, they're actually doing fine in terms of material. I mean, yeah, white's not really winning because the bishop on g7, not super effective. Black is doing a light square blockade, but yeah, it's, in a way, it's easier to play as white, right?
Mm-hmm.
For sure. So now, for example, I guess, did they just blunder f7?
Yeah.
Yeah, did black just allow that
F7
pawn to go?
Is really powerful. As black can't capture the rook, this will be a queen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there are positions like they can go rook d2, king f7. But of course, you know, now white is clearly on top, but can they win? I'm not sure, Keti, if white can actually win this position.
Yeah, because it's not the right color of it's not the right color bishop. So if black just trades the rooks, then it will be risk-free position for black. Yeah. So for instance, this is not working right now. It's a draw already. So let's see what happens. Yeah, we have this. Yeah, we have this.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, king d7. I kind of feel like, can white really win a position like that? The king just wants to go to c6 and to b7. But at some point, if black keeps the rook really passive on c8, he could get in zugzwang. So I'm kind of happy to actually see that rook right now on f3. Mm-hmm. I much prefer that. I'm glad that black activated his rook. Should be a draw. I mean, it should be a draw. We might see rook versus rook and bishop. Mm-hmm. That is definitely a possibility in this. Yeah. So they're going to be playing for a while, I think, Keti. Why don't we go and...
Yeah, we can move something. This game has already ended in this round, and it was some sort of repetition. They didn't find how to improve, so they ended in a draw. More and more games are ending. How about this end game?
Schweger for Israel is playing Tarasenko. Okay. And Schweger is, she is trying to promote her B pawn, and that's why black just stepped into the square of the pawn. Her h4 pawn is hanging. So yes, there's a very good chance that there's going to be a draw, isn't there, Keti? Because I don't think the B pawn is really able to promote at this point. And so somewhere, I mean, black can always just give up, you know.
Yeah, the king already catches this pawn, and then black can also capture this pawn really quickly. And
yeah, good result for Tarasenko. Yes, this position is a draw. Do we have any games available from the Scotland-Sri Lanka match?
Okay.
We got Tate, Leonard, Abdullah. Well,
This team ended.
Yeah, Tate. How did he do? Oh wow, Leonaj won. This the underdog team.
Checkmate. It's a checkmate over here. And then on G2.
What about Cook versus Premanov, Lampard versus Tarushi? Let's see the women's boards. Sanger versus De Silva, and Feng versus Sanudella.
Let me check. No, they are not. They have finished already because I don't
They're
see
finished?
it running. We have few games in progress. Let me find the ones. So we have seen that. There is one more game in progress, this end game.
Ronaldi. Ronaldi is from Norway. Lucas Ronaldi is playing Sava Vujovic from Montenegro. So okay, Ronaldi, is he winning? Certainly looks really good for him, doesn't it? Very hard to hold this position as white. Okay. Well, trying to protect this pawn.
Trying to hold it. White is trying. How black is going to break through this? Ooh,
Yeah,
blocked.
I was just thinking about that. I was like, the white actually wants to trap it. I mean, it's not really trapping it because black can.
Yeah, white has the C4 move.
And
black
he will
has
play
to
it
right now.
Yeah.
Black has to play, otherwise the rook was just trapped after rook, king f1, king g1. So e4 move here. The thing is, if white goes with f4, this might be a bit dangerous, isn't it? Or not so?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to keep any extra pawns on the board for black. So I guess you kind of take it. Or you can play king, 1 second, you can play king e3, Keti. King e3 is actually.
I think king e3 is on the board. Yes. Yeah, we have king e3 on the board.
Yeah. That's a much better move.
Black captures, white captures, and we have opposition, so king can come on d4.
But you can't catch the rook anymore because the rook's going to be an h2.
No, but now good thing is that white can always cover this king with a bishop, either rook f2 or bishop f2 or bishop b3.
It's interesting because black still has chances to win because they're going to get their king to g4 and the rook to a2. So already black is infiltrating with the king. But maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe we just hold, maybe run with our king to the queen side, right?
If it's too long, maybe black can sacrifice and rook and get the h4 pawn. So white has to gain time to get on f2.
But I think as long as he stays on the c file, he's fine. He will be able to get back to f1 as long as he shouldn't go any further than the c file, but c file d file is perfectly fine. No reason why he needs to move his king further than that. And now I just want to see if we have any updated results.
Oh, this game went to here. This is De Silva against Sandra Jake. This is Sri Lanka, I think.
Israel beat Belarus 3.5, 2.5. That's a big result. So wait, Israel actually is taking the first place in the division. They went to win. Yeah. All right. Sweden is beating Portugal 4-1. So Sweden is in third place, and Sri Lanka beating Scotland. Wow. 3.5. So and
they're going to win one more game. This is just ended as well.
Great stuff from these teams. I think Sri Lanka definitely had a very good event, and they're just a little bit out of contention, because Sweden didn't give up any points, didn't give them any chances. So I think objectively these are the strongest teams that have managed to qualify.
Yep. In this pool, C, all the games has been ended already. Do we have games in pool D? Maybe we can take a look at that.
Yeah, let's take a look at what's going on in pool D. They have just started their day. It looks like most games are done, Keti, unless you can find something in the South Africa-Brazil match, but I think Brazil is winning that. Everything else is done. And by the way, we missed one really important match, which was Argentina, Slovenia. Because those teams were in like top 2 positions, and Slovenia won. And I think tied them. Wow, so that's a really big deal. That match had a lot of decisive games, 4 decisive games. Angola beat Mexico, good result for them. Venezuela just barely beat Morocco, 3.5, 2.5. So that was important.
Yeah, Venezuela really needs a lot of good games and winning matches, as they are so close to get a top 3.
Yeah, so I mean, right now, Argentina and Slovenia are going to be tied, having lost 1 match each. And Brazil is still going to be on their heels, and Venezuela is still going to be on their heels. So yeah, well, I mean, Slovenia did a big thing by winning against their top rival, Argentina.
Yeah, that's right. We have this game still going on. This is the match, South Africa against Brazil. Black has an extra pawn, but white is giving so much of the checks here. Black is trying to cover the king, but I think it is really impossible to get out from the checks from the knight and the queen.
Yeah.
Now knight g5 might be a move. King is already on f5. Well, if white trace the queen, I think it will be enough to draw.
I think it's even easier not to trade the queen, right, Keti? I mean, Black's king is so open. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, who knows? Like, if Black's not careful, he might lose, you know? His king is quite open.
Yeah, my idea was just to trade the queens and then sacrifice the knight for the pawn, as the h1 square is a light square. And
I think white's playing for the win, Keti. Black has no time.
Really?
That's a big factor.
Okay, I didn't know what I was trying to read.
I mean, why not? You know, because the pawn doesn't matter, but like there's so many ways. Like, see, look at that. Knight of 7 might just win a bishop somewhere. I mean, knight of 7, king e6. Okay, maybe that doesn't win the bishop yet, but I mean, this looks queen a3, queen f8. Yeah, there's so many ways. Like, white is absolutely pushing here. King d5, queen f7. Make the king go into some squares. Yeah, king d6, queen e6. Okay, I think he's going to win this bishop. He's just winning it, right? I mean, unless, where can the king go?
Oh, yeah, he's just winning it. King c5, maybe?
Yeah, king c5.
Yeah, because after king d4, and look at this, knight takes. Yeah. Okay, so we had to find draw for black.
White. It's the time situation. It had nothing really to do with the evaluation. It was just very clear that it was like very tricky to play with that exposed king and no time at all.
Yeah, and like cannot trade the queens here as knight comes on g6 and controls this square, and then king will capture the pawn. So, oh no, the bishop is gone. And that is a reason. This game is very good, good example why queen and the knight are better in coordination than bishop and the queen. So they are very tricky together, and also with the lack of time. I'm sure black there are some ideas to save the game and some ways to save the game, but because of the seconds on the clock.
Keti, you know, there was a checkmate threat on h1 that black still has that checkmate threat, so it was important that white not blunder. There's still a way that white could lose, but I guess white is just going to pursue this king.
Yeah, this is a checkmate already. If king gets on the third rank, that's going to be also checkmate soon, or just to trade the queens is enough. As with extra knight, it is winning. Yeah, this is winning position.
Black cannot trade off.
Yeah, with the knight, we don't care what color is the final score. We just don't care because knight is very flexible. Yeah, I think this game ended. Let me check if we have some more games in progress, or it was the last one. It was the last one.
Yeah, so Brazil won. Everything in this division, yeah, we already discussed it. So I guess we're ready to go for our break, Keti.
We're going to our first break. We will come back with the updated standings and then the pairings for the next round. Things are getting so complicated already. Some leader teams are not winning the matches, and we have some surprises here. So we have to take a closer look to that. But we will do everything right after the break. Please don't go anywhere because we will come back really soon. Welcome back at FIDE Online Chess Olympiad. We have already Division 2 last day, and we know who are the qualifiers in the Pool C. So I'm Keti, and this is Irina, and now we're going to know those lucky teams. Maybe not lucky teams, but the strongest teams out of all. So Irina, would you like to read what happened in the Pool C, the final round? And
yeah,
then
so Israel managed to leapfrog over Belarus. I mean, Belarus has been leading the tournament the whole way. They had a perfect score. They met their big rival Israel in the final round, and Israel did not give them like an easy first place in the division. Israel came to win. They won with a minimal score of 3.5, 2.5, led by a win by one of their grandmasters, Michael Royce, and also winning the girls' junior board. So that catapulted them to first place. And Belarus stayed untouchable in second place. And Sweden held on to third place. They won their match. Sri Lanka won their match. Sri Lanka finishes a very respectable fourth place in this division. So now we're on to Pool D, where some interesting things have also happened in their first round of play. There was a very principled matchup between Slovenia and Argentina. Slovenia was 2 points behind, and by winning their match against Argentina, they caught up. So you can see that they're now tied for first place in the division, with Brazil in third place and Venezuela in fourth place. So what is happening in this round, Keti? Walk us through the pairings.
Yeah, so in this round, which we're gonna see right now, we have Brazil against Morocco. Uruguay will face South Africa. Slovenia will face Algeria. Angola will play against Argentina, and Venezuela against Mexico. And we will be focused on the leaders, on the leader teams, 3 teams, and also Venezuela, who has a very good chance to catch up the top 3 countries. We have the moves already on the board, so let's get into the games. And the first game which we have on the board, this is David Silva against Diego Flores. This is Argentina against
Angola.
And it is white to move. Seems like Scandinavian, right? Queen d5, queen a5. Where else this queen can be out at this point? Let's take a look really quickly. Yeah, it was Scandinavian. And here we have this position currently.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I do think this match is going to be important. Angola is right now in 5th place, right? But they are, they're in the middle of the table, so it's hard for them to kind of compete with the top teams, but they're definitely like among the best teams from the second half. And they're playing the Argentina, which just lost their match. And of course, they're very outrated, but David Silva has been doing really well for Angola. We've been watching his play over these days. So I think he's always a player that can surprise us. I found Diego Flores' bishop e6 move. That was something unusual. I haven't really seen that concept of, but I mean, I guess, yeah, he wanted to just play g6, bishop g7, and develop the bishop the other way. I haven't really seen that, but I think it makes sense. Yeah, I think it does, because you couldn't really do much else with that bishop. You didn't want to lock him up with the e6 pawn. And if you would have played to f5, at some point there would be g4.
Bishop f5 and g4, right?
Yeah, at some point. Yeah, maybe, I mean, you have to think about immediately or not, but yeah, definitely that would be one of White's ideas. So I think bishop e6, I've never seen that here, but it does make sense to me.
Yeah, White went for e3, and then bishop c4. White decided to trade the bishops, and now queen got back on d8. Why not queen on c7? At least here's developed this queen.
Yeah, I don't think there's any particular reason why that would have been a bad move, Keti. I mean, I think, I mean, maybe Keti, maybe like queen f3, bishop f4 at some point. Maybe he didn't want the queen attacked.
Yeah, maybe. So queen went back on d8, and we have a castle here, bishop g7, bishop e3, and after castle we have queen f3. White develops this queen in this way, and after knight d5 we have knight takes d5, and
Ooh, no, don't do that, no knight takes d5.
This is really smooth. Would you rather play knight e4 and give up this bishop?
Yeah, I would, I think. You can even take with, can take with the pawn, or even the queen. You can take with, yeah.
With the queen,
the
I would
hangs the pawn,
be
yeah.
afraid, with the queen.
Yeah.
And
Things
just
like that.
with the knights in the
Play
center.
c3, maybe c3 to really support that center at some point. I mean, it just feels a little more interesting to me, because I feel knight takes d5 positionally, like how can that really create problems for black? I mean, now he gets to advance his pawn from the 6th rank to the 5th rank, and he's trading pieces, and suddenly white's space advantage is just not very relevant. I mean, he doesn't even have a space advantage anymore.
Yeah. Do you think that white might think of some sort of kingside attack with queen h3, bishop h6, and f4, f5, or what is white's idea really here? I mean,
well, it's really hard to attack when you have bad pieces on the board, right? So the problem here is that the bishop on e3 is not a very good piece, and when you start putting all your pawns on dark squares, I mean, you really risking a lot strategically. So I mean, when I see this position, I definitely don't think like, oh, white is about to have like a very strong attack. I'm just because of that one knight on e5, which is about to be challenged by, knight c6. So I just kind of wish that white wouldn't have made that trade, because I think that helps black out a lot.
We have next moves here, and black managed to develop the knight on d7. We have very interesting game happening in the match here. We have South Africa against Uruguay, and we can see this from the beginning because it was something very unusual. 1d4, knight f6. After knight c3, black went for d5, bishop f4, and queen d2, bishop g7. White played really quickly this bishop trade. And here we have opposite castling. And after c5, bishop captured the bishop, king captures, and white captured the pawn on c5. And also on d5 and gave up a2 pawn. Wow, this is crazy game. This is crazy game.
Yeah, it looks like pretty nice for black. I mean, white has no development on the king side at all, and black's moves are fairly obvious. I mean, knight c6 next, rook d8. Right now white has to make a decision what they're doing with their knight. In fact, that decision, okay, so they played e4. That makes sense, yeah, because they want to go bishop c4.
Yeah, so this is pinned, and the idea is bishop c4.
c4, and where's that queen gonna go once that happens? That's a bit of a question. Yeah, it's gonna go to a4, I guess. It's gonna go to a4.
So let's say
knight c6,
something like knight c6, this and this. Should we give a check first or not?
That's a good question. Yeah, maybe that check also made sense.
Yeah, like something like this.
Interesting that the computer is liking white, I guess, for the extra pawn that they have.
How about b3 here?
a3. c5 is going to hang.
And capture c5 also. I really wanted to get this queen trapped, but it's impossible. It's queen can run away and on the way capture the pawn on c5 and attack here as well.
I mean, it's possible, Keti. Like you can just trade on f6, trade on e6, play rook a1, maybe just go into an endgame up a pawn and just win like that. It looks pretty good. Except, yeah, there is a rook d8, but even that doesn't really seem to matter because your king can just go to e2 or
go crazy.
Or e3. E3 is great. Yeah.
Yeah. Black has to play this And
Yeah.
okay, we're very far from the current position, but this looks okay for black, is not it?
Yeah, maybe we didn't move our king to the best square.
Yeah, and these two pieces are not well developed. So in the game, we have knight c6. Very likely we might see that crazy position happening in the game as well, if white goes with bishop c4. But yeah, to be honest here, I thought it was very promising for white. And I thought that white would go h4, h5, and that was the first initial idea to trade the dark square bishops. But then white decided to be more greedy and capture d5 pawn. What do you think here? Could white play something else rather than to give all these possibilities to black?
Yeah, well, the thing is that black wants to play queen c5 at some point, right? And also attack the f2 pawn. So, the thing is that white has no center, so I gotta admit, Keti, I'm always on the side that has a center, and whenever I see no pawns in the center, I'm like, well, yeah, the strategy seems a bit dubious, so
yeah, like center and space. I just love it. If I don't have it with white, especially, I'm just very disappointed the way how I choose the opening.
Yeah, like these openings are tricky, of course, what white is doing, but fundamentally, they have a little flaw, which is that you see that, black has a pawn on d5 and white has nothing in the center. So, it's kind of all based more like on some tricks and some attacks, on the king side. Yeah. But this reminds me of the famous game Botvinnik. Remember, there's this game where Botvinnik like sacked an exchange and attacked his opponent's king on the queen side. Keti, it's like very old. I can't remember who was his opponent, but it was in some kind of a Grunfeld. And it was very similar to like this kind of thing that we're seeing right now.
I see.
Yeah, he sacked an exchange and he played like knight c6 and white's king was on the queen side. And so I feel like that's the spirit of this is the same, that old game and the position that we have today.
We will come back to this game. Currently, this is the position. We might see that in game that we had earlier on the board. Very likely we'll see that. But before we go to come back here, there is very interesting game happening. Oh no, I lost it. Hold on, I'll find it once again. There was beautiful game happening, but I just lost it. So I'll get that hopefully. And meanwhile, we can switch to the next one. Let's say this position. Oh no, this is the game I want. Okay, I didn't recognize because the queens were off the board. So let's see. So white went for queen b3. And decided to capture queen b7 first. The bishop on f3 is hanging, rook is hanging, and the knight is hanging at the same time. So black plays knight c7. Now this knight guards the rook, and the bishop guards the knight. So bishop b5. Here we have a pin.
Yeah.
Queen b6. It's too much things happening on the board. Too many pieces are hanging. So white has to capture the queen now and the bishop on f3. And this is currently the position. So who stands better?
All right. Well, white has an extra pawn at the end of all of that. So it seems to me, Keti, that white is better because their knight on b5 is really, really a key piece. Yeah. And yeah, there's a fork. There's also, I mean, of course, black can challenge the knight with like rook a5, but I think we're just going to keep it there after a4. And making that square into an outpost. And also you can always play bishop d2. I mean, black will play e6, they'll play e6, we'll go bishop d2. I don't really see the compensation for the pawn. I actually kind of like white's, usually the backwards pawn on d4 is not very good, but I kind of like the white's pawn, the way it sort of stays in the center, protects e5. I mean, here we can even look at, let's see what kinds of moves would be good. Even the move b3, Keti, like, well, no, maybe it's a little too slow. No, it's fine, but it's a little slow. Let's see what else we can do.
The
I mean,
thing
just
is that white can also come on e3 with a king to guard this pawn. So knight is also guarding the pawn. So it's not so bad. How about just to capture king d2? Or that's...
No, I agree. You can do that.
But the thing is, that after all, knight will have d5 square.
But he can have it though, because there's nothing else good about his position. Yeah, normally you don't want to give away that square, but I think here, we have d6, we have b5, we have extra pawn on the queen side. We have a good
control
king.
C file as well.
Yeah. So white has so many advantages that I think you can even afford to give up the d5 square.
Okay, some things are happening in the game. So let's take a look. Black here goes with long castle. Oh,
okay.
wow.
Not going to save them. Bishop e3, yeah.
Bishop e3. And we have this position.
Yeah, it's all going white's way.
Yeah, that's also smart to keep this king here on b7 and activate pieces really fast.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. The only problem is that black can't move. Once he sets this up, like, what else is he going to do? He's going to play like f5. Maybe he should play f5. I mean, just because I'm thinking like I might bring my king. Yeah, I was going to say to bring my king to e4. So I think at some point black might want to consider f5.
To stop the king coming here. And if white captures the pawn, would black capture this with a bishop to attack d4, or just to capture with the pawn to again push f5?
That's a good question. I mean, he can take with the bishop, then the king gets the e4 square.
Right.
You can attack that pawn, but I've got it. Actually, I love the king on e4. He looks so nice.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I love this king here. And black cannot really increase the forces here as the knight is hanging. And if knight leaves the file, then the rook is hanging. So these two pieces are pretty much pinned over here. So also thinking maybe white can even use this pin and try to push b4, b5 at the right time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, black can barely do anything at this point, right? Like everything is unproductive. So he played f6. So it's kind of similar. Yeah. If white wants, white can take that pawn, which I think white should be considering. I don't think that's a terrible idea for white. And what if pawn takes pawn?
Oh, white goes with b3. Now black can play this f5. To try to close the center.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like, yeah, but it's hard though. I mean, I was thinking like maybe go rook d7 to d8 and then knight a5. Try to, I mean, there's some ideas, but of course white can defend against this pretty easily, and they can even play bishop d2 at some point. At some point, yeah.
Shall we go to the other game? Something also gets interesting in here. So this is Ande Diamond against Ali Sebar. So at this point, here white started the attack on the king side, and black managed to push b5, which is quite common in dragon system. So f5, b5, b4, and white captured the bishop. Black captured the knight, and here we have king f7. Queen captures c3, and this is so much hated by the computer. Oh, the bishop is hanging here. That's why.
Oh no! Oh wow! He just completely hung the bishop. Oh, instead of taking with the rook, poor Andre. Oh, that's going to be a big win for Morocco on this board.
Or just to keep this queen somewhere here and here, just
to
give up.
Oh, wow. Okay, game over.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite the blunder there. How about Lenich Luka Uaret Abzaluhab?
Okay, I got it.
Oh no, they haven't made too many moves. I think I picked the wrong game there. You know, they look like they've just played a couple of moves and that's it, Kenny.
Really? It's a wrong one?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, I mean, this is what they have on the board. That's it. You
Yeah,
know?
this is 12 moves only, and Black is
Yeah.
thinking,
How
oh no.
about anything else going on in these matches? Borisek, bull runs. I mean, this is actually kind of interesting. I don't think that Black is not doing badly, by the way, against a much higher rated opponent. I like his move E5, by the way. I like that
E5
a lot.
too.
Actually, Black is doing just great. I mean, he's threatening D4, Bishop F5. So Black has no real problems with his pieces, no issues with development or space. I mean, I like Black. I mean, this E5 move was so important because it opened up the bishop.
Yeah. Well, I like this position for white. I thought it was like, oh, this is so good against this bishop. At the moment they played E5, I changed my mind. Because yeah, this, if Black doesn't have a problem for this bishop, then there's not a problem at all. We can go to the other games. How about this one? What's happening here?
Okay, yeah, this must be Angola. We got Domingos. He is a junior playing Lucas Chorus from Argentina. And how is Junior doing? Not so well right now. He's down a pawn and there's really no compensation for it, right? Keti, so Argentina is doing well on this board.
Yeah, Black species are so active against very passive white species. Seems like there is some tactics here after knight E3. What this can be connected to something with rook A1 here. Can be knight E2 check. First up there. So the idea is if you capture with a rook, Black is winning a queen. So you have to move your king, and in that case, the knight on E3 will be hanging. Let's say king here, and bishop takes.
Yeah, he's a junior, and his name is Junior. Exactly. So let's see. Do we have any results so far in these matches, Keti, that are updated on chess results?
No. All the games are going on. All the games are progress. No results yet, although some games are really. How
about Miguel Sergio versus Fernando Peralta from Argentina? Or that's kind of an important game as well in the match between Argentina and Angola. Oh, great. We found it. This is wonderful. Okay. This is like a typical kind of Queen's Gambit, Nimzo type of play. And yeah, white is better. And the reason they're better is because they have this lovely square in F5 coming up for the knight. And Black's bishops on A7 and B7 are just staring into pawns. They're doing absolutely nothing. I mean, the only thing they're doing is making it harder for white to play E4. But white's not going to go E4. White's going to go knight F5, H4, you know, king G2, rook H1, and just win on the H file.
I love this idea. Yeah, somehow Black weakened very much the king side, and it's just calling for this attack H4, king G2, rook H1, and there is not enough pieces for Black to guard the king. Look at this bishop is also so open here. How Black can play against this plan? Do we have this position on the board?
Yeah, Black needs to rewind and make sure he hasn't given up any key squares on the king side, Keti, or made his bishops bad. Oh, Pawn March Destroyer. Look at this guy. He is so observant. He said, it's been an hour and a half into commentary and I haven't seen any $1 bets from Irina yet. Is she feeling okay? You're right. You completely caught me on that one. I think I'm doing a bad job here. I haven't made any bets yet, Keti.
It's time. It's a good reminder.
Right.
It is a good reminder. It's your time, Irina, to bet your First
Okay,
alert first.
I will, give me just some opportunity and I will be sure to put in a bet really fast here on what's going to happen. So, I mean, yeah, so basically this position, I don't think there's any, there's no way out for black. Guys, there are positions in chess that are so strategically bad that there's just no way out. Like when you've given up too many important squares, when your pieces have no real potential, when you have no plan to improve, when you don't have the center, like white's even stronger in the center, right? Because they have the E pawn and black has the C pawn. So white has so many advantages that at some point it's not just a bad position, but it's a position where black has no real counterplay, no potential to improve, because there's bad positions that would have a dynamic element. You can still confuse things, give up some material, get some counterplay. This just doesn't seem to be one of them.
Yeah, that could be in case if the pawn is at least on c5. That keeps the thing centering under tension. So the kingside attack would not be so easy as it is right now, because the center is closed. Only side that can be open, the center is white, and white is not going to do that. So and white has a clear attack on the king side. And yeah, the bishop is really outplaced. I really wish for black the bishop is here on g7 instead of a7. Okay, we're going to find.
I wish for black that maybe he had like a pawn on e5, Keti, pawn on e5.
Yeah.
Something to put a little pressure on white. So we're going to some exciting game. Let's get to something new where.
Okay, white is so winning for white.
Ooh, this.
Something.
Was this the game where the king went out to d2, and why is this winning? There's just.
Yeah, this was the game. We were analyzing this game, and we ended at this place. Actually, you were just guessing all these moves without money, so I can bet now. Yeah, so this end into here, and black sacrifice something. Okay, e7. And now bishop f7. Yeah, this should be completely winning for white. Now look at this pin.
Yeah, that was a good move by white, because they are just they're just going to go to f1 once they're checked, and then they're going to trade on f6. They're going to get the queens off the board and just win with your extra exchange, and also a7 pawn is hanging. So yeah, this is completely winning. All right, moving on, Keti, moving on. Let's get more into those interesting games. Like, what else do we still have?
How about this one? This is Esma Karim against Alexander Fier.
Yeah, that's a good one. Let's take a look. Okay, Karim.
Morocco against Brazil.
This is getting really ugly. Oh, wait. Did he just? Why? Yeah, this looks really natural, and I loved black's position, so I'm trying to understand why. What did the computer not like about what black just did? Because it looked really good, right? And maybe no. Okay, nothing really changed. Okay, so white is up a pawn. But black has this amazing compensation on the dark squares, like g3 is weak, f4 is weak, the queen is active. And obviously, yeah, black wants to bring in the knight for that checkmate. Yes. And so how is white going to defend? Now, he tries to trade. Of course, black is going to trade the queens. That's the last thing black will do in this game.
What's also very important here, white has no time on the clock, 30 seconds. Black has 9 minutes on the board, enough time to think. And white is just blitzing right now, just making the moves that he sees.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good reminder why you can't get into this time situation. I mean, it's like there's no way you can compete with someone that has time to think, and especially when your position is not clear and not clearly winning. Oops, see, this is exactly what happens, Keti.
Yeah, rook f2 went on under 93 threat. And here, this is hopeless position for white, as white is losing a rook, just like that, and then pawn, and this should be a game over. This can be h3 here, just to try to win a queen. Yeah.
We got other games in that match, like Mayar Libroletto, Zahid Chang, Arami de Borba, and Makhlouf de Freitas.
Okay. Yeah. Is this
Any
one?
games?
No.
Oh, no, but that one was interesting too.
This one is.
Well, this one is. Okay, now white used to be down a bishop. Now he's down a rook. He does have some nice pawns there on the queen side, but it's probably not going to be enough to save him. Yeah, because he can't really advance them so easily.
Let's say rook d1 move.
Yeah. I don't know, just
maybe bishop e5 to try to checkmate here.
Yeah, that's a good one.
g3 seems only move. And wow, it's extra rook. It should be something really easy. In the game, we have this current position, and black went for queen f3 trade. Queens are off the board, and pawn is already on the 3rd rank.
Yeah, it's a pretty good approach. I mean, at some point, yeah, I was going to say white's going to play bishop b7 and try to play b6. How about bishop d4 here, Keti? Oh, I like that.
Just to stop that, yeah. And if a4 with the idea of a5, you can even come back here on b6 and this attack here. And on the other hand, you also want to push f2. And oh, there is another pawn coming here.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, this should be winning for black. And we have bishop d4 currently on the game. In the position. So, oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. We were in this game. How the knight got on d3. This is interesting. So, shall we go from here?
Yeah.
Queen f8. This is the last position we checked, and white went with f4. Oh, that allowed knight e4 to come. And knight d3 to come.
Yeah, I don't love that approach because I don't know why you needed to play, and he just blundered his queen.
Huh?
Oh, maybe something is going wrong, but that felt a little unnecessary because I felt like you played into black's strengths here, and what's the current position?
I'll just refresh really quickly if that doesn't mess up our. Okay, this is the current position. So after 94, okay, yeah, it's different position. White also went for h4, and here we have this position. This is the current position.
Okay. So white could technically take on f7. You know, I hate that bishop on c1, Keti. It's like everything about, it's funny how it says everything is winning, but it's so rare to be winning when you have such a bad piece on the board. And even the knight on c3 is not really helping you. So why is it so completely winning? I mean, is it queen f2, Keti?
Because I think f7 pawn will be
no, not queen f2. Not queen f2. I wanted to put the queen back on that square where we already saw it hang. Oh no, so bad.
No. But how about just take it? Is it white to move? Yes.
Yeah, white can do that.
Take. And if you take, we have a check. We can come here and there's
G6.
another check. G6 also. Oh, G6 even stronger because now we have G5. Beautiful. So if king goes backwards, then we have this check.
We win the rook.
And now we have this check and this. Mm-hmm. So this is a threat, and that's why it is winning for white. White has almost 3 minutes, and using the time to calculate all this.
He'll find it. You know, Keti, it's just like I feel like it's unfair to win in chess when you have bad pieces still on the board. You know, I like to like win with all the perfect pieces, you know. Not that the bishop on c1, so it's like kind of like it is a little unusual to be winning when you still have some
You can
pieces
count
going
it
after.
as a sacrificed bishop.
Yeah, I would rather sacrifice that bishop for something to get him off the board.
Oh, White made a move and White decided to capture with a knight.
That's fine.
Yeah, also fine because this also threatens rook g6 check and queen h6 checkmate. So black has no time and cannot do much. So this is still our variation. No, it's this is currently happening in the game. So they went to the very similar line as we had.
Should we go on and find something else, Keti?
Yes, we can try. How about this game? Oh, what? Oh, it's a checkmate.
Viva Zamora. Yeah, that was already won by.
Oh, look at this! Wow. What is this? Look at this.
Nice.
H4.
Nice.
And 5. Black has an extra piece, but look
Beautiful.
at this. Now take. G4. Bishop E1 first to get out of E5 square. This is, my friend, a puzzle here. We're gonna see this game into the puzzles later on. So remember it well, guys. Remember it well. And wow, lots of compliments. This is move 44, and he calculated this from move 38 when he pushed h4.
And his position was hopeless, right? He was just losing like at some point.
Yeah.
Must have been pretty bad at some point. Yeah. Okay. I mean, he had some hope. There were still hopes, but the bishop on g7 was not very good, you know?
No. I love this h4. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. So this is really happening time to time in real games, right? In real
happening.
Happening. Beautiful. We can move to this game. This is happening right now. Black has an extra rook and black is very close to checkmate.
So that is Roselli is winning for Uruguay. And right now that's important because their match, as I see in chess results, it was 1.5. And now they're 2.5, and if he wins it's going to be 3.5, so he can win the match. Brazil is beating Morocco 4-0. Slovenia right now 2-0. How is Lenic Luka doing, or Janzel Lara? Let's take a little look at what's going on in the Slovenia match.
Yeah, so this is currently the situation. Luka Lenic against Abdol. All right.
Wow, his opponent is doing really well. I mean, material is fine, pieces are fine. The time clock is not the best. So he might get, but I mean, if he draws Lenic Luka, I mean, I would say that's a huge success. Honestly, that's a very big rating differential there.
Yeah.
And to draw him with black pieces is even more impressive. Because right now he's fine. He's not worse at all. Like his rooks are not worse than White's rooks. And he's just going to go like rook a3 or something next. So I'm very curious as to how Lenic Luka is going to try to beat his opponent here.
And here we have this position rook is already a3. They are making really fast moves, as you can see. The time is less than 30 seconds for both players. We might see more crazy puzzle study positions here with two also possible.
Janzel Abdi or Vidic Nasser. Do we see those games, Keti?
Let me check really quickly.
Urch versus Buben Deer. Those are the other important games. This match. So they're probably like, because right now Slovenia is winning 2-0.
This is not it. This black is winning here.
That's not it. That's Brazil.
Yeah, and this is another game going on. The other games are just ended, so I don't.
Got it. Okay, so what's going on here? Who is playing this game? Antonio.
Oh no! Don't do that. Here, white pushed a5 and black captured the pawn, and this is cannot make on time. But there was a chance. There was a chance to capture, and then to stop this pawn here. But this is also looks quite winning for whites, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. So this is the match between Angola and Argentina just got a win here.
Yes. The question is whether the fair play mechanisms here in this tournament, there is a lot of mechanisms. And the first of all, and also very important, is that the players, all these players are now in this Zoom call with under the control of the arbiters. And there is also algorithm on the platform. I'm sure they're also checking with that algorithm. So, I believe, and I really want to believe that no player will ever risk their image for any points. They're playing at Olympiad. This is a dream for many players to be a part of the national team at the Olympiad. So, Irina, do you believe that somebody will risk that?
Well, Keti,
this is the end of their career. Yeah. Just imagine, like, if you're caught, this is that's your end. That's your end to play chess, to play in your team at least.
Yeah, I think. Well, first of all, I don't think there's. I'm not sure that there's actually like any prizes for the teams. So I'm not sure there's this huge financial incentive. I mean, as far as I know, I've never heard about any money prizes for the winning teams. I think, like, our federation pays us something to play, and that's kind of it. And maybe that's the way the other federations are working as well. So there's not that motive. And I mean, there should take some pride in playing for your country, right? And not kind of sully the name of your country and your teammates. I mean, that is really an extra responsibility. I mean, we know cheating is a big problem online. But yeah, I don't think it's like super likely. I don't see what the incentive would be.
Yeah. It's just not right. It's just not right. Especially it's a team competition. You're representing your country. Now, I don't really believe that something like this can happen. And for the next division, first division, we're gonna have the cameras on the screen, so we can judge how the players are doing, and we can see, also we can observe. We're gonna see Irina on the other side at that days. I think there's no will of cheating. I hope there is no will of cheating. Why to cheat, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so damaging to the game.
I would be so afraid to do that. I would not be focused at anything. I would be so stressed with this situation. All right, let's see if we have any more games. We don't have any more games. I think this round just ended. So we can take a break now, and we can come back with the updated results, updated standings, and the pairings for the next round. So please don't go anywhere. We will come back very, very soon to you. Hello, welcome back. This is FIDE Online Chess Olympiad, powered by Chess.com. I am women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili, and this is Grandmaster Irina Krush. We're now going to take a look at the results of the previous round and gonna see the standings in Pool D and E. So here we have already the pairings and this results of the previous round. Irina, would you like to read out that round 8?
Yeah, so in the previous round, everything really stayed the same at the top of the rankings. Brazil won convincingly against Morocco, 5-1. Uruguay won against South Africa, 4.5 to 1.5. Slovenia beat Algeria, 4.5, 1.5. But I have to give credit to international master Uaret Abdullahab, who drew Lenic Luka, Slovenia's top board, with the black pieces. And Lenic Luka is a 2660 grandmaster, so that's not an easy feat. So I think Algeria can take some consolation in that. Argentina beat Angola, also very convincingly, 5-1. And actually, yeah, only one game was won in that match by Angola, and it was won by Junior Domingos. And I feel like we saw that game, Keti.
Yeah, he was losing that game.
He was losing, right? So we're like shocked actually that he won that one, but it did give Angola a point. And Venezuela, 3.5, 2.5 against Mexico. That's a really close call for them. So now let's go on to the round 9 pairings. This is the last round that they're going to be playing. And what do I think is really important here? Well, first of all, Argentina and Slovenia are tied for first place. And Argentina is playing Venezuela. Now, Venezuela, if they can beat them, they would actually catch up to Argentina. That's a really big match that we're going to watch. And Slovenia and Brazil, who are they playing? Slovenia is playing South Africa. So South Africa is not doing too well. I expect Slovenia to kind of have a comfortable match. And Brazil is playing Uruguay. Okay, a little bit of a tougher pairing. Yeah, they're ranked 3 and 7. That's a little bit of a closer gap than 2 and 9. So the most interesting match here is definitely Argentina-Venezuela, because if Argentina wins, that's it. Venezuela is not going to have any chance to qualify for the top 3.
Yeah, but I think this is a chance for Venezuela. You can't ask more than to play to direct your opponent in the last round. So I think this is really good pairings for Venezuela to have a chance to fight for the top 3 places to qualify to the next division. Pool E will start also very soon. Let's take a look at what happened in Pool E, and then we can see these standings. So in Pool E, we have the round 7 gonna happen now. And here we have Bolivia will face again to Colombia. Jamaica will face El Salvador. Then we have Guatemala against Costa Rica. Ecuador will play against Paraguay, and Chile and Cuba. Here we have the last matches over here. Let's take a look now at the standings in Pool E and see who are the leaders. And here we have Colombia, the absolute leader with 12 points. Then we have Cuba with 10 points. And Paraguay, Chile, they are sharing 3rd, 4th places, and Ecuador is very close to them. So in this pool, we have several matches going on, so the things might be different later. But in Pool D, this is the final round, round 9. So we will be very much focused on Argentina and Venezuela match, because this is very important, as Irina mentioned. And you guys in the chat can also ask us some questions or share your opinion about the games. We are free to read out your comments as well. So the games will start really, really soon in Pool D. And I hope I will be good to find the players at the match of Venezuela and Argentina. All right. They will start really soon. So what's your predictions, Irina? What might happen in this match?
Yeah, so I think in Pool E, what's interesting is the match between Ecuador and Paraguay, right? Because those are the two of the highest ranked teams that are playing. Ecuador is currently they're both at the top of the score table. I mean, Paraguay is in third place, right? And Ecuador is in fifth place. And they're not separated by a lot. There's just like one drawn match between them. So Paraguay has, let's say, drawn a match while Ecuador has lost a match. And if Ecuador manages to win, I mean, they would leapfrog over Paraguay. So there's really a lot at stake between those two teams. And I think it's very clear in this division that the top 5 teams, they're the ones who have a chance to qualify. And then the next 5 teams are really what, at this point, we can see from the results, don't have much of a chance anymore. So when you see those top 5 teams facing off against each other, that's when it gets really interesting. And another thing I can say is that Cuba, the only reason they have lost a match yesterday was they really had internet connection problems. So yeah, they're the strongest team in this division, probably. I mean, yeah, they certainly, I think, very competitive with Colombia. And it really depends on what's going on with their internet. So if they continue having problems with that, I mean, they could even, actually they're playing Chile. So both of these matches are super important for the standings because now it's team 2 playing team 4. Again, if Cuba loses, they will be leapfrogged by Chile. So very clear that these 2 matches are going to be the ones to watch in Division E.
Yeah. Okay. The Division D has already started. We have the first game on the board. We have the games already on the screen, and I think you want me to go to Venezuela, Argentina.
Yeah.
Is this one?
Yeah, we got Flores Llanosa.
Very close. Okay, this one. There we go.
Flores Llanosa, Felgeir, Vivas. And Argentina has, they're playing their best team, I think, except I just noticed Argentina is not playing Carolina Lujan. That's a surprise. I mean, she's by far Argentina's best female player and really the best player, and I think in South America. So I am a little bit surprised that they're resting her. I mean, she won her last round against Angola. So it's quite interesting. Like, what's the strategy of Argentina? Is Argentina just saying, I mean, they don't want to lose. Although I'll tell you something, Keti, they're not risking a whole lot. Like, Argentina has qualified. Their tie breaks are the best. Even if it's to Venezuela, they actually will not be pushed out of the top 3 by Venezuela. There's too much of a difference in the game points. So is that a reason they're not playing their best female player? I don't know. That would be strange, right? I mean, to kind of like not do your best to win this final match. Of course, if they lose to Venezuela, that helps Venezuela leapfrog over Brazil. But I mean, I know they have a big rivalry in football, right? Argentina and Brazil, but I can't imagine that, like, Argentina would want to help Brazil not make it into the top 3. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Well, what's happening in this game? Like, Black time is running 13 minutes already. Black lost almost 2 minutes. Seems like he's not at the board, or there cannot be disconnection as it might be lost automatically, but seems like he's a bit late for his game. This is the first board. This is the first board. And they are Grandmaster with white pieces and International Master with white pieces. We can move to the next game.
Felgeir versus Vivas. And we also have Maria Fernandez versus Madrid.
We have it.
Okay,
so
great.
this is women first board.
Yes, woman first board, and Fernandez is a little bit higher rated, and they're playing an interesting Queen's Gambit declined. So white has castled queenside, and it kind of feels to me like maybe black is preparing to do the same. Black's knight on f8 is very strangely placed because normally a knight like that is supposed to come out to g6, but it can't, right? Because black's pawn is on h6.
Yeah, and bishop can simply capture, and here we have a long castle, as you just predicted. Black also decided to long castle here and not walk into the white's attack. I don't like this with black when I castle short and my opponent castles long, and then he attacks me on the king side. So here black also decided to castle on the long side. And the question is, what is the white's plan here, and what is the black's response about that? Do you think white will push e4?
Yeah, it's interesting because the f3 pawn suggests that white will be pushing e4. And I do think that that is a reasonable plan. And of course, if the pawn was back on f2, then the plan would be more like rook c1, knight a4, knight c5, maybe even king a1, b4. I've seen that kind of stuff take place. So it seems like, okay, white is going rook c1, so they are probably going for this queenside play, despite the pawn being on f3.
Yeah, so white here goes with rook c1. Maybe white wants first to develop the other rook on d1 and then try to push e4, or just keep this playing going on, as you mentioned. And what's black's idea here? How black is going to play? What's the black's plan?
Yeah, black doesn't have much of a plan, Keti. Black has a bad knight on f8 that is completely misplaced. I mean, I guess their plan is to put it back on d7. But I mean, yeah, white obviously has so much more play in the center on the queen side. And I think this is why the evaluation is quite a bit in white's favor already.
Yeah, black just played king a8. There's not much of the options here for black, as we mentioned. So black is maybe just waiting. This is the second board, female board in the same match. Here we have Leonera Gutierrez against Guadalupe Peso. Here we have closer ratings. And what do you think about this position? Who stands better?
Yeah, I think this one is looking very even. Looks like it was some kind of like accelerated dragon that happened. And what's a typical move here for black? I mean, I suppose knight d7 you can look at. You have to be a little careful with like f5 ideas. I don't think they're dangerous yet because your bishop can go to c4. Although it does lose a pawn. We can look at bishop g7, king g7, queen d4. Oh, yeah, instead of f5, Keti.
Okay, instead of f5.
Yeah, just bishop g7, king g7, queen d4. There is like an issue, maybe f6 by black, but there is a little issue with the a7 pawn that, white needs to consider taking. So let's take it. And okay, black has some compensation, but it doesn't feel entirely clear what it is.
Yeah. Maybe knight c5 to trap the queen there for a moment.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, the queen could just go to maybe a3 and then go to b4 and kind of come out from there, and maybe even pawn to b4. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe knight d7 is very thematic, but perhaps it is not the best. And maybe what black should do.
Yeah. How about
a5? Yeah. a6 or queen a5. Yeah, just simple moves that defend the pawn. Yeah, I think either of these are reasonable.
Yeah, and with idea of 97. We have some moves, and black decided to play bishop c4 first to attack the rook.
It's fine.
Looks like rook e1 will be next move.
Yeah.
And now still queen can come on a5.
Yeah. So
Oh,
black's
e5 was black's response here.
Ooh, that looks a little crazy, right? Because I mean, you're kind of restricting the bishop's movement backwards. So you have to worry about like stuff like b3 even.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess on b3 she wants to go b4. I think maybe
it's not going here because white will capture this pawn, but instead she's playing b4 here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the pawn on b4 is not bad. I mean, you have to evaluate the position after knight d5.
Knight where? d5.
Yeah, d5, and bishop takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, yeah. And I mean, okay, on one hand, the b4 pawn is good, but we can actually play 3 at some point. And, you know, a7 is hanging for now. White could have some advantage. Of course, you know, white has that typical play on the e file. They have the space for the d5 pawn. But on the other hand, white has the backwards c2 pawn, and the b4 pawn is pretty good. So this is definitely not hopeless for black either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We do have the next game in this match, and this is junior sport, the last sport. So
Valeria Bank is playing for Argentina and Matute for Venezuela. Ooh, Venezuela seems to be doing really well on this board. I mean, it kind of looks like a dream dragon because white has already made so much progress in their kingside play. Plus, they just got a tempo to put the knight on d5. And what is black really doing here? So yeah, I like this for white, Keti.
I like it for white too.
Because white can just go like rook g1, rook dg1. And then you're already looking at sacrifices on g6.
Yeah, there's this pin here.
Sometimes you can go rook g5 and think about a sacrifice on h5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You can also think of trade the knights maybe and to trade the dark square bishop then later on.
Yeah.
d4 from h6. There can be also some ideas, knight e2, knight f4, knight g3 to get rid of these knights. So plenty of ideas for white.
Yeah, black is just way behind in their attack, I think.
Mm-hmm. In the game, it was knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, and it is white to move.
Maybe even knight f4 here, Keti. Knight f4 actually looks really simple and really strong.
Mm-hmm. Now the trade is knight g6 or knight h5, so knight has to be captured and bishop will capture this. h5 is the next move and black can really stop that, but can also trade the dark square bishop to weaken the king even more. So this looks very comfortable for white.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very simple approach, just kind of getting rid of the blockader on the king side. But I think it's very effective. And it shows you why these dragon positions are so dangerous for black, Keti. Like, if anything goes wrong, you might just lose without even getting a chance to play. So I kind of realize that as a coach, you know, I realize the dragon is not really an opening I want to teach my students. You know, despite the fact that it's quite a popular opening in chess. But the thing is, if white just knows the dangerous way to play with this like English attack setup, you know, black can lose games like this. So I find it like, you know, it's one thing when you're a grandmaster and you've studied a lot of theory and you're up to date. I mean, sure, you can handle the dragon. But when you're just like, you know, an amateur player, right? And it looks so nice, like, oh, I just put my bishop on g7, I get the beautiful dragon bishop, but then you just get mated on those open files.
h5, and you just get mated.
Nice. It becomes a lot less attractive. You know?
Yeah. In the same match, we have another, I guess, dragon position. This some sort of footsteps of the dragon bishop here. But in this case, here we have a Venezuela player from Venezuela with the black pieces, and Argentina has here international master Lucas Cora. And what is happening in this position? White just pushed c4 move. It has
Yeah. Well, if
bishop captures, then I think black
rook
white
c1
and rook c1. Yes.
White's got 4 pawns, black's got 5, but there's like an issue going on with that pin. I guess there's a queen sack on the board, right? Keti, bishop takes b3, rook c7, rook c7. I mean, we actually need to evaluate that. That doesn't look too bad for black.
Yeah, there's a comment that 90% of new Dragon players play it because the cool name.
I agree. That's a really good observation, you know, because I was actually even going to say that in my comments. Like, one of the advantages of this opening is that it's got the best name.
Yeah, including me, until I got made it. So I got made this as
well. So this queen sack is actually very interesting because black has a rook, knight, and rook, bishop, and pawn for the queen. They have a very solid king, which is what you're looking to have when you're facing off against a queen. And that's why the computer is not giving white some, you know, overwhelming advantage in its evaluation here. So that's interesting. He could take the pawn, but he's probably not going to because he can do better than that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the current position. They have both 8 minutes. If not taken on c4, then black bishop has to go on b7 probably, or c6.
B7. Yeah, maybe b7. Yeah, so just don't block anything. Oh, okay. Look at that. The computer doesn't like this. Why?
How about something like c5 maybe to open up this and this? There'll be some knight g6 weakness as well.
Yeah, c5 is very tempting, but you have to calculate knight takes c5, right?
Yeah, knight takes c5.
A little problem.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Winning, yeah. Why is it winning? It's not because of rook c1. We know that.
Yeah, how about just to take and queen, for instance, queen d3.
Ah, okay.
Okay, I can find something here, something better here. There's knight f7 as well.
Wow, such a big advantage for white and so not clear where it's coming from.
I think it's this, and take here. And if you take, there is a check.
Nice.
And then we have knight e6.
Yeah, like, very good.
Yeah, let's say
very good point, Keti.
Yeah.
So Keti, the chat wants to know how to pronounce your surname.
Again, I have to do it. Like, I have to do this intro. So my name is not so hard as it sounds, as it looks. It's not so hard to pronounce. It is Tsatsalashvili, but pronounce it at once and fast. It's not hard.
Tsatsalashvili.
Yeah.
There we go.
Just like that. Well, so c5 is a move, and well, white calculated all this move. White first tried to sacrifice on c4, and then white probably will try that also on c5. Although this looked so like a natural move for me, as white is weak here on the queen side and white pushes the pawn, but everything is up to the calculation, of course, and white seems like calculated really well.
Yeah, in fact, maybe this is why bishop c6 was better, yeah, Keti? Because then on c5, you could take on a4 and take on c5. Maybe bishop c6 was actually the right retreat. So at least there's no c5.
Yeah.
You could take and take the pawn. But bishop b7 looked very natural.
Yeah. Okay, black is taking a lot of time, 3 minutes for this move. And still we don't have any move from black. Yeah, seems like black is feeling the danger. Shall we go to the other matches?
Sure.
This is South Africa
Yeah,
against
versus
Slovenia.
Slovenia. Yeah, this is the game. Humalo. This is the junior board. Humalo for South Africa versus Tisage. And how is Humalo doing? I mean, he's up 2 pawns actually, Keti. The rest of his position doesn't look that good, but the 2 pawns is nice.
2 pawns are nice. 2 pawns are always nice. Do you think? Oh yeah. Also, the bar says that there's some compensation probably because of the bishops. And look at the time. Black is not the best situation here on the time. 2 minutes.
You know, White has a whole boatload of time to kind of contemplate what to do with those knights on the B file. Kind of unusual. You know, okay, knight D4 makes some sense. Does White want to take the bishop? I mean, or do they want to go something like knight C6, knight BC6? I mean, I'm assuming they don't want to keep the knight on B4 forever because it's just not very good there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I do think the knight would like to go to C6 very shortly.
From D or from B?
From B. Yeah, it wants the B knight, wants to come into the center. The D knight is fine. He can stay there forever.
Yeah. And White is blitzing here. White is blitzing. White is not using much of the time and making next move really fast. Is this a good strategy when your opponent has less time?
It's a double-edged strategy. I mean, he's definitely keeping him under pressure, but he's also maybe not giving himself the chance to find the very best moves. So far, I think it's been okay for him. I mean, the whole strategy has worked out enough. And now Black just played rook c5, so he's obviously very interested in rook h5.
Mm-hmm. It happened, rook h5, bishop c7. The bar dislikes that, but I thought it was really brilliant ideas. The bishop can capture the g3 pawn and then attack on h2. And meanwhile, there is a link, Pawn March Destroyer just posted in the chat. And that's the way how you guys, please don't pronounce my last name, but there was very beautiful try from one of the streamers how to pronounce my last name.
Wow, interesting, Keti. Now I want to listen to it.
Then my day, and I think I watched that like 100 times already, if not more. So yeah.
Wow, so something fascinating is happening because, I mean, the computer does not like this queen retreat, and he doesn't really like giving up the g3 pawn, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And Black took it, so Black is sacking a piece. And they're banking on the fact that on pawn takes, I think bishop takes, Keti. Yeah. This king is trapped into a discovered check. And
so this queen has to go somewhere light square and to protect, I think, this knight too. This knight is also hanging. Something like this, maybe. Oh, not good.
Yeah, so where is our checkmate? How do
maybe
we win?
Knight here.
Oh, that's nice. I love the idea of bringing new pieces in.
Yeah, if you capture, then there's a checkmate, and now queen is here. Oh,
very nice. Yeah, so this is how things might not work very well when you play quickly in kind of important positions.
Because Black went for rook e8. Why is that? Okay, he was afraid of this queen trade.
Yeah,
but lost.
That loses the queen, right? Yeah.
This is a lost position. Yeah.
There was actually bishop e5, bishop h3, I think, Keti. Maybe. There was something like that.
So after this, right?
Yeah, queen e6. Yeah, bishop e5. Maybe bishop h3 is worth a try.
Yeah.
Still not looking too good. Yeah, I wouldn't say that it looks very good. But yeah, at least it doesn't lose the queen.
Take here with the checking. Comes on g2, we have this one. So at this point, Black can attack the knight and the rook at the same time, right? Rook e2. Okay, so in the game, let's see what happened. Rook e8, queen b3. Now rook captures, king g1, and queen h5.
Threatening checkmate.
Yeah, threatening checkmate. And here we have this position.
Well, black at least, has very clear plans of attack. Yes, the position is wild. He doesn't have a lot of time, but he's got the initiative. And I think what's difficult for white is that white's been playing at this very fast pace. And it might be hard for white to kind of switch over and start really getting into the position, trying to find out the way to defend. And if white keeps playing in this really fast pace, then I think that's going to work in black's favor.
Yeah. Yeah, and now white is taking his time to think. I wish white did that earlier. When
the threat right now, Keti, is bishop e3.
Bishop e3 is a threat. So after king f1, I guess rook h1. Let's make some move here. This.
That's
Here.
leading to checkmate, yeah. Or winning all of white's pieces. Just
Probably queen g2, queen d2, queen d4, and queen a1. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I collected rook and the bishop. Well, yeah, this is interesting indeed. White is trying to avoid that move.
He plays rook e2.
But can now black capture this? And
then play rook h1 or
yeah,
or rook g2. No, what you're saying is fine. Yeah. Somehow there's no mate.
There's no mate.
No mate. He's run out of pieces.
So black has to repeat the moves here. And we have rook e2, knight c5, a queen c5 check, and this position.
Yeah, somehow the white king is escaping. Somehow this attack, it doesn't seem to really be going too well. Ooh, and now white is winning. And how are they winning, Keti? Is it knight to d3? Yes, I think it will be. It's very annoying double attack.
Yeah. This is very interesting situation. Sometimes also happens in my games. Like when I have some initiative and no time on the clock, I'm looking for some crazy lines. There are a lot of ideas there, but I see some variation with draw, like we had earlier, right? Rook e2, rook knight e2, and rook h1. But I'm still trying to find the win because I feel that I'm having winning position. My king's opponent's king is weak. And then in the end I'm losing, like it happens here. Black will probably lose this one because it's not enough.
Well, let's take a look at more. Let's go back to Argentina, Venezuela. So we got Flores, Llanosa. Maybe their game has started.
Felguy or Vivas. I'll have to see that if we have some. This is the game they have started, and of course black is struggling on time. Black was late at least 2 minutes, but we have checked.
Wow, yep. Llanosa, he was struggling on time, and he seems to be struggling with the position because white has some massive center with pawns on e6 and d5 and f5, and now he's just going to attack the king. Bishop e4 means that he's about to prepare some eventual rook g2, obviously without losing the exchange, but he will prepare that move. And I think that he's showing us that he plans to play king h1, rook g1, play on the g file.
Should white include bishop f4 as well to avoid queen e5 moves?
Oh yeah, that looks really good. That looks.
Oh, now it even wins something.
Bishop f4 looks good. I have to say, Keti, even bishop h6 looks good.
I like this one.
I mean, maybe it's not even worth it to try to win the bishop on g4. Yeah, maybe it's not.
Maybe this first to kick the queen, and now this. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but I even think like maybe you don't even need to go in this direction. I mean, because the bishop on e4 is not that good. You don't want to give black some accidental chance to maybe do some kind of blockade. But I think bishop f4 is good. And now, yeah, oh, that's good. Yeah, because take as many pawns as you can. So he is completely winning. And that's going to be a point for Argentina. Let's go take a look at another game, Keti. We got Felgeyer.
Yes, this is the next game. And here we have this position.
And Felgeyer has an extra pawn, no problems at all against Vivas. So let's keep going. Fernandez versus Varela.
All right, take a look.
Or Beso Gutierrez. We can take a look at the women's boards.
Yeah, we can do this.
Just to have a feeling of what's going on in this match. I mean, right now it's looking good for Argentina. So Beso is playing for Argentina. Another position where black is doing very well. They are down a pawn, but they got like their opponents really quite passive, and the b4 pawn.
Yeah, I think this is not the correct one. Let me get back here. Yeah, I need to refresh this. For a second. Yeah, this is the current position.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different. Wow. What is going on? 4 against 2, and then 3 white pawns on the other side of the board. This is completely unclear, isn't it, Keti?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not happy with these pieces, although I'm on the first rank.
Yeah, what's going on in Fernandez Varela? Because we just saw that game quickly.
I'll try to find that one.
Fernandez Varela or Coro Escalona. There we go. Varela is playing for Venezuela. And how is she doing? Not well. Yeah, Venezuela is not going to be able to qualify for the top division with this kind of the way this match is going. White is just completely winning. They're going to go rook e7 and take all the pawns.
Then this pawn, and in the end, white can also sacrifice the rook for this pawn and the knights and push all these 3 pawns to the queen. We can move to the next game of this match.
Coro Escalona.
Yeah.
Or we have Bank versus Matute. Although we saw, I think Matute was winning for Venezuela there. Remember, that was the dragon where we had a nice little discussion.
Yeah.
About why the dragon opening is very dangerous to play, despite its name.
All right, still looking for that. Is that one? No.
Yeah, that's not that one. We just saw this one. So we got Coro Escalona or Bank versus Matute.
All right.
Maybe they're done. I mean,
I remember where they were, and now they are not here. So, oh, no. Yeah, they have done already. So white checkmated. This is dragon position. Yeah. It went exactly as we predicted. So then we have this. Black went for a4. And white simply checkmated the king.
Wow. They lost a lot of pawns, but that's a really pretty checkmate.
Beautiful.
Not gorgeous? Yeah, I love that decoy. Checkmate.
So this is the point for Venezuela in this match, the first point. Let me check the next board, also junior board.
Lucas Coro.
Yeah.
Escalona.
It's still happening.
Coro is playing for Argentina, and he is better. Yeah, no, Venezuela is just not getting the enough points in these games. We can see that from the positions. But you know what's interesting? We also have Brazil, Uruguay. They're tied right now, 1.5, 1.5. Their top 2 boards are done. And then we got Terrao versus De Leon and Alboreto versus Quevedo.
Mhm.
We can take a look at that.
Yeah, just a moment. This is Argentina, Venezuela still.
So we're talking about Brazil, Uruguay. Terrao de Leon, Alvarado Quevedo, and De Freitas Robke.
Yeah, let me check that really quickly. This is the first game.
Oh, there we go.
Female board, I think.
Exactly. How is she doing? Oh, she's winning the rook. This is fascinating. So Terrao has a lot more time. She's got the 2 knights, but her opponent has the rook and 2 pawns, and White's king is open. So this is actually a good game to follow.
Right. Now knight d7 is a threat, so black has to be careful with that.
Yeah, that's actually a tricky one to defend from, right? What about rook f5? But, then you could, yeah, rook f5 is interesting, yeah.
Can we capture this pawn?
Oh, you can. Yeah. You can. And it's funny how it says black is doing well, but it's like completely unclear why and how black is doing well, right?
Yeah, I think the point is that even if white, for instance, captures this pawn, still the king is so weak. White can't improve the position of the knights. That should be always here next to the king, and that gives black a bit of edge. Maybe starting the attack on here.
Yeah.
Okay.
The knights have to be used to protect the king, and black maybe just.
There was a blunder. No way. There was g5 move. Black at that time and went for g5 and knight d7. White is getting rook, and white has extra 2 pieces.
Wow, that's a big win for Brazil. Yeah.
Oh no, and here we have a beautiful checkmate. Do we have still one more game going on here? Or
what I see, Keti, I don't see all the results on chess results. So it seems like there could be Alvarado Quevedo or De Freitas Robke.
This is another match. This is
the final board, the girls' board, and Robke is playing for Uruguay. And okay, she just lost a pawn, but she's still better. She just needs to kind of push her A pawn. But it's some work to win positions like this. I mean, black will maybe go knight h5, knight back to f4, try to bother the king a little bit. Black's rook is very good. King g7 is fine.
Yeah, this stops the pawn to be pushed. And this combination knight and dirk is so tricky. I like this manner here, knight h5, knight f4 then.
Yeah, we should point out, Keti, like why knight e2 is not a good idea, why that check is not good.
Instead of here, probably
here.
White, this is not a good idea because now white has a time to get just on the back of the pawn, and white will push the pawn forward. Black has to catch this pawn. And rook gets here very passive position. Rook has no move. And now white either can try to get the king here and to promote the pawn, or white can also get the king into the king side and try to expose the pawn structure here with the help of the pawn. Right?
Yeah.
There was a funny line here, like for instance, if black captures the pawn with to hope that to win then the rook back, but in this case this is not working because of intermediate check here, and now the rook is gone already, so black can take it back. So maybe for this reason black just played king g7 here just to avoid any further checks.
Oh, so we got into the end game. I'm not sure that white can win this one though, because their rook is not like perfectly behind the pawn like we just saw. This actually seems very holdable. Okay, the computer says it's wonderful for white, but Seems like a whole big mess, but okay, maybe the king is tied down to the f7 pawn. That could be a bit of a problem. Maybe you should.
Yeah, king is sort of stuck here, right? Can't go on this.
Yeah. I mean, the white's ultimate plan is actually white's going to win by bringing the king to b1 and getting rid of that rook and then moving up their king just forwards towards the b pawn. So it does take a while, but that's the winning plan. And it's very hard to see what black can do because they can't really move their king at all.
Yeah, and in case of f6, if white tries to get rid of this pawn, I think now white can try to collect that pawn, or what's the... What
Yeah,
can
I think
maybe just stick with this idea.
Yeah, I think rook c6.
Yeah, it works.
And try to take 2 pawns and oh, you're trying to say that you're
yeah, this one.
You're defended that pawn, yeah. Yeah, that's not such a big advantage, maybe, although, yeah, I agree. That doesn't look very clear.
Maybe we just keep this idea going on.
Yeah, let's see what's going on in the game, Keti, because they got no
Yeah.
time. So maybe we leave the analysis for later.
Oh, what just happened? Rook c6 check. And now the pawn is not guarded.
Oh no, De Freitas from Brazil. Okay, I mean, Brazil maybe can do without that point. But
and now, can we push e6? No, it was quickly played. Oh, wow.
Okay, I mean, actually, she still has a chance to win. So I'm sorry, this is Ropke for Uruguay. She still has a chance to win despite losing her extra pawn. How is she going to do it? It's pretty hard, admittedly, because her king has no shelter. Her king is going to go to h4 and black will go back to e1.
Yeah, to stop this pawn.
Yeah, it just kind of holds that position.
Mm-hmm.
Could be a draw.
Yeah, this is the final game, and Brazil has already won with 3.5 to 1.5. Slovenia also won with 5-1. And then we have Argentina won against Venezuela with 4.5 to 1.5. That is a huge score there. Although the games were very interesting, right? It was a very close match.
Do we have anything in Pool E still going, Keti?
Yeah,
because
let's
Pool
see.
E has started.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the games have finished, but there's a few that still have no results, so maybe they're still going. And Cuba beat Chile, which is huge for them. Ecuador beat Paraguay. But wait, it depends on I don't know yet if they beat Paraguay, because there's the game Noboa Benitez. Do you see the results of Noboa Benitez?
The final results?
Yeah, Noboa Benitez, because that's going to determine whether Ecuador won or whether it was a draw.
Let me check that. This is the game. It's going on right now, and they're finished. So, yeah, Nova Benitez. I will check.
Yeah.
This is the game.
Oh wow. Okay. So white
won.
is winning. So white wins means Benitez wins, which means that wow, Paraguay, Ecuador, hard fought draw.
Yeah.
3-3. Paraguay really needed. Ecuador needed to win, and because they're losing this game.
Yeah, the game has already finished. It's 1-0 already, so it's done.
Yeah.
Only one game is in progress, is this one. This is Chile versus Cuba. For the moment, Cuba is winning 4-1.
Mm-hmm.
So this game will not really change anything in the standings.
Yeah, I wonder. It doesn't really look like he can break through to win, right?
Mm-hmm.
White just keeps the bishop on the long diagonal and doesn't let the king into g4, and I don't think that black has a way to make progress here.
Yeah, Yeah, there is some plan like this: bishop b5, bishop h3, and then come back on f5 and then play bishop g4. But it's still a draw. Let me quickly do that on the board. So this here. White can always go and attack this pawn. But even if not, if white still keeps this pawn over here, this can be also a draw with the pawn over here. So yeah, black is trying that, but it's gonna end in a draw. So this is the final game. Well, so this was the end of Pool D. Pool E still is going on. We have final rounds there. So now I think we can take a break and update all the results, final standings, and also the pairings for the next round. And we will come back very, very soon back to you. So please don't go anywhere. Hello, welcome back at the FIDE Online Chess Olympiad Division 2. I'm Keti and this is Irina, and we're going to see what happened in Pool D, what are the results, and then we will see the final standings in that pool, and we will learn who are the top 3 teams who will go to Division 1. Irina, I would like to let us know the pairings in this pool round 9.
Yeah, so Mexico defeated Morocco 5.5 to half. Argentina had a very principled, important matchup for Argentina, for Venezuela. But Argentina won 4.5, 1.5, crushing their hopes. Algeria beat Angola. Angola has been a pretty well performing team in this event, but they lost their last round quite badly, 5.5 to half. South Africa lost to Slovenia 5-1, and Brazil, by the narrowest of margins, defeated Uruguay. And that is actually really important to them and to their chances to qualify to the top division.
All right, let's take a look now at the final standings in Pool D. And it looks like Slovenia, Argentina, and Brazil made it to Division 1, and unfortunately Venezuela tried really hard, but they're out of the top 3. All right, what happens in the pool E? This is only pool running right now, and next 2 hours will be focused in this pool and the games. Who are the leaders here?
Yeah, let's take a look, Keti. The leaders in Pool E are Colombia, Cuba, and Paraguay. And Paraguay, I believe, just leapfrogged over Ecuador because in round 7, Paraguay, they were trying to leapfrog over Ecuador. No, they drew their match. So Paraguay, Ecuador was a really important matchup, which was a draw, which means that Ecuador is still behind them, right? Ecuador did not manage to kind of go over them. And I mean, it's so competitive there, actually. I mean, other than Colombia, which has won all their matches, Cuba, which has only lost 1 match, but then we have Paraguay, Ecuador, and Chile. And those 3 teams, I mean, any of them can still get that 3rd spot, especially because I think that some of them are going to be playing each other in the next round. So we have Colombia playing Cuba. Well, that's a huge match. Paraguay playing Chile. I mean, that's super important. And okay, Ecuador is left out of it a little bit because they're playing Costa Rica, you know, a team which they probably should be able to beat, but it actually is very competitive. I mean, Costa Rica is absolutely capable of giving them a tough time. So yeah, we have a really exciting round. I mean, it's so much is at stake for this 3rd spot, and there's not much separating those 3 teams at all.
Yeah, that's right. So we have the game started, so we can bring our chessboard on the screen and start to analyze the games. And here we have the first match, Vasquez Guillermo against Hernandez Filagra.
Yeah, I feel like Paraguay, Chile, I mean, that's a big one because right now Paraguay is in 3rd place, but Chile is just 1 point behind them. If Chile wins, they're going to get more points. So that's not a match where anything can be taken for granted. And then Colombia versus Cuba is basically the top 2 teams facing off. So it's very clear, like, what are the most competitive, competitively important matches in this round.
Right. I see some of the actions going on over here in this board. So both players already castled, and we have some actions also in the center. Black managed to put d5, and there is some pressure on this file for Black. But do you think that it's good position for White, or you prefer to play this one with Black?
You know, this is the last board of Colombia, Cuba, and Cuba is white on this board. Hernandez Jill is playing Hernandez Bermudez. She's much higher rated, the white player, but I like Black's position. I mean, I would feel totally comfortable here with a strong center. You know, we've talked about that a lot today. And the beautiful diagonal pointing at the king. And, you know, White's attack on the king side, because there is opposite sides castling, so we're going to be seeing some attacking here. Hasn't really started yet.
Yeah, both side has some plans. And here we have once again the Dragon Bishop. White is trying to stop first the attack on the queen side and occupy the dark squares. I like this idea, knight a4, with then jumping knight on c5 to play for this bad bishop. Can Black stop this with knight d7?
Yeah, I would definitely think about that move. Knight d7. It doesn't maybe completely stop it. I mean, you can still go knight c5. You can still establish a blockade on those pawns. I don't know about the move bishop b7, you know, because everything I was saying about the position that was before Black played bishop b7, so I'm not so sure that that's the optimal for the bishop. It kind of closes the b file, and the bishop itself is not doing much. So
yeah,
I don't know about that move that Black played.
Yeah, in this position, if White captures the knight and then moves to rook, do you think that White can now push the pawn on the king side, h4, h5?
Yeah, I definitely think they can, because right now, I mean, it's time to get that attack off the ground. Black's bishop on b7 really just does nothing. If black plays a5, I think white will just go a4 and not let that pawn get any further. It's probably what they will do. And I suppose that black should try to, try to get like a bishop to c4, try to organize some kind of play on the b file, but it's going to take a little bit of time to do that, to go like bishop a6, and the bishop on c5 is a really strong piece.
Yeah, looks really nice for white, and white is edge on time as well, 15 minutes, and black is taking more and more time. Let's see the final position. So here we have this. Black decided to capture a4 pawn. So we have queen trade and knight comes on c5. That attacks the bishop and the pawn at the same time. So black has to guard this bishop or move the bishop away, and now white will be able to capture the pawn. But the question is, there is actually more of issue of this bishop, because rook cannot guard from b8 as white is capturing this, and then it will be hanging. So if take first and then this move, or bishop c8, now white can take and win this game from bishop h6, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really such a fan of the way she split up her strong center, because that was black's main advantage. And the moment I see this knight on c5, Keti, it just doesn't feel right to allow your opponent to have such strong pieces. I mean, of course, you're going to suffer in this end game if your opponent has a piece like that on c5. And yeah, everything started with this bishop b7 move. You have to think very carefully in chess, guys, about where you put each single piece. It's like one piece can make the whole position bad. You put it there, you weren't really clear why, it's not a good square. Now you suffer with it for the whole game. So, every single decision regarding your pieces is super important.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm still thinking it was the way how black is going to guard this bishop.
Yeah, you're thinking, why is it not yet resignable completely? Well, he can go rook fb8, but then there's bishop f4, right?
F4, yeah.
I mean, you might have to sack an exchange somewhere, but I don't even know in what way you would do that, Keti. Yeah.
Maybe this was the.
I mean, you can take an f3. Yeah, you can take an f3 and
in that position.
Yeah, like give up the rook and take an f3, and at least you have a pawn for the exchange.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, this is too miserable. Let's go on to something else. I get too sad when I see it.
It's too much to see. Okay, there was one interesting position. Maybe this is interesting. Usually we have queens on the board, but in this case we don't have queens on the board. So is that good for black, as black is playing against isolated pawn, or white is still feeling okay?
So I'm trying to figure out which game this is from. This is Menko's, Claudia.
This is El Salvador and Guatemala.
Oh, okay. El Salvador and Guatemala. So, Menko's playing for Guatemala.
First word of woman.
Yeah, well, this is a dream position for black, yeah, Keti?
Yeah.
Knight e3 is a good try. So now black will probably play like rook d8. I still haven't made any bets today, Keti. I have to start with that.
Yeah, it's time. It's time.
But
now.
I need to find a good moment, because I can only make a bet when it's something interesting and where I feel like, there's some suspense about whether I'm right or not.
Yeah, you can bet if white can hold this position or not.
No, I'm gonna I'm gonna bet that white will lose.
So you're gonna bet that black will win.
Yeah. But Menko's will win this one, I think.
Okay.
We'll come back to that.
One weakness is not really that much, right? White can try to guard it, and then white will try to occupy the open file. How about this one?
Yeah.
Probably black will trade.
Then you're gonna have b5. It's pretty miserable.
Oh no. There's a weakness
Yeah.
on this first
Oh,
trade.
e5 even. Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, no, you're not gonna be able to convince me that this is okay for white, Keti.
How about these and these? I'll try.
Yeah, okay. That's kind of interesting. I can consider, yeah, I mean, something I would have liked to actually have my king on d5 and maybe better control.
Guess you'll push e5
Wow.
here and get this bishop very active, and you can capture h2 pawn.
Yeah, thank you for offering me that nice little pawn.
You guys never capture those pawns because bishop will be trapped there. I don't know if it will be trapped or not, but it's just not good looking. So don't do that.
Yeah, we only like the good looking bishops.
Yeah, only good looking, only handsome bishops. So this is the position. After rook d8, we have rook d1. And white is also waiting for a capture, which black will never capture.
Yeah. Black castled. I'm not such a fan of that decision, because in the end game, you don't really have any big incentive to castle, and your king often wants to be in the center. So I'm not so much in love with that decision. Yeah, I really like where we were trying to keep our king on d7, right, Keti, which is much more where it belongs. Like now I can see white's drawing chances going up, especially if white's just gonna get the C file now. Why are they being allowed to do that? I don't know. But I mean, okay, yes, black is holding on. Yes, they can go rook d7 if on rook c7. They're still better, but I'm not loving the fact that black's king has been completely taken out of the action. So in the end game, guys, castling is not as necessary and often undesirable.
Yeah. All right, let's move to the next game. This looks interesting. Black did not castle on the long side as the rook is still representing here the starting position, but instead black just played king d8. We can see this game from the beginning because it's very not too much. So we have here close Sicilian, which went to classical Sicilian with g3.
So this is the match between Paraguay and Chile that is really important. It's the final board. It's the girls' junior board. So Rosa Lascano is playing for Chile.
Oh, look at this. Knight d5, very typical sacrifice in Sicilian. Knight d5 and knight f5. So here white goes with knight d5. This sort of forces black to capture
this is fascinating. King d8 and
bishop g5.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I've seen computer games in this line. By the way, there's queen e8. Yeah, is it white's turn? Yeah, it is white's turn.
White to move, and that's why it gives such a big advantage to white because it's just
because white is just winning the queen.
Several moves, maybe even capture with the bishop.
Yeah, this is a very typical kind of attack that white played, and it's not like white can foresee the whole end of the game when they sacrifice a knight like that. But the general idea is get the opponent's king to not be able to castle.
Yeah.
And, you can show the audience like why bishop e7 wasn't possible, Keti.
Bishop e7 here. Knight comes on f5 and attacks the bishop. And there is not a perfect way to guard this bishop, maybe knight g8, but this is so bad looking move. In that case, we can capture the pawn on g7, or we can also first try to develop the bishop on f4. I think I would just, I would capture that. And now this one maybe. So we don't have bishop f6 because there is a check. It's not a checkmate. I thought it was a checkmate.
Yeah, it is a checkmate. It is.
Is it?
Yeah, because there's queen g4.
Okay, queen g4. Yeah, you could see one more move.
Yeah.
And this is a checkmate. So all white pieces are so active, then bishop will come into the game. Maybe even bishop can try to get on this diagonal, or knight will come back on f5. So with this king and these pieces here, it's just losing, as the bar also says. So for this reason, bishop e7 was not so good move, and she tried to escape with the king. Bishop g5, knight e7 looks quite logical move. Queen e2, that already threats a queen e8 checkmate because there is a pin. Black played king as c8, and what do we have in the game? Oh no! It's still winning for white, but
winning.
White didn't go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you should always look at checks, all your checks, all your forcing moves. I mean, c4 is fine because, you know, pawn takes rook c1, and she's just getting in the rook, and it's a perfectly good move, and it doesn't really spoil anything.
Yeah.
You know, white just, well, I would say black does not have an essential element in this position, which is king safety, and it just shows you why you cannot have your king running around you know, the middle of the board like that.
Yeah, and all black pieces are so passive, they can't really help a king. And whenever something like this happens and I see my opponent's passive pieces, then it makes me feel that I didn't sacrifice anything. I have something extra, because look at this, all white pieces are working, all the rooks are working, both bishops, also this one guards d5, and the knight is a monster here. So, and black's pieces three pieces are not working. So
yeah, so she's still going to win. How about some other games in that match? How about Vasquez versus Enriquez? Those are the top boards of Paraguay, Chile. Enriquez versus Salinas. Okay, Vasquez versus, oh no, this is a different one.
Oh, different Vasquez?
Different Vasquez. We have a lot of Vasquez. For Vasquez Guillermo.
Let's take a look at the different Vasquez.
Vasquez versus Enriquez, the two highest rated players in that match. And let me see, I don't think any games have finished yet. Yeah, everything is still in progress.
This is another Vasquez. Is this right Vasquez?
Yep, it's the right one. So we have looks like it was a Sicilian. Vasquez is playing for Paraguay. Sicilian kind of Maroxy bind with black's pawn on an interesting square on a5 and white's knight on b3. So it's not like a typical Maroxy. It is it has some unusual features that, like, black has given up the b5 square.
You can take a look at from the beginning. So there was a start. Now b3 was played here. And soon we're gonna see a5 here with idea of a4. White blocked that. And there
I see. Okay, well, now I understand how this came about. It's not too unusual. So the bishop goes to e5 because normally black is trying to go like e6 and queen h4, and that's the plan that they're trying to carry out. And you can never really play a 4 as white because they're going to take on c3 and you're going to lose your e4 pawn. So bishop e5 is very familiar to me as an idea for black because I played this position actually from both sides. I've taken a look at it. So what can white do? I mean, white can play kind of prophylactically with king h1 just to be ready, I don't know, for bishop g1 sometimes when necessary. That's one idea, but okay, maybe we can look for something more specific. What else can white do?
How about
knight
d5?
Yeah, I was going to say knight d5. The problem is they want to go e6, right, Keti? I think they are ready for that unless we have some sort of sacrifice, because that's basically black's idea. And then they go queen h4 and then they make a draw by sacking, or maybe at least a draw. Yeah. How do we defend h2 now?
Yeah, this way.
Yeah. The white needs to find a good move now. Interesting. White is quite a lot up on the clock. Black.
Oh, white goes with knight d4. Knight
Sure,
captures
that's fine.
bishop d7, bishop d4, and bishop b7, and rook c d1 is on the board.
Yeah. You know, one thing I'm learning from these games, Keti, is like I really hope I'm going to play fast enough next week and not have that. Like I'm looking at 3 minutes versus almost 11 minutes, and I'm just like, that can't be good. You know, I really don't want any
watching your game.
Yeah, you got to watch and kind of like hold me accountable, you know, for decent time management.
Yes, we're gonna watch your games next for the next division for sure, and I hope this is very good practice also for you, because you just have some ideas now, some plans to control the time on the clock. That's very nice, and I wish you best luck with your team. Let's come back at the last board in this match. White is denying to play queen e8, which was our favorite move, but instead goes with knight c6. It is still winning for white. The position is so good that any move is winning. I think even king h1 or h4 will win this. I will keep the advantage here, but look at the time. White has only 4 minutes and black has plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time, but not plenty of moves.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at what else we got. We got Benitez, Salinas, Perez, Rodriguez, Morales, Vargas, Reyes. Lots of games in this Paraguay-Chile match.
Right. Let me get this.
Oh, we got Christy, who's playing Zambrana from Jamaica. Christy's been doing so well in this tournament. Okay, so you have, you brought up Martinez Barrientos. Okay, so this is board 2 of Colombia, Cuba, also very important. Barrientos is playing black, and Martinez is from Cuba, Grandmaster, is playing white. So what is going on in this position? I mean, white obviously tried to attack on the king side, but it doesn't seem to have really gone anywhere. White's down a pawn with a horrible knight on b2. White's a bit down on the clock. So I don't really know what white has to look forward to here, Keti.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, knight is also very bad here. Maybe there will be some chances, but in the end game, there will be not much of the chances, because now rook c1, rook c2 is a threat. Queen d4 is on board.
Looks very unpleasant.
Yeah, let's say queen goes on e2 to guard the knight. What happens in this position? Just capture here twice.
That does look like a free pawn, yeah.
Looks like a free pawn.
That's right. I mean, unfortunately, we can't play chess with the knight on b2, Keti.
No, I just brought this knight back, and White is hoping if black captures the queen, then knight will get on d5, perfect square, and White will have still some chances to fight against this very bad bishop, even though black can even win the pawn here, right?
Keti, how did you get your knight like that when I wasn't looking? I've been answering a question in the chat, and okay.
So I played knight d1, and I said if black captures this is a chance for white. Even though black capturing the pawn and getting another pawn, knight gets really active, and this might be a chance for white to fight. Let's say starting with c6 to force the opponent to push this, so c5 is no longer a danger, and we can try now something like this to attack this pawn.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge improvement of that knight. I think we need to.
If I keep going, I think I will win with white. So let's come back at the game.
Yeah. Let's not pretend like black is losing here. You know.
Yes. So black is not going to trade this queen in these conditions, but after queen b4, now b3, pawn is hanging. And rook goes on a7, attacking.
Okay, but you know what's interesting, Keti? I mean, the knight can go to f2 and g4. I mean, if actually
let's say
the knight there,
this side.
yeah, I will start to feel a lot better about White's position once I see that knight on g4.
Yeah, this is currently the position in the game as well. All right.
So, what other games do we have? Do we have Benitez Salinas?
We have.
Wonderful. Okay. Oh, Benitez. I think he is doing really well. This can't be his real rating, this 1985. He's been doing so well for Paraguay, and he just plays GMs and he does fine against them. So Salinas, how in the world did he get such an ugly pawn structure around the king?
He's a FIDE master. FIDE master should have at least 2300 at some point, right? But this is rapid rating, so maybe he has not played too much of the rapid rating games. I'm just very quickly checking his profile. Oh, he is very young man.
Oh, how young, Keti?
I was expecting some adult guy, but he was born in 2002, and his standard rating is 2201, and his blitz rating is 1900, almost 2000, and his blitz rating is even lower. So his standard rating is 22, and that's his level.
So let's go knight d7, Keti. Let's just develop the knight. I like that. My instincts are always develop pieces. I mean, you can take on h5, but why would you ever want to allow the rook to come down to c8 with a check? So knight d7, and black is just doing well. Is that what happened? It seems like it's White's turn, Keti.
No, let me check what happened. G4 happened instead of knight d7 or queen h5. Black is attacking the knight. And knight g5.
I might get trapped one day. Well, okay, now you might have some issues with knight d7 because it gets captured and there's queen e6. So you need to be a little bit careful with that. Yeah, I mean, okay, of course it's playable for black, but I don't know. It feels like that's not the best that black can do. So what is the best that black can do? Is it some kind of rook f5, Keti? Yeah, rook f5.
I like that move.
Keep it simple and just attack two knights. They might have to go f4, but f4 bishop takes e5. Wins a piece.
Yeah. How about knight f7? So rook takes, right?
Yeah, rook takes, knight takes, and even king takes.
Even
king takes. Yeah, Keti, we're not letting that rook into c8. We're going to.
I wanted to sneak in there, but
I know. No more. I'm paying attention to what you're doing now. I looked away for 1 second, and it was like a knight arrived on d5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now black is good because black's going to develop and he has two pieces for the rook, and white's king side is open. So we like Benitez's position, and Paraguay needs to try to keep Chile at bay. So all of these games matter a lot. What about Perez Rodriguez versus Morales? Can we take a look at some of the women's boards?
Yeah.
Or Vargas versus Reyes.
That one. The same match, right?
Yeah, same match. Oh, Perez Rodriguez won already. So Paraguay has a point, but what about Vargas versus Reyes or Melion, Penas, Fuentes, Oviedo?
I'll take a look at that.
Yeah.
Just a second. Very close. Yeah, I wish what's the logic of these pairings here, just to know that.
I'll tell you what I think the logic is just from navigating this parsec. stuff, Keti. I think the top
Are you following the
boards-
games on Chess.com?
I'm actually not. I know I probably could
okay.
be, but I would be too confused if I was doing all of that. Yeah, so right now I'm not. I'm just trying to follow.
Oh,
you.
I found it.
Yeah.
I should get candy for each game I found.
Melion versus Pena Cifuentes. Okay, so this
What's
is
happening here?
Melion is playing for Paraguay, and he is white, and it's an interesting position with queens off the board already. 6 pawns each, equal material. Now the computer is saying like white's a little bit better, but I'm still not seeing why. I mean, black's rooks are on the open files, they're looking pretty good. This move c5, I have no idea. I guess it's about playing knight c4. That's what it must be about, like somewhere this knight jumping to c4. Yeah.
I like this sacrifice. I've been faced this c5 breakthrough in Sicilian sometimes, and I was not happy with that. So let's say knight takes, bishop takes, pawn takes, and knight c4.
And try to play d6. Yeah. Try to play d6 and then try to take the e5 pawn, and you're actually kind of a bit better.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm not afraid to, if you ask me to go to the next board in the same match, because I have already found it.
All right. Awesome. We got, yes, this one. Okay. Well, we know white's winning, and that's an important win for Chile. Rosas should get that point. She has a queen for 2 bishops, which is not nearly enough for black. So Chile is doing quite well. So there's only one game. I mean, I'll give you a Kanzi, Keti, if you find Vargas versus Reyes.
This is which, same match?
Yeah, same match, Paraguay, Chile, because it's the one that we haven't seen yet.
Vargas, Reyes.
Yeah.
Okay. Candy.
I'm gonna write it down, Keti, how many candies I'm gonna owe you.
Basket. All right. Not this one.
And also you can even do Vasquez versus Enriquez, because we haven't seen that one in a little while. Okay, we found it. All right, so Reyes for Chile. How is she doing for Chile? Well, this is interesting because it's kind of balanced, right? It's not like Reyes doesn't have much time, so I don't like her 20 seconds against
Black has an extra pawn. Is this extra?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yes.
5 against 6. Yeah.
And I see some nice knight maneuvering here on the queen side to improve the position. And white is trying the best to complicate the game more with G4.
Yeah, so G4, it does. I've seen sometimes people do that. They kind of lash out with moves like that. It often makes things even worse than they were. So I'm not really that impressed by the ferocity of white's attack here, just because they played G4, because they shouldn't forget that their own king is there. And they have absolutely no support for that attack from their rooks or their queen. So I guess that is something that could really backfire. In terms of black, like, what could they do? I mean, any move would be normal. Like,
I really like this one.
Yeah, sure. Knight A5, Knight C4 is good. Queen D7, Queen F7. Like, maybe black should just think about bringing some pieces over. Oh yeah, don't commit that crime, Keti, because I've heard that this is a crime to change.
Really?
Yes,
it happened for the first time. I didn't even know that it was a crime. Sorry, Victor.
Yes, this is one of the Chess.com crimes. You cannot flip the board, Keti.
Okay. Oops.
Yeah, so okay. Queen F7, she played one of my moves. And that makes a lot of sense to me. Or did she play that or not?
She played Queen B6. She played Queen B6, And after g5, h takes, and king h1, white just sacrificed that pawn to open up the g file. So is that white's idea to get queen here and get queen g5?
That's the idea, but it's all feels a little bit destructive, like self-destructive. But I mean, yes, that's clearly what white is trying to do, and it might work. I mean, right now they got like, they're in the half a minute range, so I think anything can still happen.
You see what happened? Queen b6, black kept this queen on this pawn, so bishop g5 was impossible here, as queen can capture, knight can capture. So king went on g1, and now rook d2 to guard this, and now white is ready to capture the pawn.
Yeah, and now like Vargas is going way down on the clock. I mean, that's not a comfortable place to be at like 2 seconds. I hope she is going to make a move. Okay, lots of things have happened. Okay, e3, I kind of like that. I mean, black should try to be active as well, but maybe like bishop d3 here. No, bishop d3 was interesting. Okay, she didn't do that. Yeah, maybe she should have done that. So right now black has these amazing knights. White has no attack. Yeah, I see, this was what I was saying, Keti. It's that pseudo-aggressive play. It just gets punished. You know, you have to have a little bit of patience. You know, cannot weaken your king so easily, I think. But okay, I just have noticed that that's like something I've been seeing sometimes, is like, instead of people are trying to do these desperate things, you know, when they get close to time trouble, like where it looks like that gives them some play, but in reality, it more like weakens their position. So black is doing really well here.
No.
Did she win her queen?
Yeah. Oh no, that was such a horrible move.
That means that Vargas is winning for Paraguay, which means that the score in the match will be 1-1. All right, Keti, let's hurry up and get to another game. Vasquez Enriquez. Let's see. Let's get as much of this match in as we can, because it is going to, really help determine the standings.
Did you mean this Vasquez or a different Vasquez?
Yeah, this one. This one is really easy to see. Okay, that's a draw. Let's move on.
That's a draw, yeah.
Yeah, Benitez versus Salinas. Let's come back to that. Is Benitez going to win? Benitez is running with his king, Keti, and he's also running with his pawn. And his king is running out from g5 to f4, and somehow, I mean, he just needs to be a little careful not to get mated, but I think he can handle it. Yeah, he's also winning a bunch of, he can also make a bunch of checks. So Benitez, but oh no, sorry, this is not Benitez. Oh, this is Barrientos Martinez. This is the two GMs matchup between Colombia and Cuba. That looks like it's being won by Colombia. Yeah. How about Benitez Salinas, not Barrientos Martinez?
Which match? Can you tell me the countries?
Yeah, Paraguay, Chile.
Okay.
Yeah, we still have some games there.
Okay, yeah.
Benitez versus Salinas.
Second board. Okay.
Yep, second board. Yep.
Great. I have a right path now. I will just follow it. Great. Far away, still far away. The games are not finished yet, right? Because
I don't think so. They're not in the chess results, but I mean, you might find them if you see like a result. Oh, no, wait, a lot of them are done. Salinas, wait, this is so exciting. It's 2-2, Paraguay, Chile. So Vasquez and Henriquez is going to be a draw. So let's find Melian and Pena. This game is going to determine the match winner.
Okay. I got it. There we go.
Okay. This is still the position. He's still thinking.
No, this is final position.
Oh, final position. So what's going on here? Black is winning. If Pena wins, it means Chile is going to beat Paraguay and take over their spot. So there's a lot riding on this. Pena has no time. I hope he's made his time. I'm not that convinced that he's going to win so easily with this amount of time.
Yeah, I just see the result in the game of Benitez Salinas. That was Salinas won. So this is a win for Chile.
And that was surprising, right? That was surprising because we thought that Benitez was doing really well.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was an important point for Chile. Okay, let's focus on this game. I like Black's last move, Rook D2. And I think it's probably not a very good idea to, oh wait, I said it's not a good idea to take that pawn, to take that rook. But now you don't have knight C3. Oh no, Pena needs to win this one. Are we gonna?
Gonna have knight and a bishop endgame.
Yeah, it's possible, but no. But unfortunately, it's not very likely, Keti, because White's about to go King E2. He's not gonna do something like give up the rook for the pawn. He's just gonna go King E3 here and just give up the rook for the bishop and pawn.
Yeah,
that's different. So this means that, you know, Chile was so close to beating Paraguay, but it looks like everything is going to stay the same. Nobody is making any headway. Let's take a look at like what else is going on between Colombia and Cuba. Another big match. I mean, right now there's Castrillon Miranda and Avila Pavez Alvarez Calzadilla.
I'll take a look at that.
Yeah, so this one looks like it's going to be a draw. And right now, Cuba is leading 2-1 over Colombia.
It has ended already with a draw. So this is another draw. Board 5.
So board 5 is a draw. What about Castrillon Miranda?
Okay, that's board 3, right?
Yeah.
Again, draw here as well.
Draw.
Yeah,
so, okay, and Barrientos Martinez, we thought was going to be a draw. We just, oh no, Martinez
won.
Wait, Barrientos is winning, and they needed that. They are going to be 3-3. So Colombia, you know, thanks to
And this game has
Grandmaster.
already ended, as I see, and it says 0-1. So Black won this one.
Yeah, so thanks to Grandmaster Barrientos, Colombia is going to draw Cuba in a very important match. You know, they didn't want to give up that match to them because now they can stay in first place. What other games do we have, Keti? Let's just go to whatever is available. I think something is still going on in Costa Rica, Ecuador, and Vasquez versus Juarez in Guatemala, El Salvador. There's still a few games. Oh, and Christie's and Brana, are they still playing?
Yeah, it's there. They're still going on.
Wow. White has 2 queens. So Zambrana is winning against Christie, yeah?
Yeah, it's a checkmate very soon here. Yeah, the game has ended, I think, already. Yeah, in this way.
Anything else going, Keti?
No, not really. This is the end.
Yeah. Well, so look at this. This has been a super interesting match because we got Colombia, Cuba 3-3, Paraguay, Chile 3-3. I mean, nothing changed, but it's still really important that these teams are playing each other because they're all competing for those top 3 spots. And so the only interesting thing is that we still need to find out is how is Ecuador doing against Costa Rica? Because I don't have all the updated results.
We are missing one game. Let me find that really quickly.
Because we have Salazar Ortiz that we don't know.
Yeah, this ended in a victory of Black. So
Ecuador won. So Ecuador won against Costa Rica. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, we have all the results. So I think we're going to take the last break for today's matches. This is Division 2. So soon we will know all the teams in Division 1. We're going to have only 40 teams there. No, we're going to have 50 teams still. And we're going to take a look also at some formats to be sure what is going on in Online Chess Olympiad. I'm Keti, this is Irina, and we will be back very soon. Please don't go anywhere. Welcome back at FIDE Chess Olympiad, which is happening online this year as like last year. I'm Keti and this is Irina. And we're having the final hour of Division 2. Soon we will know another 3 countries who will qualify to the Division 1, which will start really, really soon. So now let's take a look at the pairings and the results of the previous round and also the standings. So what happened in round 8, Irina? We
had 2 big matches that featured 4 of the top teams, Colombia, Cuba, and Paraguay, Chile. And it did not result in anybody winning. So those 2 matches were tied. However, I think the big news of round 8 was that Ecuador, even though they quite expectedly beat Costa Rica, that actually positions them better than Paraguay and Chile. So right now, Ecuador is in excellent position to actually get that 3rd spot. We can take a look at the standings. I mean, they are ahead of Chile now, and they are ahead of Paraguay. They're tied on points, but they have a 1.5 point better tie breaks. And I would also say, Keti, that if we take a look at the pairings for the last round, that Ecuador has quite good pairings in the sense that they're playing like, not a team that is doing super duper well. They're playing El Salvador, who's currently in last place, right? So that's perfect situation to be in. And meanwhile, Paraguay, who's like their competitor, is playing Cuba, which is one of the best teams. So, I mean, Paraguay has really their work cut out for them, and they're just playing not just any team. And not only do they have to win, they have to win with a big enough score to surpass Ecuador by tiebreak points. So I have to say it's very unlikely that that can be done. Bad news for Paraguay, obviously, but that's why round 8 was so important. That tie between Paraguay and Chile kind of didn't help either of them, right? And it allowed Ecuador to lay a claim to the 3rd spot in this division.
Yeah, that's right. The tie in the round 8 didn't change much at the standings. And while Paraguay is in the same situation as Venezuela was in the Pool E, at the last round, they're playing against their direct opponents and also a very strong team. Let's now take a look if they can make it. In Pool E, Venezuela tried but could not do it. We're going to see it very soon. This is the last round of the Pool Pool E, and also the last games of Division 2. Soon we will go to Division 1 with last teams. So we're gonna have the top division in September 8, 9, and 10. Then we're gonna have quarterfinals, semifinals, and then on September 15 we'll have final, and we will know who will win this title. So yeah, in the top division, we're going to have 40 teams only, 15 qualified from the Division 2, and then the rest of the teams will be joining, such as USA, Georgia, so on and so on, and many other very, very strong teams. So things will get really heated here at Online Chess Olympiad. So make sure that you are coming back at that dates 8, 9, and 10. All right, at some point we will also be switching from Chess.com Twitch channel to Chess.com events, so don't get confused. If you want to watch PogChamps, we understand that it's a lot of fun there, but if you want to keep things going on in the Online Olympiad, you can follow us. Just drop the follow button on Chess.com events page as well, and have 2 tabs open. this is an option as well. So the games will start very soon. Do we have any predictions here? What might happen? Do you think Irina will have some dramatic changes or not?
Well, yeah, I mean, my prediction is that these rankings are going to remain the way they are. Cuba has felt a little bit like more unstable than I would have thought in the last few matches. I mean, the last one they won, let me see, what was the score of the last match? They won, they drew Colombia 3-3. Before that, you see Cuba, I think they won 4.5, 1.5 Chile's. Actually, today they've been doing well. Yeah, I don't know. It was just that one match they had lost because of this poor internet connection yesterday. Yeah, they lost Ecuador. You see that match, Keti, actually unfortunately matters a lot because Cuba didn't just lose. They lost to one of their direct competitors, Ecuador, and to hand a loss with a couple of boards forfeited, to kind of give that win to Ecuador, which is now in third place. I mean, you can really see why Chile and Paraguay would not be happy about that, right? Because I mean, there's one thing when you play Cuba, when they're all out in full force. There's another Cuba when a couple of boards are forfeited, other players are like losing on time, so, and to have their rival Ecuador get a match point like that, I mean, of course, it must feel a little bit unfair to Paraguay and Chile, but that's how it goes. But I think that what happened yesterday does we can feel it in the standings right now.
Yeah, that's right. All right, here we have the games on the screen. I think we need to go to the most important match, that's Paraguay and Cuba, and be focused on that matches. So I'll try to get the first games on the board.
Albernaz versus Almiron.
Yeah, FIDE Master and Great Master facing each other. I hope I'll find that really quickly.
It should be at the top. It should be at the top on Parsec, and kind of like how both of their names start with AL.
Yes, that's what I was looking for. They have only made first moves, not the second one. Oh no, they have made more moves. All right.
Yeah, so we have a Spanish game here. Is White going to play the standard move castled, or are they going to go for D3? Okay, right now standard. Black has a big choice. Bishop E7, Bishop C5, Knight takes E4, open Spanish. I don't know the repertoire of Antonia Almiron, so it's hard for me to guess which move is he going to play here.
Yeah, their rating is it's same, around 2,300. But with white pieces, we have a grandmaster. Seems like his classical rating is higher than that. We can go to the next game and try to check out the games over there.
Fernandez de la Vara versus Benitez. When we have Forgas versus Perez.
Okay, yeah, this is really good.
You found it.
I think I'll get a lot of candies now, Irina, because I just found a way to get there very fast.
Oh, very good, very good. I guess you like candies, yeah, Keti? What are your favorites?
Caramel candies, chocolate. I like all kind of candies.
I've been eating some Ferrero Rocher candies. I eat like one chocolate a day. It's like my quota. Otherwise, I could just gorge on them. But like, I just, very, very disciplined, one candy a day, and I get this enjoyment from the chocolate.
I also have one in here, and I'm eating only 2 of them, very small ones. And I also I like them, but not eating too much of the sweet. But I've heard that chocolate is very good for brain. It helps chess players. That's what they say. It's not.
Yeah, it's a good thing I love chocolate
liking
so much.
candies, right? We need that, Irina. Do you have something like which you usually eat during the game, which gives you more energy, because we cannot have a meal for like 4 or 5 hours, but still we can have some snacks. And what is that snacks for you that gives you energy?
Yeah, I would say, dark chocolate to the game is it's like a staple for me. I could have a fruit, I could have anything from an apple to any kind of fruit, just to give yourself a little bit of like sugar if you're having a long game. Those are really my main things, Keti. Like, you can have a banana. Banana is good, very easy to eat. So yeah, I mean, you can't really be peeling oranges and grapefruit at the board, right? So like, so strategically,
it's rude. Some people don't try. But what about the drinks? Like, what is your favorite drink while you play?
Yeah, it could be like some tea. I don't drink too much during the game, but yeah, tea or water, something simple like that. And before the game, brain food, fish is good, salmon is good. Try not to eat anything too heavy. I mean, I usually wouldn't have like a bunch of pizza before the game.
Really?
Yeah.
I can never say no to pizza.
Yeah, I mean, I love pizza, so I'll have it after the game, Before the game, something like some protein.
Okay. There are some players, for instance, I know it from Jobby, that he's not having lunch before the game. He's just having breakfast and not even missing that, but he will never eat lunch before the game.
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on when the actual game starts and when is the lunchtime and the breakfast, whether, I rarely would eat twice. Like if the game is at 1 o'clock, you only really have one time to eat, right? If the game is at 3 o'clock, okay, it's a different story. So it's going to be very tournament schedule specific, I think.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, the food is very important for chess players to keep the energy. And yeah, this is, I think, very interesting topic. Do you want to keep this game on the screen, or we should go to the next one?
Yeah, well, I think what we can just say is that right now in Benitez versus Fernandez, nothing is clear. It's just a position. I mean, is White going to play d4? Probably. They will sometime soon, because otherwise, I mean, Black's going to play c5. It's pretty obvious. Probably d4 is a very normal move. Bishop d3. So we have some kind of Queen's Gambit type of position. There's not much reason for us to, dwell on this game for the time being, because nothing is really happening yet. So we'll come back to it, Keti. We can go to
back.
Forgas Perez or Miranda Vargas.
There we go.
Oh,
See
another candy for you. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what we got here. So Forgas is playing for Cuba. And we have some kind of Italian game, or most likely it was. What can we say about this position? So is White going to not move the bishop? How about d4, Keti? Is d4 bad because they're going to take and play bishop b4? No, but we can play bishop d2.
I like that one.
So I think d4 is like really something we look at when we have a chance. And since Black's knight just stepped away from there and blocked the rook,
it also is some kind of forcing Black to capture the d4 pawn, right? Otherwise, this pawn is hanging, the bishop is hanging, and if Black captures the bishop here after a takes b, still Black has to make a decision. And bishop
we have to look at Keti, we can look at bishop b6. There's lines, I think there's some lines where they can try to sack this pawn, yeah, because there's tactics going on. Yeah, pawn takes now. Yeah, and now like bishop takes b5.
Okay, let's say this.
Yeah, the problem is you see the e4 pawn is going to hang. Yeah, after we take on.
After this. This is hanging and this is hanging afterwards. So White has to capture first through queen d8. I assume rook 8 captures d8. And now we have this one.
So we got someone, Don't Cry Wolf is asking, what if white plays d3 instead of d4 and tries an English type center while keeping the dark squared bishop good? Okay, let's look at that. I mean, right now he already has the pawn on. Doesn't he have the pawn on d3 already, Keti? He already has the pawn there.
Yeah.
And so we're talking about moving that pawn. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a very sensible move to try to expand in the center. Unless, but like we just saw, it wasn't so simple, right? Because on d4, they don't even have to take us. We saw that there's ways that black can try to hold the pawn on e5, just move back, and tactically it's not so simple. So that could be like the flaw with the move d4 for white.
Yeah, let's check out what happens in the game. We have here, instead of d4, we have first bishop c4, just targeting f7, knight g6, knight g3, and c6 on the board. So the question is, what if white goes with this move, queen b3, and attacks the pawn on f7 and pawn on b7?
Yes, the pawn on b7 is not really under attack, right? So because there's always rook b8 and rook a8, so it's really only one pawn. And yeah, here you can do a lot, right? You can just do anything.
Bishop b6 first.
Yeah, even that, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then move the bishop e8. So this queen b3 is not really that dangerous for black, right? As black can simply
Queen e7 is also interesting. Queen e7.
Queen e7.
Yeah. I mean, then you have to consider, I don't know, knight f5, but knight f5 is actually a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
Because if bishop takes, pawn takes, and then white can try to play d4.
Knight where?
f8.
And knight d4.
d4. Pawn. Pawn Keti.
On d4, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again the same situation. The d4 seems to be very critical in this structure. Oh, white goes for b4. This is a pawn sacrifice for some moment, but I think that can be taken back after this one. There was white's plan here to trade the b pawn for f pawn. So black denied that and went bishop b6, and white played bishop b3.
Yeah, I mean, okay, black is doing just fine. I don't see any problems with their position at all. They've got a good bishop on b6. They've got their knights in the right place. So I think Perez Rodriguez for Paraguay is doing just fine here. And we can come back to this game. We can take a look at what's going on in Miranda versus Vargas.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. And this is the...
Oh, this looks like fun.
Yeah.
D4 opening, Keti. Let's see it.
Yeah, I used to play something like this. Let's take it from the beginning.
It's like a Nimzo or something. Oh no, it's
yeah. Oh, it's
I don't remember the name of this. Don't worry. Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going. It actually, I thought it was different opening, but look at this e5 here. I didn't know about this trick. E5, what's the idea? To take and then g5?
Yeah.
Bishop b3, bishop b4 check. Okay, now I know this trick. So I know this trick that at some point white doesn't have knight b to d2 because it loses after g4 and both knights are hanging. So this forces white to play knight f to d2. Now h5, white is playing for this bishop. Black is playing for this bishop, and white is forced to give up the dark square bishop and probably capture e5.
Yeah, so
like this
e5 pawn does seem like it's going to get recaptured. In fact, black can probably just take it now already if black wants. Just so that white doesn't have a chance to play f4, right?
Yeah, there's also an interesting idea with queen b6, maybe just to attack this pawn.
Yeah, queen b3, because on king f2, you're thinking about like what? D4? King f2 is also possible.
King f2 is possible. Can I do d4 here? Oh, the computer hated that move. Why is there sacrifices? No.
No.
This is gonna be too much. Maybe d4. d4. So
Yeah, I was thinking knight c4 here.
Knight c4.
Can just take on e3. Yeah, I'm in a pin. Nothing very good happening here. I agree.
It's very good position for black.
For black means for Miranda, and that's good for Cuba, but not so good for Paraguay.
Oh, who is this?
I think you're still in our analysis.
No, this is in the board.
Oh, you think this is happening on the board? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So white followed my bad play.
This is on the board.
Just queen b6.
Yeah, queen b6.
Oh, okay. So she's thinking. Yeah. All right. So then we got Alvarez Melian, Alvarez Calzadilla, Melian, and Obregon Oviedo.
So white just played queen b3 to guard this, and black played bishop e6. So what happens after a3 here? Do you think d4 is the move black is hoping for?
Yeah.
d4 looks good.
Oh, yeah.
And after queen has to move, now black can capture the knight and capture this pawn.
Yeah, black is doing well.
Hanging, this is hanging. This is very good position. This is very, very good position. Should we go to the next game in the same match?
Yeah. Alvarez Melian or Obregon Oviedo. Alvarez Melian. Wonderful. Wait, what is this, Keti? This can't be real. This is just like a replay of the game that we just saw in the last round. I mean, people are doing the same sacrifice and winning in the same way. Isn't that crazy?
Let's take a look once again. 1e4, c5, and in this case, g3. It's the same. It looks so same. d4. Knight e5. Is that the same person?
No, I mean, I don't think it's the same person. No, I don't think we looked at the game of Alvarez Calzadilla, but it's the same idea. It's a slightly different version.
Okay, now we will see what happens if king remains on the king side.
Right. Last round, the king went to d8 and c8.
Yeah, and queen g4 attacks on g7. Bishop comes on f6. Bishop f4 attacks on d6. This is a so good position for black.
Wow, game is over.
This.
Game is over.
Yeah, and it's just white has to give up the queen after that. Bishop e5 is not any safe here because you can capture, bishop can capture, and the main idea is that the queen captures on g7, and this is just losing. The rook is hanging afterwards. Wow, this game might end in like 15 moves. Very important match, and
Alvarez is winning for Cuba. Yeah, against Melian quite quickly. There's just no way to defend d6. All right, so we got Obregon versus Oviedo.
Here we go.
Obregon, this is going to be the girls' junior board. Okay, interesting. Obregon is playing for Cuba. They're black. Oviedo playing for Paraguay. Yeah, black is not doing badly, I think. I mean, they got everything under control. They're like challenging that rook. And I don't think they have a bad Sicilian here. I mean, they got the knight under attack. If the knight goes to b5, they can just go queen c6, no problem. I don't see what the issue is for black because, you know, one of the things in the Sicilian is like, if you're not getting attacked on the king side, you tend to be doing quite okay. And black is obviously not getting attacked, and they'll get their pieces out. I mean, the bishop on b3 is not that good. There's pressure on the e4 pawn. So I'm feeling comfortable as black.
I like this position for black too. Maybe knight b5 was not the best one, but the rook is hanging. If rook captures, then bishop comes and also attacks e4. So if knight goes on e2, then we simply capture this, queen captures, and white is still winning on e4. So e4 pawn is not guarded.
Yeah, black is doing pretty well. So, I mean, Cuba in general is doing quite well in this match, right? We haven't really seen any particularly bad positions for Cuba, and some positions that are already looking kind of like more comfortable for them. Let's take a look at Colombia, Jamaica, Christie versus Barrientos. I mean, Colombia is actually in first place in this division. Let's just, I mean, they are expected to win against Jamaica, but we've been watching Christie play against a lot of strong players, and I'm always curious to see how he's doing. 3-6. He's got an extra pawn against the Grandmaster. Of course, the Grandmaster's got a lot of play on those open files. Okay, so the computer wasn't in love with this F4 decision. Seemed a little rash. What should we have done instead?
Maybe just capture the pawn. I'm just afraid of this pawn coming forward. Now it's not possible as knight is hanging.
I agree, Keti. Yeah, because I mean, what was so dangerous about knight f2? Like knight f2, it's a move, but it's not a winning move. Yeah, like black's gonna be in this pin for a while.
The thing is that after knight g4, we can always get the king on g1 and guard the rook. So how about bishop b4? No.
Well, actually, what is black threatening? I want to understand what black is threatening. Let's leave the bishop on d2. Yeah.
Then let's go a4. Yeah. A4.
I don't.
If black is not doing much, where we know what's our plan.
Mm-hmm.
And in case of knight g,
we're just gonna take it, right?
Can we?
I think so.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, because it's controlled by the rook. Yeah. Okay. So f4 and pawn takes f4 was played.
Yeah, so Christie gave up a pawn. Bothers me a little bit, but maybe now he takes on c4, yeah.
Now it takes, okay. So he wants this position, maybe to capture it now with the rook and simplify position a bit more. But here we have queen g5. This is
nice move.
Very nice move. We cannot take the knight now because there will be a checkmate. So, oh, no.
Yeah, because if you moved your knight to e5, you were going to lose the f4 pawn. So queen g5 is really very clever because now he'll be able to move his knight away without losing that pawn. So like,
should we still push the pawn?
The problem is, that you have to watch out for like these queen g3 ideas.
And then
constant. Yeah, I don't know. We have to count. Yeah, you have to calculate that.
Possible, I think, because we have knight f2 now.
Yeah, and you take on h3. Yeah.
h3. This file is open.
Yeah.
And now we take t here, and there's a pin. So this is winning. So so that's not so simple now. White cannot really push the pawns that easily.
Yeah, queen g5, really nice move with a lot of tactical threats. So Barrientos is doing well here. How about we take a look at Juarez Flores Gemi from Bolivia? So they took up Zambrana from board 1.
The same match?
This is Guatemala, Bolivia.
Guatemala. Okay. Which board?
Board one. Juarez Flores
Oh,
versus Gemini.
International Masters. Okay, let's do it.
Juarez Flores. Okay. Interesting. So black is winning. So Jemmy is beating Juarez Flores because he's going to have 2 rooks and a knight for the queen. And the queen is actually not going to be a good match against those pieces. So how about we go to Ecuador versus El Salvador. So Noboa versus Arias. This is board 2 because they already won on board 1. And we also have Martha Fierro versus Ortiz Andrea.
Yeah, I see second board also ended. So white one in here. It's a checkmate. Oh, it's a checkmate. Look at this.
Well, that's quite nice because that's important for El Salvador. I mean, if Ecuador somehow loses, because they could lose their 3rd spot. So they won 1 game, they lost 1. How is Fierro doing? Yeah,
Fierro is first board of woman.
Yep. So she's doing well, but she's not like winning just yet. Like, yes, structurally white is better, and their rook on the 7th rank is better. But there's still some play left in this position. We cannot just say that black is doing horribly. So of course, white should not trade the rooks. I mean, rook h7, if at all possible, should be played.
I think.
Another thing that matters here, Keti, is that white's king is safer than black's.
Yeah. Yeah, this king is a bit exposed. The 7th rank pawns are pushed a bit. So instead of rook h7, here white decided to get the queen on g file, and in case of take on g7, queen will get on the 7th rank. Slightly better position, but is this enough to fight for a win? Maybe this and this ideas to activate the knights.
Yeah, it's not easy. I would try to keep the rooks on the board if I could. So then we also have Enriquez Villagra versus Valdez and Chile versus Costa Rica. Maybe we can take a look. It's the first
Costa
board.
Rica, first board?
Yeah. Okay. Enriquez Valdez. Enriquez versus Valdez. Yeah,
well,
right now Ecuador is.
Yeah, sorry. Soon we will be moving to Chess.com events. So if you guys want to see the final of the last round of Division 2, you can follow us. Or you can also stay and remain on this channel. PogChamps will start doing it soon. And you can also have both events running. That might sound crazy, but possible. What's happening here?
Okay, so this is board 1, Chile versus Costa Rica. And this looks like it was a pretty crazy Sicilian. White is down a pawn, but they're stopping black from castling because of black castles. White plays rook takes d7, knight takes d7, and bishop e7, and they...
Knight is hanging and the rook is hanging at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, even here the threat is to capture the knight, bishop takes f6, and then to take this knight here. So black has to guard the knight.
Queen c7.
Queen c7. Can I do here something similar like this, and this?
You can. Looks pretty good for you. You're going to get the piece back.
Right.
Better position. So what other move can I play?
Maybe rook
a7.
Yeah.
So that on bishop f6, you can have, or even gf6, you can have the d7 knight protected. But still not really able to castle as black, that's the thing. Could So rook d7. Maybe you just want to play something like queen b4. Maybe we can actually, can we do that before we play rook a7? Can we go queen b4? Also possible, right?
Possible. There is this this variation, but this should not be enough, as we have a lot of traits here.
Keti, so it's time to let our viewers know that we're moving to Chess.com events.
Yeah.
If they would like to see who qualifies, the last teams to qualify from the top division, from the second division to the top division, they can follow us at Chess.com events. And meanwhile, we're making room on Twitch for the PogChamps to start.
Yes, yes, this is a time. This is time. And here we are having the last round at the Division 2. So, guys, if something happened, don't worry. Make sure that you follow both channels, because many actions is going on both channels. So why not? That's a very small click to follow. And yeah, I'll just get back this. Yeah, here we have it. The current position. They're down to 1 minute, both players, and the game is very complicated.
Yeah, and this is, again, this is the match between Chile and Costa Rica on board 1. What's going on in the next game there? Salinas versus Minero.
Oh, this is winning and winning game. This is winning end game because the cannot get closer. And I think White is just on time to capture both pawns. And
but hold on. Oh, this is weird though, because it just depends on whether the square is h8. It's a dark square. So you're saying I'm not going to have time.
And
bishop f5, right?
Yeah,
so
bishop Sambor. Yeah,
so I can go king d6.
Let's show this, what happens after king h4. This you will see dropping the bar really quickly, because now black will make it to h8, and this is a draw because the bishop is light square and bishop can kick the king out. So here white can play bishop f2, f5, or bishop even c8. I think it's fine. And what happens after this? Oh, no, not so easy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that the king is trying to get to the h8 corner. So you have to, it's very interesting, like if you can keep him out. I don't really know enough about this kind of endgame, Keti, because you can, I don't know how you're going to do it, like how you're going to avoid that king coming into the corner when you take the pawn. So I'm still thinking Salinas can make a draw here despite the computer's evaluation. So let's see what else is going on in Paraguay, Cuba. I mean, right now we have
this is so funny. Before we move there, White is trying to kick the king out, but it's also very far from the pawn. So at some point, king has to come back and capture it. But it's going to be really not possible. Yeah. All right. Which game? Which team?
Okay, so we got Albornoz drew Almiron. How about Fernandez de la Vara versus Benitez, or Forgas Perez? Perez versus Vargas. Okay. Okay, Benitez is white. Wow, that's a crazy. That is a crazy position, and this is going to be super exciting. Fernandez is an IM from Cuba. Benitez is an FM from Paraguay. And right now he's got a rook and 3 pawns for the 2 pieces. I mean, I would feel pretty comfortable here as black, Keti. I would probably prefer to play black. actually, except, okay, hold on, except when I see that f6 square becoming a problem, then I would start to reconsider. Yeah, I mean,
it has to move somewhere. Let's say, well, if queen moves here, that just walks into rook f1, and then we might see capturing here in knight f6 right away. But where else the queen can go?
well, the queen can go to d3, which is a little bit of a
nice
bad thing, but yes, you can. I mean, sure, bishop e5, rook e5, king d3.
Yeah. How
Well,
about
bishop e5? Yeah, bishop e5. Yeah, you have to take it because knight f6 is a threat.
take this and this? It's
Yeah.
3 pawns versus knight. Would you choose which side would you choose here in this kind of position?
Neither side.
Neither.
It's too hard for me to evaluate.
I think I would choose knight because
it's hard to evaluate. Like feel like it can still go wrong for either side. That's why. But Fernandez, okay, whoa, they're in here, right?
They are in here. We have it, and in that position, white just moved h5. White just pushed before, and white is also trying to create a pass pawn. Why not? Maybe white wants to play rook a1.
Yeah, he probably will play rook a1. I agree. It is
Look
easier
at
to
this.
play
If
as
rook
white.
comes on a3 now, can we drop this rook for now?
It'd be hard to win it, but you're gonna go king c4, d5. Yeah, king c4, b5, king b4 is also an option.
Yeah, this is also an option.
Yeah, so it looks like actually it is better for white.
f5 was played. Oh, what? What? Knight c3 was played here, and then black has beautiful check over here. White can't guard b4 anymore, and here we have this position.
Wow. Okay, so white lost an important pawn, so now they can't really promote on the queen side, but their king is super active. So
Yeah,
they can weave some mating nets. Although the black king, I can see him also kind of running away. So this is pretty crazy. And Benitez needs to try to win this for Paraguay. And he's got the side. He's the one with a knight. So he's going to be looking for those mating nets. We see Ecuador beat El Salvador. So I have to say Ecuador did their job, and as predicted, there's not any big changes in the standings. And unless Cuba decides, well, I mean, even if Cuba does decide to lose to Paraguay, I don't think it's going to change anything because Ecuador did their job of securing their third place.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 4-1 for now. And last game is not that much important as it's already decided. All right, let's take a look at this game. Is white winning or black can be safe here?
So who is playing this? Jeremio is playing for Ecuador against Milara. Jeremio is white, so he obviously risks nothing. And can he win? I don't see how he can win because I don't see anything that he can actually attack here.
Yeah, everything is so well guarded. Like they're protecting each other, all the pieces. And
yeah, I mean, very important when you're playing against a queen is to put your pieces on protected squares. And it's also a very good rule for blitz chess, to avoid blundering pieces by accident, make sure they're on protected squares. And that's what black has done. Like their rook is just never going to move from e5 and their knight is never going to move from f7. So what they can do is, I think they, whoa, no, we just said don't do that. Don't do that.
What? Black forget the queen is still
Yeah,
attacking.
I just said to Keti that this rook will never move from e5, and it just moved. And of course, that didn't really help black, because now the b pawns are going to be hard to stop. Yeah, and that was unfortunate by black breaking his own fortress.
Yeah, the good thing is nothing will change this. Oh, and now rook is hanging. No. No, now rook is hanging. White will win this game. This game will not change anything because it's already done, and Ecuador has already won, but it's gonna be 5-1. It's gonna be 5-1. All right, let's take a look at the other games if we have something still in progress. I don't see any more games.
Everything is finished already?
Oh yeah, everything has finished. So let's take a very quick break right now. We're gonna update the standings, and we will also check out the results. So please don't go anywhere. This is the last minutes with us, and then we will know last 3 teams who will qualify to Division 1 in top division. So we'll be back very soon. Hello, welcome back at the very, very last minutes at the second division of FIDE Online Chess Olympiad. I'm Keti, this is Irina, and we're going to take a look at the results of the round 9. So what happened in 9 round here?
Well, nothing too unexpected, Keti. Colombia maintains their first place position by beating Jamaica handily 5-1. Guatemala lost just barely to Bolivia, but that did not change all that much for how they're doing in the tournament. Ecuador, very importantly, yes, they did beat a lower ranked team that was in the last place and finishes tied for last. They beat El Salvador, and this is really important because it helps them stay in their third position. Chile, in fact, drew against Costa Rica. So, yeah, it doesn't change too much, but they were not able to beat Costa Rica. And Cuba beat Paraguay, which really killed their chances of qualifying for the top division.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at a final standing and take a check out how other teams also did. So Colombia, 17 points. Then we have Cuba with 15 points and Ecuador with 13 points. They all deserve to be in top 3. So they will be in Division 1 very soon in next days, fighting to the stronger teams. But this is of course well done. And Paraguay and Chile tried so hard to get in top 3, but not at this moment. So let's take a look at the schedule and check out what the next division starts. So top division with all the teams who qualified from Division 2 will be there together with the top ranked teams. In total, we're going to have 40 teams, and that's going to start from 8, 9, and 10. And then we will move to the final stage of the event. So yeah, that was all for today. And the Division 2, actually for last 3 days, and we had intensive commentaries at Chess.com and FIDE channels. So I am Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili, and this is Grandmaster Irina Krush. Thank you so much, Irina, for being a co-commentator. It was such a pleasure to work with you, and best of the luck at the tournament as you are joining in the next division.
Thank you, Keti. And yeah, it was a pleasure to work with you as well. And I hope you will also enjoy looking at my games next week.
Yes, and also the cameras, because next week we also be joining by the players and we're gonna spot how they are doing. And thank you so much for chat, for being here for hours and being so supportive to us. We will meet each other very soon in next days. Make sure you're coming back at 8, 9, and 10 of September. So bye for now and see you very soon.